Heavenly Dao Spell Technique. Heavenly Lance. The 9 Heaven Pioneer Stage great generals formed seals with their hands as they bathed under the light that descended from the heavens. Before each of them was a lance that radiated extremely powerful energy fluctuations. The lances were pure white and insanely sharp, and all of them possessed a heavenly will of obliteration and destruction. The will of the heavens was similar to the powers of the heavenly gods, and the brilliant might of the heavens suffused through the air the instant that the 9 lances materialized. If one's cultivation base was too weak, then their bodies would be punctured by the Tao intent that exuded from the tip of the lance. At this moment, the lances were all pointed toward the phoenix in the sky. Then they were all released toward it at once. The heavenly lances ripped through the void and pierced toward the phoenix at a terrifying speed. At the same time, Lin and the others all felt an overwhelming killing intent coming from the heavens. The phoenix squawked loudly as a fiery divine flame armor materialized around its body. Immediately afterward, the heavenly lances crashed into the phoenix's flame armor and caused loud screeches to reverberate through the air. Unexpectedly, the Tao integration stage divine flame armor began to shatter under the lance's attacks. If 3 great generals of the heavenly human tribe teamed up, they would be able to battle against an experienced super mighty being of the Tao integration stage. Now that 9 great generals were teamed up, the amount of power that they could unleash was understandably devastating. Right at this moment, however, the Celestial the Arch, Black Spirit Snake, White Spirit Snake, and Lin's powers all gathered onto the Phoenix's divine flame armor. The 9 heavenly lances were instantly shattered. This kind of attack is useless against those Tao integration stage cultivators, Jordan said emotionlessly. After all, none of them are ordinary Tao integration stage cultivators. Most of them are already at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu nodded slightly. At this moment, a rapidly approaching male was reflected in her beautiful golden eyes. And Lin, you bastard, I've come to a decision. I'm going to kill all of you within 59 seconds. Lin Yu's voice was pleasant, yet her utterances were vulgar. As if to wash away her previous humiliation, she had decided to shorten her initial time limit of 1 minute by an entire second. And Lin was stunned. The other members of the extermination team were also stunned. She had specifically named him while delivering her threats. This kind of treatment left them all speechless. Big brother and you've been specifically targeted, woof, Bai sucked in a sharp breath. Who told him to chase heavenly goddess Lin Yu for a full 5,000 kilometers? Bai Ling couldn't help but chuckle. How about we pick our opponents first? The Celestial the Arch suggested. And Lin wanted to cry. Does it look like I have a choice? Even if he chose to battle against the male heavenly god, heavenly goddess Lin Yu would probably still attack him whenever she got the chance to. The phoenix chirped and expressed its desire to fight alongside Lin. Black Spirit Snake, White Spirit Snake, and I will deal with the male heavenly god then. The Celestial the Arch grinned, and Lin's expression darkened upon hearing this. The 3 of you are all of the Tao integration pinnacle stage, yet you're only going to deal with a single heavenly god. I, on the other hand, am left with a measly return to void stage cultivator and a chirping beast to deal with the other heavenly goddess. What's with this crazy arrangement? Is the Celestial the Arch serious? Unexpectedly, the Celestial the Arch replied in a very stern tone. Others might not know how powerful you are, but how can I not know? I don't know how you'll fare against other Tao integration stage cultivators, but I do know that you're definitely well equipped to battle against the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly gods. I'm simply making the most out of our available resources. This is all in order to achieve victory. And Lin grimaced upon hearing this. The Celestial the Arch really did think quite highly of him, huh? However, this arrangement was indeed the most efficient and effective. The phoenix continued to fly toward the southern heavenly gate. At this moment, the Heaven Pioneer stage great generals had already broken off into groups of 3, and each formed a peculiar spell formation with their groups. And Lin became a little anxious upon seeing this. The combination spell formation attack of 3 great generals was powerful enough to threaten experienced Tao integration stage cultivators. Thus, they couldn't assign anyone who was too weak to deal with them. As if reading in Lin's thoughts, Bai Ling suggested, I have an essence spell formation jamming tool. It can interfere with the enemy's main spell formation and also their group spell formations. However, it's very energy hungry and can only last for 5 minutes. We must defeat all of the great generals within 5 minutes. And Lin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Xiao Hong and Tina were both teeming with battle intent. 5 minutes was enough for them to do a lot of things. Watch out! The Celestial the Arch suddenly yelled. Heavenly net! Countless pitch-black symbols instantly formed into a barrier before the Phoenix. At the same moment, Heavenly God Jordan materialized before the Phoenix. A golden divine halo spun rapidly in his right hand, and his fist carried with it a divine might as it smashed down toward Lin and the others. Boom! A shockwave surged hundreds of kilometers outward. Moreover, the heavenly net caved in under the formidable force of the heavenly god's attack. Disperse! And Lin roared. Their enemies wouldn't give them the time to slowly discuss among themselves, so they had to immediately launch into action as well. Dabai, Xiao Hong, Merlin, Cassidy, Shen Yuanchang, Su Qinyun, Yiling, Tina, Sun Yulua, Yao Mingxi, Bai Ling, and the Fist Sage all dispersed upon hearing Lin's command. The great generals of the heavenly human tribe had already received their commands, and they were tasked with killing the return to void stage cultivators on Lin's extermination team. As for the Dao integration stage cultivators, the heavenly gods would naturally pummel them themselves. By crushing the enemy on all fronts, the heavenly human tribe's victory was almost certainly guaranteed. Our opponents are merely a bunch of ants. We can probably finish our battle before the heavenly gods finish theirs. One of the great generals snickered scornfully as they chased after a large white dog. We'll kill them as quickly as possible, then go to help the heavenly gods, another great general said. His face was emotionless, and he gazed at his enemies as if they were already dead people. The 9 great generals were split up into 3 groups of 3, and they were currently chasing after the dispersed enemies. If it weren't for precautionary reasons, they wouldn't even have formed the combination spell formations. Right at this moment, Bai Ling suddenly launched a mechanical orb into the sky. The mechanical orb flattened out in mid-air. Immediately afterward, invisible radiation enveloped an area of 1,500 kilometers in radius. Almost all of the heavenly humans felt their auras become unstable. Moreover, the combination spell formations that were formed by the great generals suddenly deactivated and lost their effects. The great generals were momentarily dazed. This was the first time that their combination spell formations had become ineffective. Even Heavenly God Jordan and Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu's expressions changed slightly. Attack! Bai Ling yelled. The escaping members of the extermination team suddenly turned around at this moment and started charging back toward the great generals. Countless spell techniques flew through the air and enveloped the pursuing heavenly humans. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake both brandished divine swords as they lunged toward Heavenly God Jordan. And Lin stood on the Phoenix's back and charged toward the nearby Heavenly Goddess Linyu. A divine flame trailed behind them, and the evil-slaying sword in Lin's hand unleashed with a brilliant black glow. Hey! Come at me! I'll let you know the price of chasing me for over 5,000 kilometers. Heavenly Goddess Linyu sneered as a golden divine halo materialized around her wrist. Her aura climbed explosively, and she charged toward the Phoenix riding male at an even quicker speed. The setting sun dyed the clouds red, and the blood-red color in the sky became even thicker and more intense. The blood moon also appeared increasingly sinister, and its radiance gradually covered the glow of the yellow moon. The most intense battle against the heavenly human tribe finally began at this instant. Golden Strength, Royal Divine Monarch. A pale fist landed on the pitch-black divine sword. A devastating energy instantly tore apart the void within a 5-kilometer radius. After releasing her golden divine halo, Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu's strength had increased explosively. In fact, the punch that she had thrown just then was powerful enough to kill a cultivator of the Dao integration stage. However, and Lin's evil-slaying sword possessed a unique ability to eradicate the powers of the heavenly laws. After colliding with heavenly goddess Lin Yu's fist, the evil-slaying sword even managed to leave a bloody gash on her hand. And Lin was blasted back by the gigantic force of the collision, and he felt as if his bones and flesh had all been shattered. Even the evil-slaying sword almost flew out of his hand. One had to realize he had already activated all three of his enhancement techniques at this moment. Right now, he possessed the ability to pummel ordinary Dao integration stage cultivators. However, he was still barely able to block a single strike from heavenly goddess Lin Yu. Lin Yu gracefully retreated a few meters. Then, she glanced at the wound on her hand in surprise. "Huh? Your weapon is quite peculiar. I'm definitely going to snatch it over to investigate it." "Fuck off." Before Lin could even react, the evil-slaying sword in his hand suddenly started to move by itself. A devastating black sword projection slashed toward heavenly goddess Lin Yu. A white divine halo suddenly appeared around Lin Yu's left wrist, and her aura climbed explosively once again. Whoosh! Her figure suddenly vanished. "Wow! It's a short-tempered sword spirit as well. I like it." A sweet giggle traveled down from the skies, and Lin raised his head and found that Lin Yu had already arrived above him. There was a blue divine halo hovering around her slender waist, and there were also another 2 purple divine halos hovering around her ankles. The 2 purple divine halos were currently emitting a bewitching glow beneath her crystal high heels. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu had already activated 5 divine halos. The female's dainty lips were slightly upturned as she peered down at Lin. The sky behind her was an endless stretch of blood red, and her golden eyes reflected an expression of indifference toward all life forms. At this moment, the purple divine glow beneath her feet had already expanded out 50 kilometers. Purple gravitational force, gravity stomp, boom! And Lin felt a vast gravitational force surge down toward him. The devastating force acted on every single inch of his body, and Lin instantly felt an indescribable weight crushing down on him. His bones cracked under the overwhelming weight, and Lin activated his evading turtle technique without hesitation. Boom! Like a ball of cotton being flattened, the earth suddenly caved in under the unbearable force, and Lin's body crashed to the ground heavily, and the turtle shell around his body also cracked and shattered like brittle glass. The phoenix's divine flames swept toward heavenly goddess Lin Yu at this moment. A relaxed smile still remained on heavenly goddess Lin Yu's face. The divine halo around her waist flashed, and an invincible shield that contained the will of the heavens instantly materialized and blocked the phoenix's divine flame attack. Right now, she had no time to deal with the phoenix. Her topmost priority was to kill Lin first. Wail in anguish. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu chortled joyously. Howl in grief. If you shed a few tears, then it'll be even more perfect. It was clear that she was enjoying this moment immensely. She didn't relent a single bit, and she drew on all her powers to continue stomping down on Lin. The boundless force of gravity caused the earth to continually cave in. Meanwhile, heavenly god Jordan had also activated several divine halos. His golden divine halo represented power, his white divine halo represented speed, and his blue divine halo represented defense. Currently, he had already activated 3 divine halos. The Celestial the Arch, Black Spirit Snake, and White Spirit Snake were all fighting to the best of their abilities, and their battle with the male heavenly god rocked heaven and earth. However, it appeared as if neither side was enjoying an upper hand over their opponent. The combined power of 3 Dao integration pinnacle stage cultivators was almost unimaginable. In fact, it wouldn't be wrong to say that they could shatter the heavens. Even the proud and haughty great generals flew away from their battleground upon seeing their destructive power. They kept a distance of over 500 kilometers in order to avoid being killed by the shockwaves of battle. Heavenly god Jordan remained calm and composed as he defended against the relentless attacks of the 3 supermighty beings. He leisurely dealt with their attacks and didn't show any signs of exertion. In fact, he didn't even launch any attacks of his own. However, the more composed the heavenly god appeared, the more anxious the Celestial the Arch and the others became. He was like a powerful card player who continually played harmless pairs of 3 and pairs of 4. However, he appeared extremely calm, and it was as if he held a bomb in his hands. All that he was waiting for was the right time to use it. On the other battlefield, an intense battle had already lit the sky up in several different colors. If they hadn't practiced the heaven-crushing techniques, then it was very likely that even a team of 5 Return to Void Stage Supreme Beings would be no match for a single Heaven Pioneer Stage Great General. Right now, however, 3 Return to Void Stage Supreme Beings were already sufficiently powerful enough to battle against a single Heaven Pioneer Stage Great General. This was in part due to their good coordination, and in part due to their understanding of the heaven-crushing true intent. Die! Great General Ling Ming roared. He swung his holy light sword downward and severed Cassidy at the waist. His piercing sword intent swept several kilometers into the distance. For Master, Cassidy's upper body continued attacking even though she had been sliced into 2. She swung her blood-colored immortal sword toward Great General Ling Ming and sliced a large chunk of flesh from his upper arm. I can die without regrets. Merlin's body was covered in black patterns as he rushed before Great General Ling Ming. An eerie aura radiated from him, and the fervent and dark power of his divine Tao rushed out from his body. Great General Ling Ming howled in agony as he retreated. At the same time, he also stabbed his holy sword toward Merlin. Regardless of whether it was the angle, timing, or power, everything about his stab was perfect. However, Merlin completely ignored Ling Ming's attack, and he chose to advance rather than retreat at this moment. He chortled heartily as he extended an arm and clawed toward Great General Ling Ming's heart. The holy light sword pierced through Merlin's chest and shattered his internal organs. At the same time, Merlin's hand stabbed into Great General Ling Ming's chest and viciously crushed his heart. A wound for a wound. A life for a life. Ha ha ha. You're the only one who's going to die. I've received the blessings of the heavens, and I can regenerate my heart using the power of the heavens even if it's destroyed. Great General Ling Ming started to roar with laughter. Is that so? There was a gaping wound on Merlin's chest, yet the grin on his face didn't show any signs of waning. Ling Ming suddenly felt a great sense of danger envelop him. He tried to retreat, yet a vast ghostly aura surged out from Merlin's hand, which was still lodged in his chest. Moreover, this eerie aura sealed away all his powers. Great General Ling Ming faltered for a short instant. In this short instant, a large white dog tore through the void and dashed before his body. Then, he widened his bloody maws and violently bit down toward his head. Great General Ling Ming saw his world darken. A set of sharp teeth filled his vision, and a searing pain burned through his neck. Then, everything became pitch black. Heaven-crushing technique. Dog swallows the heaven, woof. Dabai swallowed Great General Ling Ming's head after biting it off. Heh! Even your head has been destroyed now, Merlin said in disdain. Can the heavens reward you with another head? Meanwhile, the severed Cassidy had already finished fusing the upper and lower halves of her body together. She charged toward Great General Ling Ming and used her sword intent to tear his body into 10,000 pieces. Even your body has been destroyed now. Can the heavens reward you with rebirth? There was an icy expression on Cassidy's face as she taunted the empty air in front of her. Dabai gulped silently. As expected, these two maniacs are not to be messed with. Your opponent's already dead. Yet you still insist on taunting the empty air where he once stood. Less than a minute had passed, yet a Heaven Pioneer Stage Great General had already been slain. Cassidy, Merlin, and Dabai didn't stop to take a rest. Instead, they immediately rushed off to assist their teammates. Great General Ling Ming. The expressions of the remaining 8 Great Generals all changed drastically. They had never imagined that the first casualty of this battle would be a member of their own ranks. Even without the help of the combination spell formation, Great Generals of the Heaven Pioneer Stage were almost invincible against opponents below the Tao Integration Stage. Now, however, one of them had been killed by a team of 3 Return to Void Stage cultivators. This made them all feel a sense of utter humiliation. Great General Shi Hua continually threw pieces of golden rocks toward the 3 beautiful males and females in front of her. These pieces of golden rocks were like cannonballs, and they all possessed a terrifying might. If one was accidentally hit by these golden rocks, then both their body and soul would be instantly obliterated. However, Su Qianyun remained unafraid in the face of such danger. She appeared unnaturally calm as she continually evaded the rocks and escaped unharmed from her brushes with death. Her moonlight disk came and went like a shadow, and it carved out numerous spine-chilling arcs in the void as it swept toward Great General Shi Hua from all kinds of peculiar angles. Once Su Qianyun entered her battle mode, she wouldn't be afraid of anyone. However, Great General Shi Hua was no easy opponent either. Faced with the surprise attacks of the moonlight disk, she could always perform extremely graceful movement techniques and successfully evade the attacks. Her movements were breathtaking, and she was like a beautiful flower that was dancing in the wind. Boom! The air beside her suddenly exploded. A true intent of wanting to blow up the heavens was contained within the raging destructive energy of the explosion. Great General Shi Hua appeared a little disheveled as she retreated. When faced with Su Qianyun's attacks, she could perform elegant movement techniques. When faced with Xianyuan Cheng's crude explosions, however, there was little that she could do. Moreover, his explosive attacks infuriated her immensely. As she retreated, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared on a flying shard of rock. A slender and refined female leaped out from the shard of rock, and her sword to send you safely on your way carved out a brilliant silver path as it stabbed toward Great General Shi Hua's chest. This strike was as quick as lightning. Not only that, but it also possessed a devastating killing intent. Great General Shi Hua humphed and made a clenching motion with her hands. The void distorted and compressed, and a tremendous heavenly will forced the dagger to a halt. Boom! Yiling was blasted backward. However, she quickly vanished from the battlefield again. No one knew where she was hiding. At this moment, Su Qianyun's attacks swept toward Great General Shi Hua once more. Initially, the three of them had been no match for Great General Shi Hua. Thanks to the suppressive abilities of their heaven-crushing techniques, however, they were now able to fight on even grounds with her. This was also the reason why almost every powerful being in the Kingdom of the Nine States joined the heaven-crushing sect. They were willing to make sacrifices as long as they could fight against the heavenly human tribe and defend the Kingdom of the Nine States. This battle wasn't a one-sided affair as the great generals had thought it would be. At this moment, they finally realized just how naive and arrogant their utterances had been. For example, exterminate the enemies within 1 minute and head over to aid the heavenly gods after crushing the return to void stage enemies. Right now, they still hadn't killed a single enemy. Meanwhile, their enemy had already slain one of their great generals. Great General Wu Ma considered dealing with the two weaklings before him as quickly as possible so that he could head over to assist his fellow great generals. His opponents appeared to be the weakest members of the enemy camp. Before him were two of the 4-9 immortal sects returned to void stage sword immortals, Sun Yulua and Yao Mingxi. Slap! Great General Wu Ma slapped aside Yao Mingxi's sword strike before turning around to throw a punch. Sun Yulua, who was standing behind him, spat blood as he was sent flying backward. Wu Ma stamped his feet, and he instantly flashed toward Sun Yulua like a streak of light. White lightning crackled around one of his hands, and he was just about to press it down toward Sun Yulua's head. It was evident that he planned on insta-killing his enemy. Little Meng! Sun Yulua cried for help, and the ancient sword in his hand suddenly lit up with vibrant colors. A blue-colored child instantly materialized next to Wu Ma and stuck his long, flexible tongue out. The child's tongue curled around Wu Ma's neck, and a bone-chilling voice also crept into his ear at the same time. "Your head fell off. Aren't you going to pick it up?" Wu Ma instinctively felt as if his head were genuinely at his feet upon hearing this eerie voice. He looked down, yet all he saw was a little boy's uncanny smiling face. Meanwhile, the ancient sword hacked down toward Great General Wu Ma's neck with a terrifying speed. It seemed as though his head was truly going to be lopped off by the ancient sword. Instilling fear and then assassinating the enemy was the Blue Dream Sword Spirit's signature technique. However, he had underestimated Great General Wu Ma's strength. As the ancient sword fell, Great General Wu Ma recovered from his daze and formed a golden shell armor around his vulnerable neck. Dazzling sparks flew through the air as the ancient sword slashed into the hard shell armor. Wu Ma grabbed onto the little boy's tongue and forcefully snapped it in half. Then, he clenched his hand into a fist and punched toward the blue dream sword spirit's head. Little Meng! Sun Yulua cried out in shock as he stumbled backward. The blue dream sword spirit was eventually smashed into smithereens by Great General Wu Ma. Meanwhile, Yao Mingxi raised his sword and slashed toward Wu Ma once more. A layer of shell armor had formed on Wu Ma's palm as well, and unexpectedly, he was able to bare-handedly catch the sword strike, which had produced a sword intent of over 5 kilometers. Yao Mingxi's heart almost skipped a beat. At this moment, Wu Ma cut down with his other arm, and he instantly severed Yao Mingxi's sword-wielding arm. Ah! Yao Mingxi howled in agony as he stumbled backward. Bright red blood poured from his severed arm. Sun Yulua charged over once more, yet his bones and tendons were all snapped by Wu Ma's devastating punch. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood as he collapsed to the floor in a heap. Humph! How stubborn! Wu Ma raised his fist as he shot a glance at the two collapsed males. He was just about to strike Sun Yulua and send him into the afterlife. Right at this moment, however, a formidable blood sword stabbed down from the sky. Wu Ma's expression changed drastically, and he immediately formed an armor to defend against the attack. The assailant was the maniac who had killed Great General Ling Ming, and he definitely couldn't remain complacent against her. As if finding a savior, Sun Yulua was almost moved to tears. Cassidy, you're finally here to help us. Their team didn't have a supreme being of the Return to Void Pinnacle stage, and they weren't freaks like Shen Yuanchang or Yi Ling either. Thus, he and Yao Mingxi were both risking their lives in order to hold the Great General back. Fortunately, Cassidy had killed the Great General that she was facing and was able to arrive here in time. Otherwise, he and Yao Mingxi were definitely done for. On some other battlefield, Xiao Hong trembled in fear as she hid inside her artificial sun. Outside, Great General Qi Nan furiously attacked the protective barrier of her son. This was the first time that Xiao Hong had acted so cowardly. This couldn't be helped though, as it was the first time that she had come across an opponent who was as powerful as a newly ranked up Dao integration stage cultivator. She didn't dare face him head-on at all. A short while later, Dabai and Merlin finally arrived to help her. Seeing them arrive, Xiao Hong finally dared to use her artificial sun to attack Great General Qi Nan. Meanwhile, the Fist Sage was barely hanging on against another Great General. He was the strongest Return to Void stage cultivator under Nuwa's command, and as such, he was just powerful enough to fight against a Great General of the Heavenly Human Tribe. At the very least, he wasn't in any great danger of dying. As for Bai Ling, she was pummeling a Great General all by herself. It was almost like she was playing with a toy. Tina was even more impressive. She was currently chasing after 3 Great Generals of the Heavenly Human Tribe. Of course, it was impossible for Tina to deal with the 3 Great Generals all by herself. After all, the 3 Great Generals had all fled toward different directions. Thus, even if she possessed a strong enough power, there was still no way that she could deal with all of them at once. Thus, she immediately released the Frost Dress Woman who she had just finished training, and she also released 3 Return to Void stage Supreme Beings from her Divine Mirror world. These 4 Supreme Beings would be able to deal with 2 of the 3 Great Generals. As such, she would only have 1 Great General left to deal with. In fact, this was her only option right now. The remaining powerful beings from her Divine Mirror world were all stationed around the other battlegrounds in the Kingdom of the 9 States. As a result, she, the goddess of the realm, could only trouble herself with participating in the battle personally. Everything had been fine before she joined in on the battle. However, once she started fighting, her opponent, Great General Xingzhou, almost wet his pants. With just her first attack, Tina cleanly sliced off one of Great General Xingzhou's arms. In fact, Tina's movements were so fast that Xingzhou couldn't even follow them. "Gary, hurry up and help me." Xingzhou was well aware of his abilities, and he knew straight away that he was no match for the tiny, harmless-looking fairy. Thus, he immediately cried out for help. Gary, who was currently fighting against the frost dress woman, immediately flew toward Xingzhou upon hearing his cry for help. Thereupon, the battle became a fight between the team of Xingzhou and Gary and the team of Tina and the frost dress woman. Unfortunately, however, the two great generals soon ended up getting hit again. They were quickly on their back foot once more. "Yu Tao, hurry up and help us!" Gary and Xingzhou cried in unison. Yu Tao had just defeated the three returned to void stage supreme beings from the divine mirror world. As such, she was brimming with battle intent as she joined in their battle. Xingzhou, Gary, and Yu Tao were now teamed up against Tina and the frost dress woman. How could they lose? However, less than 1 minute later, the three great generals were running away from Tina and the frost dress woman again. They finally came to a shocking realization. Tina was outrageously strong. If they were said to be invincible below the Tao integration stage, then what was this return to void stage fairy? Invincible against those who were invincible below the Tao integration stage. If you're so powerful, why don't you go and fight against a heavenly god? Why are you still fighting with us? You're clearly here to bully us. Okay. If these great generals knew that Tina had wounded heavenly goddess Linyu before, then perhaps they wouldn't be so shocked and incredulous. Of course, they would still have no hope of winning. However, they would at least be somewhat mentally prepared. The battle raged on, yet the great generals were becoming more and more vulnerable by the minute. The frost dress woman was a return to void pinnacle stage cultivator, and she continually drifted between the three great generals. Her movements were unpredictable, and she never engaged with a single enemy for any lengthy period of time. Moreover, her spell techniques were mysterious and ever-changing. Most of them were mind attacks or binding spells, and it could be said that she was a top-notch binding cultivator. The frost dress woman performed admirably. Meanwhile, Tina had transformed into a goddess of death. She was clearly a small and adorable fairy, yet the image of her wielding an immortal sword was terrifying in the eyes of the three great generals. In fact, their bodies would tremble every time they heard her shout, "Divine Technique, XXX." They would shudder in fear before she had even cast her immortal spells. If they weren't holding on to the hope of receiving assistance from other great generals, then perhaps they would have already fled from her a long time ago. There was no way they would fight against her if there was no chance of victory. "Do you like me?" A soft and ethereal voice gently crept into Xingzhou's ears. Xingzhou felt a chill shoot down his spine, and he felt as if his body had been plunged into an icy hell. Even his movements started to become slow and lethargic. "Piss off!" Flames of anger burst from his eyes, and his arms were like raging dragons as they swept backward viciously. "Ehehe!" The frost dress woman's dress billowed gracefully as she gave off an eerie chuckle. Her body flew back weightlessly as she slowly absorbed the power of Great General Xingzhou's punch. In the moment that Xingzhou attacked, specks of golden light twinkled in the air as Tina flapped her golden wings and vanished from the spot. Immediately afterward, she materialized before Xingzhou, and her heart lotus ice sword tore through the void and pierced toward his throat. "Xingzhou!" Yu Tao violently lashed out with her pure white holy spear. Her spear swatted Tina's sword aside, and the shock waves of the collision ripped out a gigantic, 10,000-meter-long fissure in the earth. Yu Tao's desperate act saved Xingzhou's life. At the same time, however, she felt a mysterious chill creep up onto her cheeks. A pair of slender blue hands were caressing her cheeks from behind her, and there was even a head resting on her shoulder. This sister is so ill-tempered. It's bad for your image?" An intense chill instantly shot through Yu Tao's body. In fact, even her thoughts became sluggish at this moment. Not only could the frost dress woman physically bind her opponents, but she could even interfere with and disturb her opponent's thoughts. The little fairy seized this opportunity and immediately stabbed her blue immortal sword toward the affected Yu Tao. In her current state, Yu Tao was completely unable to dodge Tina's attack. A feeling of death instantly enveloped her body. "Yu Tao!" Gary cried in alarm. A holy light appeared around his fists as he ferociously punched Tina's immortal sword aside. Gary's desperate act saved Yu Tao's life, At this moment, however, Gary suddenly felt a mysterious chill wrap around his waist. This chill was so potent that it shot all the way up to his head. Ehehe, big brother, your physique is so good, the frost dress woman whispered in a mellow voice. Her arms were wrapped around Gary's waist, and they appeared very much like a pair of lovers. Tina seized this opportunity and immediately stabbed her blue immortal sword toward Gary. A look of despair fell across Gary's face. He knew that he was about to die. Gary! Xingzhou yelped in alarm and instinctively kicked Tina's immortal sword aside. Xingzhou's desperate act saved Gary's life. Then, the frost dress woman suddenly drifted behind Xingzhou's body. Xingzhou! Yu Tao! Gary! Xingzhou! The three great generals took turns in being attacked by Tina, and they also took turns in saving each other's life. They brushed with death over and over again, and they all felt that this battle was far too terrifying. How could a battle become so terrifying? They were great generals of the heavenly human tribe, yet they were actually surrounded by a fairy. Why so dramatic? If one plays with fire, they'll eventually get burned. If one flirts with death, they'll eventually wind up dead. A short while later, Tina stabbed her heart lotus ice sword toward Gary again. Gary! Yu Tao immediately dashed over to assist him. Her spear howled like a dragon as it stabbed toward Tina. However, how could Tina not cook up a new response after failing so many assassination attempts? In fact, she had kept a hidden trump card this entire time. The blade of her sword suddenly twisted around in an ethereal and mysterious manner. Divine technique. Heaven-crushing sword flash. The tip of her sword ended up pointing toward Yu Tao. Time after time, rescuing their fellow great generals had already become a natural and instinctive action. Thus, Yu Tao was completely caught off guard by Tina suddenly changing her target to her. Tina easily dodged Yu Tao's attack as she stabbed her sword forward. Moreover, the true intent of her heaven-crushing technique was vaguely suppressing the power bestowed upon Yu Tao by the heavens. The blade of Tina's sword became larger and larger in Yu Tao's beautiful eyes. Eventually, it filled up her entire vision. Like a dash of lightning, the heart lotus ice sword pierced through Yu Tao's head and instantly obliterated her life force. Yu Tao! Yu Tao! Xingzhou and Gary both cried out in shock. Then, a boundless chill slowly welled up in their hearts. Following Yu Tao's death, they suddenly realized that the difficulty of their battle would rise from hell mode all the way to certain death mode. Xingzhou and Gary felt like they were about to die. They wanted to cry for help from the comrades around them, only to find that all of them were engaged in arduous battles of their own and were unable to provide them with the assistance they required. They could only place their hopes on the two heavenly gods. It had to be said that divine heaven stage power really was incredibly terrifying. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu and Heavenly God Jordan were able to hold off 5 top-rate Dao integration stage super mighty figures with ease. In particular, Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu was like an invincible being who was able to completely disregard the Phoenix's attacks. Her white crystal shoes were firmly stamped upon Lin's body, as if she was a paramount goddess trampling upon ants, making the ground within a radius of tens of thousands of meters around her cave-in with her almighty stomp. The Phoenix was not expecting Lin to be taken down so quickly, and it immediately used its trump card upon seeing this. It spread its massive wings, and divine flames surged for over 100 kilometers, incinerating the heavens. A golden spell formation appeared before the Phoenix, revolving slowly and exuding an ancient aura. Streaks of light fell from its fiery wings, descending from the sky. The Phoenix's divine Tao and heaven-crushing true intent had been perfectly fused together at this moment. Golden divine flames shot forth like a pillar of light, illuminating the entire sky. Insanely high temperatures instantly made the space around it warp and twist. This was its heaven-crushing nirvana flames. Little Huang was a mythological beast who had died once already, and following its reincarnation, it was able to get a better grasp on what death was, and what it meant to interchange between life and death. When this intent was fused together with the Phoenix's heaven-crushing intent, it created a destructive power that was imbued with a hint of vitality. However, It was exactly this wisp of vitality that prevented the will of the heavenly Tao from defending so fiercely against little Huang's attack, thereby weakening its opponent's defenses. The heaven-crushing nirvana flames crashed into heavenly goddess Lin Yu's blue barrier, only to be kept completely at bay. However, a burst of heaven-crushing intent suddenly began to tear through the barrier. At the same time, a burst of destructive power imbued with vitality roamed along the barrier, trying to identify a weak point. The barrier, which was imbued with the will of the heavens and was capable of keeping all attacks at bay, was suddenly showing signs of collapsing. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu was planning to disregard the phoenix's attack again, but her eyes suddenly widened in shock as she withdrew the gravitational stamp she was exerting with her feet before dodging to the side. The blue barrier became extremely twisted before being melted away. Boom! Divine flames hurtled toward heavenly goddess Lin Yu. Whoosh! The white divine halo began to revolve frantically around her left wrist. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu had already elevated her speed to the very maximum extent that she was capable of, but she was still unable to completely evade the phoenix's heaven-crushing nirvana flames attack. The flames passed her by, tearing through the sleeve of her dress in the process, before charring her flawless arm. In the end, a wisp of hidden energy, which led from death to life, instantly stripped heavenly goddess Lin Yu's entire arm of its vitality before incinerating it into microscopic, inky black particles. The phoenix was quite disappointed upon seeing this. It was planning to burn its opponent to death with that attack, but it was only able to get rid of one of her arms. What a massive waste! That was its most powerful heaven-crushing attack. It had waited until heavenly goddess Lin Yu completely disregarded it and was focused wholeheartedly on taking care of Lin before unleashing that attack. It felt like it had grasped the timing to perfection, but heavenly goddess Lin Yu's insane reflexes and speed had saved her from that dire situation. The phoenix was very disappointed, but heavenly goddess Lin Yu was filled with astonishment and fury. My defenses were broken? Why are all of you able to break through my defenses? This is impossible. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu quickly hurtled back in retreat while her eyes remained firmly fixed on the phoenix with incredulity etched on her face. The phoenix raised its proud head to meet heavenly goddess Lin Yu's gaze. In its eyes, no one could beat it up, aside from Xiaolan. Even the heavenly gods were no exception. 1 minute had passed by very quickly. Lin Yu took a deep breath. She had failed to deliver on the bold proclamation she had made once again. Both times, she had been struck by inconceivable power, and she was getting extremely frustrated. A green divine halo appeared on her back, within which was imbued with boundless vitality. Green life, Lin Yu said as she raised her head. A sixth divine halo appeared, and boundless vitality began to pour into her body. The arm that had just been burned away by the phoenix suddenly began to grow again at a rate discernible to the naked eye. The phoenix immediately flared up with rage upon seeing this. All its efforts were going to go to waste. It opened its mouth and blasted a torrential waterfall of divine flames, which surged through the sky toward the heavenly goddess. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu was just about to unleash a movement technique to evade when a bolt of golden lightning tore through space, coloring the entire heaven and earth golden. A man with a golden void lightning cloak draped over his shoulders cut off her path of evasion at an extremely fearsome speed. And Lin, heavenly goddess Lin Yu's expression shifted once again, and she immediately ignored the phoenix's attack to focus wholeheartedly on Lin, activating her golden strength to the very maximum before launching an almighty fist. And Lin met Lin Yu's fist with a fist of his own, which was imbued with the paramount lightning power. Boom! The two fists collided. Heaven and earth instantly fell silent. The collision instantly shattered the space within a radius of over 100 kilometers. Just the shockwaves erupting from their clash was able to blast the phoenix's divine flame attack into nothingness. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu's left arm had already been enveloped by her golden strength divine halo, and the paramount power and will of the heavenly Tao had been imbued upon her fist. The will of the heavens was the supreme law of this world. If the heavens announced that her fist could destroy anything, then it really could destroy anything. However, the power of the heavens was no longer absolute now. This was because the man standing before her possessed a similar absolute power. In fact, the golden lightning divine halo on the man's head was even purer than her divine halos. This was like a battle between two heavens. It was as if one of them was saying, "I'm the most badass, and my fist can destroy all things," while the other one was saying, "I'm the most badass one here, and my fist can crush yours." Both of them possessed the powers of the absolute will of the heavens. But they were not fighting on equal footing, as the one who had grasped the paramount powers of the heavenly gods was slowly gaining the upper hand. The power of a true heavenly god was the absolute law. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu was shocked to find that a burst of paramount lightning power had already torn apart her golden strength and was trying to pulverize her fist. She immediately instinctively directed the powers of all 6 divine halos upon that fist at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Powers imbued with absolute intent stacked one on top of another. If one wasn't enough, then what if she used all 6 at once? His divine halo might have been slightly superior to one of her own, but how was he going to defend himself against the powers of 6 divine halos at once? Heavenly goddess Lin Yu was pouring forth all of her might into this clash. She was able to attain unparalleled strength by stacking the effects of all 6 divine halos, but at the same time, she was also going to suffer a horrific backlash from the heavenly Tao for excessive usage of her power. However, Lin Yu didn't care about that. She was going to suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao anyway, so what was the difference between more backlash and less backlash? As long as she could kill this man who had rejected her friend request, everything would be worth it. Die! A boundless golden light erupted from Lin Yu's fist upon being enhanced by the 6 divine halos at the same time. The golden light was imbued with vast power and was forcing in Lin's golden void divine lightning into submission. And Lin felt like the power within his opponent's fist had soared explosively, to the extent that it felt as if 6 heavens were falling upon him at the same time. His unstoppable golden void lightning was repressed by the 6-fold will of the heavenly Tao, upon which sharp pain speared through his fist and into his entire body, making him feel as if his entire body, including his consciousness, was going to be destroyed. Bam! And Lin was blasted back tens of thousands of meters away, and he only held on to dear life due to his body of the war god. However, even though he had held on, his body was in quite a sorry state. "You didn't die?" Befuddlement and astonishment appeared in Lin Yu's eyes again. However, she was not one to waste time with words, and she blasted through the air toward Lin at an even more terrifying speed before unleashing another monstrous punch. If one punch couldn't do the trick, then she would just have to throw another at him. And Lin was not a fan of these enemies who attacked more than they talked. They gave him no time to catch his breath or devise a course of action. His golden lightning divine halo instantly transformed into a white wind divine halo, and his aura transformed into one that was ethereal and faintly discernible. "Wind," he said in a faint voice. A white divine light emanated from his divine halo before merging into heaven and earth. Under the light of the divine halo, and Lin's body became more and more insubstantial, and even the very matter of his being was beginning to change. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu unleashed a second punch, which was imbued with the powers of all 6 of her divine halos. The insane combined power instantly shattered a massive portion of the heavens and even raised a set of mountain ranges over 1,000 kilometers away to the ground. And Lin's body was blasted into nothingness by that punch. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu slowly retracted her fist and was just about to heave a sigh of relief when she was suddenly struck by the sense that something was not right. This was her instinct as a divine heaven stage powerful being. Something's wrong. It doesn't feel like that punch had struck any life form. Her brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that my full force attack struck thin air? What terrifying power would it require for someone to be able to escape without her detection while standing right before her eyes? Was it the heavenly wind power? Only that power can fool me. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu harumphed coldly before casting her eyes around her. An orange divine halo appeared around her neck, upon which a peculiar power proliferated forth and enshrouded heaven and earth. Everything between heaven and earth was suddenly revealed to her. Nothing could escape her detection, and everything appeared in its truest form in her eyes. This was her seventh divine halo, eternal truth. She looked around as a vibrant yet mocking smile appeared on her face. Found you. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu glared viciously at a certain spot in the air. Everything would be revealed in its most fundamental form in her eyes. Space surged as a divine power swept forth. A figure was forced to reappear between heaven and earth. He was currently in the process of stuffing immortal pills into his mouth, 6 of them all at once. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu. This was the first time Lin Yu had seen an enemy swallow pills in such a frenzied manner during battle. The power of 6 immortal pills was the maximum cap on what Lin's body could handle. His body would not be able to digest anymore. The 6 immortal pills worked in conjunction with his evergreen technique, quickly replenishing his energy and injuries, allowing him to fight for longer. An awkward smile appeared on Lin's face upon seeing Lin Yu's dumbstruck expression. Lin Yu, can we take a break? Boom! Astonishing power swept forth in a frenzy. Lin Yu had appeared in front of Lin almost instantaneously, and this time, the fist she launched was imbued with the powers of 7 divine halos. This attack was even more terrifying than the punch Lin had just faced. However, Lin naturally had his considerations when he chose to face his enemy with the heavenly wind power. This time, Lin Yu's fist fell upon Lin's body, but it was obstructed by a ball of wind. Wind could be ferocious and destructive or gentle and soothing. It was an extremely versatile power. Even though Lin Yu's devastating fist could break through Lin's heavenly wind power in the most brutal manner, the heavenly wind power could also push Lin back in retreat in that instant. The fist passed through the wind, but it was also lending its power to the wind, which helped to propel Lin back, thereby giving him sufficient time to face the punch that had already been blunted by his heavenly wind power. That's right, Lin was not planning to fight fire with fire. Instead, he was planning to use his enemy's power to help him evade his enemy. After unleashing his divine inspection technique, he was finally able to just barely trace Lin Yu's fist, which had already been weakened by his wind power. He stepped to the side, and Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu's fist shot past his shoulder, completely pulverizing the space behind him. In that instant, Lin felt like he had literally brushed shoulders with death. In a battle of this caliber, both parties were extremely tense. They had no idea what powers their opponents were going to throw at them next, and just the slightest lapse of concentration could prove to be lethal. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu was quite surprised. She was clearly not expecting her punch, which was enhanced by the powers of her 7 divine halos, to be evaded by Lin. This was even more crushing to her than if Lin had blocked her punch. Die, 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 die. Lin Yu flashed through the air over and over again via spatial skipping while unleashing punches that roared with divine might. Lin was constantly using his heavenly wind power to buffer her punches before evading her fists. Even though it was an extremely dangerous ploy, he was still able to ensure his own survival. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu wanted to kill him at all costs. Meanwhile, he was evading her attacks at all costs. It was not that Lin was not resisting. This was simply all part of his ploy. The more a heavenly god used the powers of their divine halos, the more powerful the backlash they would suffer. Lin could already sense this during battle. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu was becoming more and more powerful, but at the same time, she was completely overexerting herself already and was going to collapse sooner or later. Furthermore, the black, rotten area on her wrist had already spread to cover half her forearm. This type of injury could not be healed even using her green divine halo. Lin understood what he needed to do now. He had to use time to grind down Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu had decidedly held the upper hand, but Lin had turned the tables using his powers of wind and lightning, and the two of them were caught in an impasse. On the contrary, Heavenly God Jordan was starting to make his move. He had been fighting in a rather conservative manner this entire time, but he was finally unleashing his 6th divine halo and unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks that rocked heaven and earth. He had been conserving his energy this entire time and was only unleashing his power now. Heavenly God Jordan used his divine halos in a different manner to Lin Yu. Lin Yu was much more direct and violent, while Jordan relied more on subtle changes and variation. A man with graceful white hair stood proudly upon the earth with 6 divine halos respectively around his 4 limbs, his waist, as well as behind his back. All of the divine halos glowed with extremely magnificent and regal divine light. The celestial the arch unleashed one seal after another, all of which were imbued with earth-shattering divine might. Black Spirit Snake attacked in the most violent manner. She was swinging her massive golden sword with an unstoppable force, sending it crashing down upon the heavenly god. White Spirit Snake's Yin and Yang dual swords danced through the air, with each and every one of her sword strikes aimed to deliver a lethal blow. In the face of the 3 super mighty figures at the pinnacle of the Tao integration stage, Heavenly God Jordan no longer fought in a conservative manner. He had completely unleashed his power, and his divine might was powerful enough to shake the heavens. All-encompassing golden blade. He spread his arms open, and the divine halo on his wrists became as dazzling as the sun. Countless golden blades appeared around his body, sweeping through everything around him like a violent storm. Not only were these golden blades extremely powerful, but they were also imbued with the absolute intent to slice through all things. The celestial Thearchus seals were pulverized, and Black Spirit Snake's massive sword blade was sliced in half. White Spirit Snake's lethal attacks had been dispelled, and she still had to deal with Jordan's lethal attacks. Thus, the attacks from all 3 Tao integration stage super mighty figures had been vanquished at the same time. Jordan did not relent with just this. Almost at the exact same time, the purple divine halos around his ankles lit up, and he aimed a kick into the heavens. This movement was like that of a professional dancer raising a leg to the sky, and it was a little strange to see this movement being replicated by a heavenly god. A purple ball erupted from his foot and flew quickly into the sky. The ball was not big, only about the size of a human head. However, when that ball began to exude a purple light, the Celestial the Arch, Black Spirit Snake, and White Spirit Snake were all struck by a sense of omnipresent gravitational force, as if that purple ball was the origin of the world and all things in this world must approach it. Heavenly gravitational pull. Boom! An irresistible power instantly acted upon the 3 of them. Their bodies flew toward the purple ball despite their best efforts to resist. This was an insurmountable power of the laws, and it was not something they could resist. Jordan's expression remained unchanged as bursts of power was released from the white divine halo on his left wrist to enshroud his body, upon which he disappeared on the spot. Everyone knew that Jordan had not actually disappeared. He simply looked like he had disappeared as his speed had reached an unimaginable level. In the next instant, he arrived before Black Spirit Snake, and he put his middle finger and index finger together before stabbing toward Black Spirit Snake's heart at lightning speed. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu used her Speed Divine Halo to evade attacks, while Heavenly God Jordan used his Speed Divine Halo to initiate attacks. This was the most direct and purest type of attack. Extreme speed resulted in extreme kinetic energy. Using one divine halo at a time in an extremely accurate way was an extremely effective tactic in this battle. Of course, the prerequisite for this tactic to succeed was that just one of his divine halos could overwhelm his opponents. If he were up against an Lin, who possessed a purer power than his, this tactic would not be effective. Black Spirit Snake was being pulled toward the purple ball against her will, and she was unable to evade Heavenly God Jordan's attack. She could only use her large sword as a shield at the last moment. Thankfully, the sword blade was quite wide and could function like a shield in this case. She withdrew her sword as quickly as she could and only just managed to position it in the path of Heavenly God Jordan's 2 fingers in the nick of time. Heavenly God's Spear. Jordan's fingers crashed mercilessly into the sword blade, creating a sharp screeching sound. A terrifying power bypassed the sword blade before crashing into Black Spirit Snake's body. PFFF. Black Spirit Snake's body was immediately shot back like a cannonball as blood came gushing out of her mouth. Big Sister. White Spirit Snake yelled as she wielded her Yin-type divine sword to freeze the space around Heavenly God Jordan in an attempt to restrict his movements. At the same time, her Yang-type divine sword swept forth with the power to part heaven and earth. A faint smile appeared on Heavenly God Jordan's face, and the divine halo around his waist lit up to instantly materialize a blue barrier around his body. Bam! White spirit snake sword projection fell upon the barrier, but it was unable to progress even an inch further, as if it had struck the most indestructible substance in this world. Heavenly God Jordan stamped his foot lightly into the ground, upon which the heavenly gravitational pull became even more powerful. White spirit snake let loose a cry of surprise, and she twisted her petite body, but she was unable to arrest its momentum as it flew toward the purple ball. Jordan appeared before White Spirit Snake in the blink of an eye and prepared to unleash a devastating punch upon her with a cold smile on his face. Bam! The purple ball suddenly exploded. The celestial the arch palm was extended outward, upon which a divine seal was still glowing, and there was a resolute expression on his face. Heavenly God Jordan faltered momentarily. White Spirit Snake was freed from the gravitational pull and instantly attacked Heavenly God Jordan with her yin and yang swords. At the same time, White Spirit Snake's flexible, serpentine waist twisted at a ridiculous angle to evade Heavenly God Jordan's fist. White Spirit Snake had taken advantage of this opportunity to launch a counterattack, and her divine tool domain instantly erupted around her. In that instant, Heavenly God Jordan was dragged into a black and white world in which White Spirit Snake was the absolute monarch. Countless sword strikes hurtled toward him, all of which were imbued with the power to shatter heaven and earth. In the face of White Spirit Snake's torrential barrage of attacks, Heavenly God Jordan's expression remained quite calm and collected, even as a series of gashes appeared all over his body. A seventh orange divine halo suddenly appeared around his neck, upon which the tables were turned again. White Spirit Snake's barrage of attacks was unable to inflict any substantial damage upon Heavenly God Jordan, but Heavenly God Jordan was able to identify her location before puncturing her chest with his spear-like fingers as blood splattered through the air. The divine tool domain was broken. White Spirit Snake hurtled back in retreat as blood gushed from her mouth. Jordan was just about to give chase when the celestial the arch descended from the heavens, and his golden imperial seal fell with vast divine might. Bam! Heavenly God Jordan was crushed into the ground by the massive imperial seal. The celestial the arch possessed a power that was similar to Heavenly God Jordan's, in that he was also able to borrow the power of the heavens in order to attack his opponents. In fact, he was even more proficient than Heavenly God Jordan in some areas when using this power. Heavenly Realm Seal. The celestial the arch let loose a clear cry as the golden light from the imperial seal on his palm lit up the heavens. Not only was the seal extremely powerful, but it was also imbued with the absolute sealing power bestowed upon it by the heavenly Tao. The golden imperial seal fell like a divine mountain with infinite, crushing weight, which sealed everything, including the power of the heavens falling from the sky. It was able to crush the white-haired man firmly into the ground. Even the heavenly god of the heavenly human tribe was forced to bow his head to the celestial the arch. Even though Heavenly God Jordan had been forced to the ground, he did not appear to be all that angry about it. He was quite different from Lin Yu in that Lin Yu was quite volatile and short-tempered, while he was more calm and placid. His expression remained unchanged even after being crushed under the celestial Thearcha's heavenly realm seal, and he activated his eighth divine halo. A red divine halo appeared at the location where Heavenly God Jordan's heart was located. In contrast with all of the other divine halos, this red divine halo was completely stationary. All of the other 7 divine halos were constantly revolving, but the red divine halo remained stationary around his heart, as if it had been frozen in time. If it weren't for the fact that this stationary divine halo was still exuding a powerful divine light, the celestial the arch would have thought that this was a fake divine halo. Heavenly God Jordan lay on the ground, and the sound of bones crumbling and cracking could be heard as the imperial seal weighed down upon his body. However, his golden eyes were slightly narrowed, as if there was a hint of a smile on his face. He gripped his hand toward the air, upon which his golden divine halo converged to form a sharp, golden light that appeared in his hand. "You can still use your power?" The celestial Thearcha's expression shifted slightly as he injected more power into his seal. "Humph, even if you can use some of your power, you won't be able to use all of it. Power of this caliber is not enough to hurt me. Heavenly God Jordan was still smiling as he skimmed the sharp, golden light across the imperial seal, upon which a sharp pain shot through the celestial Thearch's hand, as if his hand was also being sliced. For some reason, a sense of foreboding welled up in the celestial Thearch's heart. However, before he had a chance to react, Heavenly God Jordan stabbed the golden light toward his own heart, upon which white blood burst forth, staining the red divine halo on his chest white. The celestial the Arch was baffled. What was that supposed to mean? He knew that he couldn't win, so he was committing suicide from despair? If his enemy were some sort of trash like a soul-piercing stage general, he might believe that to be true. However, this was a being that stood at the pinnacle of the heavenly human tribe. How could it just commit suicide? Things definitely weren't that simple. At this moment, Heavenly God Jordan spoke with a sinister voice, which created a stark contrast with the warm smile on his face. My life and your life are now connected. If I stab myself in the heart, what will happen to you? What nonsense are you spouting now? The celestial Thearch's expression darkened. He thought back to the sharp pain that had shot through his palm. Could it be? At this moment, the divine halo on Heavenly God Jordan's chest suddenly began to revolve. A crimson divine light began to pulse, glowing as brightly as a star at times and almost completely fading away at other times. Thump! A sharp pain suddenly shot through the celestial Thearch's heart. His heart had somehow been punctured, and blood was gushing from his chest. PFFF? The celestial the Arch threw up a mouthful of blood as he stared at Heavenly God Jordan with incredulity on his face. He could feel that his vitality was quickly receding, and it was a struggle just to maintain his imperial seal. Hee, are you surprised? Do you find it inexplicable? A cruel expression of mockery appeared on Heavenly God Jordan's face. Do you really think I can't kill you just because I've been sealed? You were able to forcefully create a connection when there was none. The celestial the Arch looked down at Heavenly God Jordan with a grave expression. This is the power of karma, right? Heavenly God Jordan looked up at the celestial the Arch with a slightly surprised expression. Oh, not bad. There's no harm in telling you anyway. My 8th divine halo possesses the power to inflict a curse of karma. Once this connection is established, I can do whatever I want to you. Jordan began to shred his own heart with the golden blade in his hand, upon which pure white blood gushed forth. The celestial the Arch groaned with pain, and he could feel that his heart was also being shredded. Crimson blood instantly stained his imperial robe. Excruciating pain surged forth while his vitality began to recede at an even faster rate. This is the most direct and powerful usage of my curse of karma. I can forge a connection between you and me, thereby inflicting all damage I suffer upon you as well. Heavenly God Jordan smiled as he severed his own arm. In that instant, the celestial Thearch's arm was also severed by a certain, mysterious power against which he was completely powerless. On the battlefield, the celestial Thearch's arm was severed, and his imperial seal also crumbled at that moment. The heavenly realm seal was broken, and Heavenly God Jordan was freed as a victorious smile appeared on his face. When he stood up, the green divine halo behind him began to glow with a scintillating light before quickly regenerating his severed arm and healing his shredded heart. A faint smile appeared on Heavenly God Jordan's face. We suffer the same damage, but I won't die. You will be the only one who will die here. If it weren't for the fact that the celestial the Arch was simply too powerful, he would not use a self-mutilating tactic like this. Heavenly God Jordan raised his golden blade. This time, the golden blade's power was further elevated as he prepared to deliver the killing blow. If the celestial the Arch couldn't resist against the strike, then he would most definitely be killed. Heavenly God Jordan's smile remained unchanged as he stabbed the golden blade in his hand toward his head. Now then, it's time for you to die, celestial the Arch. Heavenly God Jordan had already announced the celestial Thearch's death sentence. At this moment, Black Spirit Snake hurtled toward Heavenly God Jordan at an extremely fast speed. She arrived before Heavenly God Jordan in the blink of an eye, and a boundless golden light erupted from her realm creation evil vanquishing sword, which fell upon the white-haired man before her. Hee hee. Are you trying to distract me? How naive. Heavenly God Jordan chuckled as the blue divine halo around his waist created an impenetrable defensive barrier. Black Spirit Snake's sword blade fell upon the barrier, but it was unable to break through it in a short time. Just as Heavenly God Jordan felt like victory was assured, a white figure hurtled toward the Celestial the Arch at an even faster speed. Celestial the Arch, I'll help you. White Spirit Snake flew through the air like lightning. Heavenly God Jordan's cold sneer remained unchanged. All of their efforts were bound to be futile. His golden blade had almost plunged into his temple, and it was going to puncture both his head and his consciousness. The Celestial the Arch had no choice but to pin his hopes on White Spirit Snake. He stared at the woman flying toward him as she lashed out with her sword. Wait, why was she attacking him? The Celestial the Arch faltered momentarily before White Spirit Snake severed his other arm. Blood splattered through the air. The Celestial the Arch had now become the armless Celestial the Arch. Everyone instantly fell silent. The Celestial the Arch, Black Spirit Snake, and Heavenly God Jordan were all staring at White Spirit Snake with astonishment etched on their faces. In response, she sheathed her sword with a wide grin on her face. All done. All done? What was done? The Celestial the Arch was completely dumbstruck. Could it be that White Spirit Snake was going to kill him before the enemy had a chance to do so? What a fantastic plan. The enemy would never get the satisfaction of killing him now. Fuck off. What kind of fucked up logic was that? Furthermore, if she really was trying to kill him, why was she chopping off his arm rather than his head? At this moment, Heavenly God Jordan's golden blade had already punctured his own head, upon which blood and intracranial fluid gushed forth. His blood-curdling cries erupted into the heavens. He had put everything into that attack in order to make sure of the Celestial Thearch's death. It's over. The Celestial Thearch's face turned deathly pale. 10 seconds later, Heavenly God Jordan was still howling in agony. The Celestial the Arch was fine. Black Spirit Snake turned toward the Celestial the Arch with an expression of amazement. The Celestial the Arch had his eyes on White Spirit Snake. An excited expression appeared on his face as he asked, What's going on? How had he remained unscathed despite the curse of karma? White Spirit Snake smiled. Heavenly God Jordan was only able to forcefully establish a connection with you through your imperial seal. Hence, he must have planted the seed of karma in your right arm. I severed your right arm along with the seed of karma, so everything's all right now. The Celestial the Arch was enlightened upon hearing this. It sounded quite simple, but being able to identify and sever the seed of karma was by no means simple. The Celestial the Arch had to reassess the sprightly young woman who had just saved his life. The Celestial the Arch recalled that in the battle against Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu, White Spirit Snake had severed the connection between Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu and the Heavenly Tao. Thinking about it now, this was certainly no ordinary woman. Blood-curdling cries were still reverberating through the air. Heavenly God Jordan was in an extremely awkward situation. He had almost stabbed himself to death, while the Celestial the Arch remained unscathed. This really was karma for the underhanded tactics he had tried to use. No wonder White Spirit Snake hadn't severed the seed of karma for the Celestial the Arch earlier. She was waiting for Jordan to stab himself in the head first. The green divine halo was frantically trying to heal Heavenly God Jordan. Sinister smiles appeared on the Celestial the Arch, Black Spirit Snake, and White Spirit Snake's faces at the same time. Celestial the Arch Seal, Heaven Vanquishing Sword, Yin Yang Lightning Sword. The three super mighty figures at the Tao integration pinnacle stage unleashed their most powerful spell techniques upon Heavenly God Jordan's blue barrier at the same time, sending terrifying energy surging through the air and plowing the earth within a radius of several hundred kilometers. An innocent little mountain was also razed to the ground as a result. Ow! A young woman in a colorful dress was blasted back a few steps by the terrifying shockwaves before arresting her momentum. Her red high heels with little wings on them sank deep into the ground, and her petite body was slightly huddled over as she surveyed the battle taking place in the distance with excitement shimmering in her large, bright eyes. She had been given many pleasant surprises already. She had witnessed the heavenly gods of the heavenly human tribe in battle and sensed the power of the will of the heavens. She had witnessed so many extremely powerful return to void stage mighty figures with limitless potentials in action. She had witnessed the extremely advanced spell techniques of the Celestial the Arch and the other super mighty figures. Most importantly, she discovered that Enlin had come back to life. This was a massive surprise, and she almost couldn't resist the urge to fly out and give him a massive hug. However, she repressed the urge to do so as the Southern Heavenly Wing Nation's neutrality would be thrown out the window if she were to appear now. She couldn't allow her impulses to drag the Southern Heavenly Wing Nation into this war and potentially be struck by a cataclysmic disaster as a result. She had her responsibilities as the nine-colored divine vermilion bird of the Southern Heavenly Wing Nation. Enlin, you're so powerful now. The vermilion bird princess wore a tense expression as she prayed for him in a quiet voice. You've grown so strong. We can have a real sparring match with no holds barred now. So please don't die. Elsewhere on the battlefield. 5 minutes had finally passed. The power in Bai Ling's disruptive formation was completely depleted. The Heaven Pioneer stage great generals were able to come together to unleash their combination spell formations again. Come on. Let's get into formation. Great General Miya yelled. Ah! You come here. Xingzhou howled with anguish. Ah! Help me. Great General Wu Ma cried for help. Hurry up and get into formation. Pua! Great General Shi Hua's chest was punctured by an explosion from Shen Yuancheng. Ah! It's over. Great General Zhou Yi was in complete despair. Only now did Miya discover that they no longer even had the chance to get into formation. All of the great generals were already caught in dire situations, and death was the only fate that awaited them. There were only 5 great generals left from the original 9, and all of them had been dispersed. Never would the high and mighty great generals have thought that they would be beaten so badly by a bunch of return to void stage mighty figures. Ah! Great General Xingzhou was sliced in half by Tina amid an anguished wail. Up to this point in the battle, Tina had slain 3 great generals, which comprised of Xingzhou, Gary, and Yu Tao. On a certain part of the battlefield, explosions rang out incessantly. 3 cultivators who were riddled with wounds were attacking Great General Shi Hua. The Great General's golden robe had already been reduced to tattered ribbons, revealing large sections of her soft, fair skin, which presented a unique sense of beauty. If it weren't for the fact that her expression had been twisted with rage and a hint of insanity in the heat of battle, she would appear a lot like a vulnerable damsel in distress. Frosty Moon, Myriad Light Wheel. Su Qinyun stepped forward and evaded Great General Shi Hua's lethal golden rocks before pressing her hands toward Shi Hua, who was still over a kilometer away. The moonlight disk split up into 3,000 moonlight disks as bright blue light overpowered the crimson sky. They quickly rotated and tore through the air before descending with unstoppable force, freezing the space around them with their devastating killing intent. This power, it's even stronger than before. Great General Shi Hua stared up into the sky with astonishment on her face. Was she hiding her strength? No, impossible. Great General Shi Hua shook her head. No one would be stupid enough to hide their true strength in a battle like this, where death could strike at a moment's notice. Could it be that the woman in the blue palatial dress had made some sort of drastic improvement during the course of the battle? Shi Hua was in complete disbelief. What kind of freaks was she battling? She immediately flung the countless golden rocks around her into the sky toward the 3,000 moonlight disks. The rocks and disks clashed violently, creating an extremely vibrant spectacle to behold. The extended period of relentless energy expenditure made Shi Hua very exhausted, but she couldn't let down her guard. Boom! The air beside Shi Hua suddenly became active before releasing all of its energy. The tall and slender figure was once again inundated by a spontaneous explosion. I'm going to kill you! A slightly disheveled figure charged out from the explosion before frantically closing in on the elegant and graceful man in the distance. The reason why she could never let down her guard was exactly because of Shen Yuancheng's terrifying explosions. Her clothes were in tatters because of Shen Yuancheng. Her face was blackened because of Shen Yuancheng. She had been injured, also because of Shen Yuancheng. Everything was Shen Yuancheng's fault. That exquisitely beautiful woman was supposed to be the assassin among them. But in Great General Shi Hua's opinion, that handsome man in the graceful white robe was the true assassin among them. How was he not an assassin when he was able to spontaneously make the air around her explode? Thus, Great General Shi Hua charged toward Shen Yuancheng. Shen Yuancheng's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this. He wielded an antiquated, yellow sword with a yin-yang projection beneath his feet, which encompassed an area with a radius of over a kilometer. Countless streams of white wind revolved around his body, which could help him anticipate his enemy's movements as well as buffer enemy attacks. He did not panic, not even in the slightest. The Tao of Myriad Spirit Tai Chi was his most proficient Tao, and all that explosive stuff was only secondary. After cultivating in the Tao of Myriad Spirit Tai Chi, he could block and dispel all enemy attacks. Shi Hua appeared before him in the blink of an eye, tearing through the white mist and streams of wind with her lethal pink and white flowers. Shen Yuancheng's expression remained unchanged as he met her attacks with his sword. 3 seconds later, Pua! Shen Yuancheng threw up a mouthful of blood before escaping into the distance with wounds riddled all over his body as he deterred Shi Hua with a barrage of relentless explosions. Get back here! Great General Shi Hua gave chase with killing intent rising from her body. Shen Yuancheng's plan to battle his enemy with his Tao of Myriad Spirit Tai Chi had failed almost instantly, leaving him with no choice but to fall back on his explosions. Sure enough, explosions were still his forte. Shen Yuancheng was feeling quite depressed as he was forced to admit to this fact. Su Qinyun immediately began to engage in guerrilla warfare as Shi Hua directed her attention toward Shen Yuancheng. Her moonlight disk flashed through the air in an extremely unpredictable manner, making it extremely troublesome for Shi Hua to defend herself against it. The blue moonlight disk hurtled toward Shi Hua from behind. Shi Hua didn't even turn around as she used her golden rocks to blast the moonlight disk flying. Bam! The moonlight disk was forced back into the air. No matter what type of attack was being thrown at her, Shi Hua was always able to detect it without fail. However, a lithe and graceful figure suddenly emerged from the shadow of the moonlight disk. A silver light flashed through the air before stabbing toward Shi Hua with boundless killing intent. Humph! The coward finally rears her head. I see. Shi Hua directed the golden rocks and lethal flowers beside her straight toward Yi Ling. Yi Ling had only just emerged, but she had to face almost all of Great General Shi Hua's firepower. To Shi Hua's surprise, her enemy was not flustered at all by this situation. Her expression of single-minded ferocity remained unchanged even as the golden rocks and lethal flowers continued to hurtle toward her. Shi Hua was perplexed upon seeing this. Yi Ling would not be able to kill her in this situation, and if she continued to forge on ahead recklessly, Yi Ling would most likely be insta-killed by her attacks instead. So why was she doing this? Was this a kamikaze attack? At this moment, Shi Hua suddenly noticed that a yin-yang projection formation had already appeared beneath her feet, and she was standing at its very center. When was this set up? Could it be during those explosions? Shi Hua's expression shifted drastically as she suddenly caught onto something. Yi Ling continued to press on with an enticing light glowing in her bright eyes. A faint smile appeared on her face as her sword to send you safely on your way shimmered with a silvery light. Yi Ling's body then suddenly disappeared, and all of Shi Hua's attacks landed on thin air. At the same time, Yi Ling appeared above the yin-yang projection before charging toward Shi Hua at the same speed as before. A lethal, silvery light flashed through the air. Shi Hua had no time to defend or evade before a sharp pain shot through her neck. Heaven and earth began to spin around her. It was her head that was actually spinning. She knew that Yi Ling was proficient at using shadows to her advantage, but never would she have thought that Shen Yuancheng would leave behind a yin-yang formation during one of his explosions, thereby creating the ideal space for Yi Ling to operate in. In the end, she really had fallen to a few return to void stage mighty figures. Great General Shi Hua lamented in her heart as she slowly closed her eyes. Yiling was panting heavily, but her face was glowing with joy. Even though her features had paled from exertion, her cheeks were flushed with excitement. "Master, I did it!" She gripped her silver dagger tightly in her hands as she turned toward the battlefield in the distance with a smile, as if to tell Enlin that she was no longer just a useless disciple who could only drag her master down. Instead, she was now capable of fighting side by side with her master to destroy some of the most powerful enemies on the battlefield. This was a special feeling for Yiling. Her master held a very important position in her heart. Being able to defeat powerful enemies and prove to her master that she was useful was much more satisfying to her than defeating enemies and flexing about it. Yiling, Shen Yuancheng, and Su Qinyun were already completely exhausted after defeating that Heaven Pioneer Stage Great General, but they still looked around to see if there were any comrades that required their help. Meanwhile, the Fist Sage was in his usual outfit of a yellow jumpsuit, white cape, and red gloves as he unleashed a devastating punch. "Hi-ya!" he roared as he blasted Great General Miya away with a single fist. His fist had compressed the air before him to an extreme extent, and a dazzling white light erupted forth, as if energy was being released from the chain reaction of explosions in the air. Miya harumphed coldly before launching a fist of her own. An earth-shattering boom could be heard as shockwaves erupted forth before pulverizing the earth within a radius of over 100 kilometers. The Fist Sage was knocked back several kilometers before throwing up a mouthful of blood, but he was still surging with battle intent as an expression of admiration appeared on his face. "To think that you can even take my serious punch. As expected of a Heaven Pioneer Stage powerful being, your strength is on par with mine." Miya's face darkened upon hearing this. "On par? Can you tell those two Blood Tribe mighty figures to fuck off before you say that?" Cassidy's sword intent surged into the heavens. Merlin was surrounded by eerie ghostly energy as his arms exuded terrifying power. The two holy blood cult worshippers had finally taken care of their opponents and come to help the Fist Sage. The Fist Sage laughed heartily. "I want a fair and square fight between you and me as well, but they insist on helping me, so I can't really do anything, can I?" Mia's chest fluttered with rage, but she couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, Cassidy, Merlin, and the Fist Sage charged toward Mia at the same time. Even to a Heaven Pioneer Stage Great General, three mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage were extremely troublesome, and she was starting to fall onto the back foot. Soon, Mia was ground down by the three mighty figures and perished from her wounds. Great General Zui was in the best situation among everyone as he only had to face off against one return to Void Final Stage mighty figure. He was also the Great General with the lightest injuries. There were only a few gashes that reached his bones. The only problem here was that he couldn't move recklessly as the particle beams would cut mercilessly into his body if he wasn't careful. Zui stood within the white, cuboid space with an expression of despair on his face. His clothes had disappeared, and there was only a cloud of white mist that obscured his sensitive regions. Furthermore, he was forced to stand in that particular pose as he was surrounded by countless particle beams. One gash after another appeared on his body, but they were all quite shallow and did not inflict any substantial damage on his body. Those had all been inflicted upon his body by those aforementioned particle beams. He could try and break out from Bai Ling's white cuboid space if he was confident in his ability to live on even after being sliced into countless pieces. "Are you done yet?" Zui was on the brink of tears. Bai Ling wore a pair of semi-transparent particle spectacles with a faint smile on her face, and divine Tao light emanated from her hands, enshrouding the blood, bone, and other tissue samples she had extracted from Zui's body. "Hold on just a little longer. Is it something to do with the environment? The level of activity in your cells is even higher than the other heavenly human tribe subjects I've conducted research on in the past. You're a fine specimen." Bai Ling nodded with a satisfied smile. Sweat was pouring down Zui's face. That's right, this heavenly human tribe Great General had been reduced to Bai Ling's research subject. If it weren't for the fact that he had absolute confidence in the heavenly gods and believed that the two heavenly gods would come and save him, he would have put himself out of his misery a long time ago rather than suffering through this humiliation. Bai Ling was using the hope in Zuiyi's heart to her advantage to conduct all sorts of experiments on him. Live subjects were much better than dead subjects, so she cherished this opportunity a lot. The two of them each had their own thoughts and agendas, and they were cooperating with one another quite harmoniously. Great General Zui felt like he was in a decent situation. Aside from the few small incisions on his body and the slight emotional trauma he had to endure, he was basically fine. The comrade facing that little red flower in comparison had suffered a significantly worse fate. In the end, he was bashed to death by over 100 bald, muscle-bound monks with friendly smiles on their faces. All of the great generals who witnessed his horrific death had chills running down their spines. This was a terrifying memory that they would take to their graves. Among the 9 high and mighty heaven pioneer stage great generals, General Zui was the only one left alive. When everyone else saw that the final great general was being taken care of by Big Sister Bai, they all left her to her work without a second thought. This was a type of absolute trust which did not require verbal communication. Everyone turned toward the battlefield in the distance. This was the heavenly god-level battlefield, and they were struck by a sense of fear even as they looked on from afar. All of the attacks being exchanged were imbued with the might to destroy heaven and earth, and they felt like they could die at any moment if they were to get any closer to that battlefield. Yes, the Celestial the Arch, Black Spirit Snake, and White Spirit Snake have broken the curse of karma, and that heavenly god is firmly on the back foot now. He deserved everything he got for pulling such an underhanded tactic, haha. That heavenly god already has 8 divine halos, but why do I feel like heavenly goddess Lin Yu is more powerful even though she only has 7? Perhaps it's because of the different ways they're using their divine halos. I feel like heavenly goddess Lin Yu is fighting like a rabid dog. Almost everyone had their attention focused on Enlin's battle with concern in their eyes. Enlin and the Phoenix had combined forces to combat heavenly goddess Lin Yu, but they were still firmly on the back foot. Even though he had unleashed his heavenly wind power, he was still constantly in extreme danger, and he didn't even have any chances to retaliate. Enlin was also very flustered, but he was also very determined to stick to his plan to grind down heavenly goddess Lin Yu. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu seemed to have figured out what Enlin was up to, and she began to chuckle from her extreme rage. You want to play this game? What makes you think you have the power to outlast me? She aimed another vicious punch at Enlin as she spoke. As usual, Enlin unleashed his ball of wind to buffer the power of her fist before being swept away into the distance again. Rumble, a massive, abyssal fissure instantly appeared behind him from the devastating force behind Lin Yu's fist. This was the 100th time Lin Yu's attack had fallen upon thin air. Anyone would be getting frustrated by this turn of events, let alone the short-tempered heavenly goddess Lin Yu. You forced me to do this? Heavenly goddess Lin Yu's expression darkened further, and she stared at Enlin as a red divine halo appeared where her heart was situated. And Lin's expression shifted again upon seeing Lin Yu unleash her 8th divine halo. Heavenly God Jordan's divine halos should be the same types as Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu's. Heavenly God Jordan had created such a massive commotion after unleashing his 8th divine halo, so it definitely attracted Enlin's attention. Thus, he knew that the 8th halo possessed the power of the curse of karma. This divine halo was imbued with an extremely mysterious power that even the Celestial the Arch had fallen victim to. He did not have the confidence to think that he would be able to avoid its curse. And Lin immediately drew his evil-slaying sword and injected his heavenly wind power into the sword before unleashing a sword strike. This was a sword strike that could slice through all things in this world, the heavenly blade. A thin, white line parted heaven and earth with its absolute cutting power. The power of the heavenly wind god would inevitably be severely restricted by the subconsciousness of the heavenly Tao, but it was still a power that was unmatched in this world. No matter how much it was restricted by, it was still the daddy of all powers of wind. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu was struck by a sense of peril, and the blue defensive divine halo around her waist instantly materialized a shield before her. The heavenly blade struck the barrier, upon which extremely dazzling light erupted, as if 2 different types of heavenly powers were combating one another. And Lin knew that heavenly goddess Lin Yu's power was inferior to his, as it was not the true power of a heavenly god. It was not as pure as the power of a representative of the heavenly Tao, but it was still imbued with the paramount will of the heavens, so it was able to provide some impediment to his attack. The shield began to quickly crack like a pane of glass. The power of the heavenly blade was also gradually fading away. Right when the barrier was on the brink of shattering, Lin Yu laughed heartily and stamped her foot into the air, upon which a golden shield appeared before her, followed by a white shield, then a purple shield. Inferior quality? No problem. Just make up for it with quantity. And Lin's lips twitched upon seeing this. Lin Yu didn't even care about what these divine halos should be used for anymore, and was completely letting herself go. Battling against nut jobs like her was actually quite troublesome. You never knew if they would suddenly get excited and try to take you down with her. With this in mind, he recalled the heavenly time god's attempt to take everyone down with her via self-detonation. That was a very traumatic experience for Lin. The heavenly time god was a nut job, as was this heavenly goddess Lin Yu. Fuck. Why did he keep encountering these nut jobs? And Lin's heavenly blade dissipated after vanquishing all of Lin Yu's shields. And Lin forced himself to unleash another sword strike even though he was a little feeble after unleashing that first one. Another heavenly blade swept through the air at an unimaginable speed. It then fell upon heavenly goddess Lin Yu's shields again. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu had no choice but to unleash more shields to defend herself. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on her face. What? You're scared of my curse of karma, so you're going to pester me with these attacks. It's a good idea. The shields before her suddenly transformed into many layers of barriers that enshrouded her body. Bam! Her body tore through space as she charged toward Lin. But can you stop me? Heavenly goddess Lin Yu flew toward Lin's heavenly blade, as if she were suicidal. She extended a slim finger through her defensive barriers and tapped upon the heavenly blade, as if she wanted to replicate what heavenly god Jordan had done by establishing a karma connection between herself and Lin through coming into contact with his attack. However, her finger was about to be severed, and she was still unable to establish a connection. And Lin didn't even know what to say anymore upon seeing this. Heavenly god Jordan was able to forge a connection with the Celestial the Arch, as the Celestial the Arch seal was a spell technique invented by the Celestial the Arch, and it was also one of his core spell techniques. On the contrary, Lin's heavenly wind power was something he had stolen. This was the heavenly wind god's spell technique, so it was a completely different story. Even if she could establish a karma connection, it would probably be with the heavenly wind god. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu had also realized that, and she pounced toward Lin with even more single-minded ferocity. The red divine halo on her chest injected red light into her fist, which crashed toward Lin. If she couldn't establish a connection using spell techniques, then she would just have to do so through physical contact. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu's fist crashed into Lin's windshield, thereby slowing it down. However, after summoning her 8th divine halo, her speed and power had increased further in comparison to back when she only had 7 divine halos, and Lin's instincts told him that he would not be able to block this attack. If things continued like this, he was most definitely going to be struck. And Lin was panicking, and he pulled a mirror out from his storage ring without even thinking. If he couldn't defend himself against heavenly goddess Lin Yu, then he would just have to let the vermilion bird mirror defend him. At this moment, heavenly goddess Lin Yu's fist had completely fallen. Boom! An extremely terrifying force, which was imbued with the power of the curse of karma, erupted forth. A dazzling light erupted from the vermilion bird mirror, as if it was trying to reflect the paramount intent imbued within heavenly goddess Lin Yu's fist. Oh! A crisp and tender yet extremely enraged scream erupted. Idiot and... What the hell are you trying to make me block? It hurts so much. Ah! Crack. A crisp crack suddenly sounded. Boundless power was suddenly reflected back into heavenly goddess Lin Yu's arm, upon which she was blasted back over 10,000 meters, and she felt like her arm had been completely disabled. PFFF? Blood trickled from the corners of heavenly goddess Lin Yu's lips. She had not held back at all when attacking Lin, which was why she had been struck by her most powerful attack when her guard was completely down. And Lin was not happy about this in the slightest. Instead, he looked down at his vermilion bird mirror with a panicked expression. The smooth surface of the vermilion bird mirror was now filled with cracks, as if it had suddenly transformed from a gorgeous, flawless young woman into a wrinkly old grandma. "Are you all right?" And Lin was extremely alarmed. Never would he have thought that the vermilion bird mirror would crack from heavenly goddess Lin Yu's attack. The vermilion bird mirror had been with him for so many years, and it saved him from many dire situations. Even though it was quite scathing with its words, they still held mutual respect for each other from the battles they had endured together. The sight of the cracked vermilion bird mirror made Lin feel like he was looking at a great friend who had just died, and he was on the verge of tears. "Do I look all right, you piece of shit? My face is broken." "What?" "And Lin, you stupid cunt. You bastard. You imbecile. I'm going to kill you, wah." The vermilion bird mirror hurled abuse as it wept, and Lin heaved a long sigh of relief. "Thank God you're not dead. This is great. Great? Great my fucking ass. Can't you see I'm… A pair of lips suddenly imprinted itself upon the surface of the vermilion bird mirror. The vermilion bird mirror was shocked beyond words. And Lin had kissed it. And Lin didn't really think too much about this. The vermilion bird mirror had saved him many times, and he was extremely excited and grateful that it was still alive, so he gave it a kiss. It was just kissing a mirror. It was the same thing as someone kissing a lottery ticket after finding out that they had hit the jackpot. And then, the vermilion bird mirror exploded. The entire mirror began to tremor violently. "What the fuck? Idiot, and are you fucking crazy? You, my first kiss. Wah." The vermilion bird mirror cried for a while before falling silent, as if it were dead. And Lin, had it just been given autism by his kiss? How the fuck did a mirror have a first kiss? No, that wasn't even the point. Hadn't he just kissed a mirror? How was he supposed to know that the surface of the mirror was its mouth? This didn't make any sense. And Lin was completely dumbstruck. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu was struck by a sense of rage from being ignored. How dare he ignore her to fuss over a mirror? Die! Heavenly goddess Lin Yu roared with rage as a golden divine light erupted from her hand as she stabbed toward her own heart with a sinister smile on her face. "Ha ha ha! Why don't you keep dodging? So what if you can evade my attack using your heavenly wind power? After establishing a karma connection, I can kill you by killing myself. How are you going to dodge now?" Splat. Pure white blood gushed forth. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu let loose a blood-curdling cry as her hand punctured her body. This was the feeling of having one's heart torn apart. She was in severe pain, but she was staring at Lin with an extremely frenetic expression of anticipation, hoping to see her pain mirrored on Lin's face. And Lin was also very nervous and placed an immortal pill into his mouth in advance, which he held there in preparation for an emergency. "Master!" Yiling's hands were clenched into fists as she looked on from afar with a concerned expression on her face. "Master! Big brother and classmate and Lin! Holy leader!" Everyone was given a fright upon seeing this. The vermilion bird mirror had shattered, so it was quite likely that Lin was going to suffer the same fate as the Celestial the Arch. Their hearts leaped into their throats. Bam! Another explosion erupted. Blood splattered through the air. Another blood-curdling cry sounded. And Lin, the Phoenix, and heavenly goddess Lin Yu were all astonished by this turn of events. All of them were staring at heavenly goddess Lin Yu's heart, where another explosion of blood had gushed forth. That second blood-curdling cry had also erupted from heavenly goddess Lin Yu's mouth. "Wah? What's going on?" And Lin's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Yu's heart, which had exploded twice. It looked like her heart was well and truly beyond saving. Could it be? And Lin recalled his vermilion bird mirror and its reflective ability. Even though the mirror shattered, its reflective ability still works. The curse of karma must have been reflected upon heavenly goddess Lin Yu herself. Hence, whenever heavenly goddess Lin Yu hurts herself now, the curse of karma will inflict the same damage upon her again. Talk about shooting yourself in your own foot. And Lin analyzed excitedly. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu threw up another mouthful of blood upon hearing this. What the fuck have I just done? Did I just kill myself twice? Buy one get one free? 10,000 mythological beasts stampeded over her heart, and she almost fainted from her irrepressible rage. The green divine halo on her back began to unleash its healing power in a frenzy, in an attempt to heal her detonated heart. And Lin was not going to let her do that. Take this heavenly blade. And Lin immediately unleashed another heavenly blade toward Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu had no choice but to unleash a portion of her power to defend against Lin's attack. The phoenix also pounced on this opportunity to unleash its heaven-crushing nirvana flames. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu had the upper hand initially, but she was now firmly on the back foot, and she could only defend against Lin and the phoenix's ferocious barrage of attacks. And all of this was because she had made a mistake when unleashing her curse of karma. Shen Yuanchang, Cassidy, and the others were ecstatic, but they were also a little appalled. Both Heavenly God Jordan and Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu had screwed themselves over after summoning their 8th divine halos and unleashing the curse of karma. They had squandered their advantages and were now getting bashed, as expected of the curse of karma. It really did deliver karma. One of them almost detonated his own head, while the other stabbed herself in the heart twice. This was an extremely effective curse. It was all thanks to the assist from the 8th divine halos that Lin and the others now had a chance at victory. The battles were still progressing. Heavenly God Jordan's physical body and consciousness had both been severely wounded, and he could only expend more and more of his power to regenerate from his injuries while defending against the Celestial the Arch, Black Spirit Snake, and White Spirit Snake's combined attacks. The result of that was that Heavenly God Jordan was forced to defend himself, upon which his injuries worsened, but if he tried to heal himself, he wouldn't have enough power to defend himself. Thus, he was caught in a never-ending loop. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu wasn't in a much better position, and Lin was clearly completely depleted of energy, but he still forced himself to unleash 5 heavenly blades in quick succession. It had to be said that this ploy worked. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu didn't have time to set up enough defensive shields on 2 occasions, thereby allowing the residual power of the heavenly blades to sneak through and inflict 2 extremely severe wounds upon her body. The 2 heavenly gods were in an extremely dire situation, and defeat looked inevitable. Unless they could increase their powers again by summoning more divine halos, there was no way they could turn the tables. However, did the heavenly gods have any more divine halos? Everyone had that same question in their minds. The thought of it was like a massive mountain weighing down upon everyone's shoulders. No one knew just how many divine halos the heavenly human tribe heavenly gods possessed. Hence, no one dared to say that their victory was assured. Boom! A golden pillar of light fell from the sky, and Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu didn't have enough time to evade as she was crushed to the ground. The phoenix spread its wings before looking down upon the heavenly god with a haughty expression. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu was like a goddess who had fallen upon this world. Her entire body was marred by wounds and charred black, making her look extremely miserable and disheveled. Furthermore, the rotten area on her wrist had already spread all over her entire arm. No one noticed that her pupils had already gradually turned from a pure golden color to an inky black color. Heavenly God Jordan was still engaged in battle, but he seemed to have sensed what was going on with Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu, and he turned to her before crying out, "Calm down, Lin Yu. Do not use that no matter what." On the ground below, the extremely disheveled Lin Yu slowly stood up to reveal her inky black eyes, which were imbued with a peculiar suction force, as if they were going to engulf all things. The light of the crimson sky fell upon the earth, merging together with the dull, gray soil, making it appear as if even the earth itself were bleeding. She raised her head to look up into the sky, and her lips jerked slightly, as if she wanted to smile. "I'm sorry, but I really can't calm down. This is far too infuriating. How can the honor of the heavenly human tribe be stamped into the ground like this? What else can I do? I can only kill all of them." Heavenly God Jordan still wanted to say something. Boom! An inky black divine halo began to appear above Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu's head. This was the first time this divine halo had appeared above the heads of one of the heavenly gods. Inky black divine light erupted forth, as if it was going to suck everything between heaven and earth into it. And Lin had never seen such pure darkness. It was as if no light could exist alongside the divine halo, as if darkness were eternal. Lin Yu's flawless, fair skin and her snowy white dress created a stark contrast with the black divine halo on her head. Almost everyone was given a fright upon seeing this. Everyone could sense the purest energy emanating from the divine halo. This was an extremely terrifying power, the caliber of which none of the previous divine halos could compare with. And Lin's expression became extremely grave, and he immediately unleashed another heavenly blade toward Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu. The blade materialized from wind, sliced through everything before descending upon the woman on the ground below. She remained standing on the spot before raising her head, and it was as if she had glared at the heavenly blade, upon which black ripples surged through the air toward the heavenly blade. Bam! The heavenly blade began to twist, and it was as if the pure white blade had fallen into a bottomless abyss, only to be engulfed by darkness as its power diminished further and further. When it finally made it to Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu, she raised a hand and unleashed a nonchalant slap, upon which the heavenly blade was shattered and disappeared into nothingness. And Lin's eyes widened, and he drew a sharp intake of breath. Previously, Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu would have at least had to materialize shields with 3 to 4 halos in order to defend against that attack. But now, she was able to take care of it with just the one black divine halo? Sigh. Why would you go so far? Heavenly God Jordan heaved a forlorn sigh as he looked at Lin Yu with slightly furrowed brows. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu stood alone on the ground below, and all of the complex emotions had been wiped from her face as she looked up expressionlessly at Lin. In that instant, Lin was gripped by an extremely powerful sense of peril. This was something he had never felt before, as if an extremely terrifying, chaotic beast had emerged from a boundless expanse of darkness before extending its claws to drag him down into the darkness with it. Whoosh! Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu's other 8 divine halos suddenly detached themselves from her limbs, waist, back, neck, and heart before merging into the black divine halo above her head. No, it was more accurate to say that they had been engulfed by the black divine halo. The rotten section on Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu's arm also quickly receded before disappearing. She looked down at her pristine, flawless arm. A faint, satisfied smile appeared on her face. This was the first time that Lin had seen any type of emotion appear on Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu's face after summoning her 9th divine halo. It had to be said that her beauty could break all barriers. However, her features reverted back to its cold and expressionless state as she looked up at Lin again. Now that I've summoned all 9 divine halos, I'm going to show you what true divine heaven stage power looks like. Lin Yu's voice was very enticing, but it felt like her words were being uttered by a demon. It sent chills running down the listener's spine. And Lin felt like he was about to get destroyed. This was most likely the most powerful enemy he had ever encountered. His entire body tensed up, and he elevated his heavenly wind power to its very maximum extent. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu stepped forward, and a spatial ripple proliferated through the air. In the next instant, she had already appeared behind Lin. So fast. Lin was already struggling to keep up with Lin Yu's speed after she had summoned 8 divine halos. Now that she had summoned her 9th divine halo, Lin Yu's speed had elevated explosively once again, and Lin was completely unable to follow her with his senses anymore. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end, and he immediately turned around. Wind of absolute power. A wind barrier was instantly constructed, keeping all attacks at bay. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu unleashed a simple punch toward the barrier of wind with a black divine light glowing around her fist. The 2 powers imbued with absolute intent clashed. And Lin felt a vast and boundless power hurtling toward him with no end in sight. There was only absolute darkness and nothingness. This unprecedented power of darkness could engulf him at any moment, And Lin knew that if it weren't for the protection from his heavenly wind power, he would have been blasted into nothingness by that punch. He was just about to unleash an evasive movement technique while his wind of absolute power kept Lin Yu's punch at bay, when he discovered that Lin Yu's fist had penetrated his wind of absolute power before crashing toward his lower abdomen. Even with his wind of absolute power to impede her fist was still far too fast, and Lin twisted around, and the fist glanced past his waist, upon which the black divine light reduced the blood and flesh on his waist into nothingness. Bam! The force emanated from the fist blasted and Lin away even though it hadn't come into direct contact with his body. And Lin flew back like a cannonball amid the sound of internal organs and bones being shattered before plummeting to the ground, making the earth tremor violently. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu descended from the sky, and her flawless features and figure made her appear as if she were a goddess descending from the heavens. However, the black halo on her head, the cold expression on her face, and the crimson sky backdrop made her appear as if she were a disgraced, fallen angel instead. The two dispositions coexisted in a paradoxical yet harmoniously manner on her body at the same time. And Lin lay down on the ground and looked up as heavenly goddess Lin Yu fell from the sky, as if she were a death goddess who was going to harvest his life. Right at this moment, the phoenix flew through the air, hurtling toward heavenly goddess Lin Yu like a crimson sun. Fuck off! Lin Yu unleashed a nonchalant palm. The massive phoenix was swatted aside like a rubber ball. Lin Yu continued to descend upon Lin with killing intent rising from her body. And Lin, just how much did she hate him? Couldn't she at least take care of little Huang first? After summoning her 9th divine halo, heavenly goddess Lin Yu's speed, power, and reflexes had all been elevated well beyond anything that Lin could deal with. And Lin had fallen into a dire situation. He didn't even have the confidence that he could block heavenly goddess Lin Yu's next attack. But if he really didn't block it, then he would be well and truly screwed. He couldn't just defend, he had to take the initiative and attack. However, heavenly goddess Lin Yu was even overwhelming his heavenly wind power now. What else could he use to pose a threat to her? He certainly couldn't fight fire with fire, so his best course of action was to unleash a surprise attack. Not only did it have to be a powerful surprise attack, but it also had to be something that could disregard distance and something that heavenly goddess Lin Yu could not defend herself against. I've got it! And Lin gripped onto his evil-slaying sword. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil. Annihilation. Invisible power swept through the air toward heavenly goddess Lin Yu's chest. And Lin didn't have time to react. He didn't even have time to aim as he unleashed his most powerful attack directly toward Lin Yu's chest. Bam! Pure white liquid splattered all over his face, bringing with it a strangely fragrant aroma. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu was just about to unleash an almighty fist upon Lin when a hole was blown into her chest, as if it had been annihilated by some sort of supreme power. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu stared at Lin with incredulity on her face. And Lin was also quite surprised. He didn't think that little Xie would be able to inflict so much damage upon heavenly goddess Lin Yu, even after she had summoned her 9 divine halos. He immediately mustered up more power to try and unleash the same attack again. A wound like that was not enough to kill heavenly goddess Lin Yu. She managed to come to her senses in an extremely short period of time, and she instantly disappeared right before Lin's eyes. And Lin's body was completely tensed up as he unleashed his divine sense to the very maximum, while also unleashing his divine inspection technique to try and follow his enemy's speed. Unfortunately, his enemy was simply too fast for him to be able to keep up with her. The evil-slaying sword had to lock onto a target before unleashing the Annihilate Sword Strike. If it was to be unleashed without locking onto a target first, it would simply go to waste. And Lin couldn't even see Lin Yu now, so how was he going to lock onto her? Recklessly expending energy and relying on blind luck in a battle of this caliber was no different from committing suicide. And Lin tried as hard as he could, but he was still unable to follow his opponent. In my eyes, you're as slow as a snail. You can't even see me, let alone identify where I am. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu's voice sounded. Due to her rapid changes in location, her voice sounded as if it were coming from all directions. and Lin chuckled upon hearing this. Don't underestimate snails. Even snails can become Tao integration stage mythological beasts. All of a sudden, heaven and earth fell silent. Lin Yu appeared before Lin and looked down at him with her inky black eyes. Unfortunately, you're not a snail. And Lin could see that the hole on her chest had already completely healed, revealing her flawless, snowy white skin. So big, so bouncy. Tui. No, her astonishing regenerative ability was the important thing here. And Lin was just about to unleash his vanquish the heavens and slay all evil annihilation technique again when Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu disappeared again. In the very next instant, Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu appeared on Lin's left and aimed an almighty kick toward Lin's side. Both her timing and positioning had been gauged to perfection. And Lin could only see her white crystal shoe, which had turned black and white. It was imbued with the paramount intent from the black divine halo before crashing into his wind of absolute power. His wind of absolute power should have been able to block all attacks. Even if it was unable to do, and Lin should have been able to blunt the power of her kick before borrowing its force to launch himself into the distance. However, Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu's kick was extraordinarily explosive, and even after being buffered by the wind of absolute power, its residual power was still like a hammer blow to the side, and Lin's ribs were instantly shattered as his spine became bent like a horseshoe. Bam! An earth-shattering boom erupted, and Lin was blasted flying before tumbling to the ground. The coffin on his back also clattered behind him before he threw up a mouthful of blood. How were Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu's divine halos even more power than his heavenly wind power? It didn't make sense. Lin Yu made her way toward Lin in an elegant and graceful manner. Do you see the gap between us now? She extended a hand and a black long sword appeared from within, exuding inky black light that struck fear into the observer's heart. And Lin gripped tightly onto his evil-slaying sword as he crawled up from the ground. At this moment, Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu had already appeared before him with no emotion on her face. It's over, and Lin wanted to struggle and resist, but he discovered that he had already depleted all of his energy. After using his powers of the heavenly gods and so many high-level spell techniques in succession, his body was already extremely overexerted, to the extent that he simply had nothing left. Was this the end? And Lin's body was trembling slightly, but he still slashed his sword toward his opponent. Even if his speed, power, and technique were all inferior to Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu, even if he was to die, he was going to die fighting. Boom! Something suddenly exploded on his back, and Lin let loose a cry of surprise and almost toppled to the ground again. A red figure flashed toward Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu. This was the lid of the Blood Soul Jade coffin. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu was completely unfazed by the sudden turn of events. She harumphed coldly before slashing her black long sword through the air, upon which the lid of the Immortal tool was sliced in half. The two halves of the lid fell to the ground. A woman in a jade dress appeared behind Lin. Her eyes were pure golden in color, and holy flames fanned out around her like wings. Her entire body was covered in transparent, golden dragon scales, and her aura elevated explosively. She had unleashed her vermilion bird and true dragon mystical techniques again without any regard for the consequences. And Lin stared at her with shock on his face, as if she were the center of the universe. The battle had been far too intense, and he had forgotten that he was carrying Su Xiaolan in a coffin on his back. Now, Su Xiaolan's grand entrance was like a ray of light that pierced through the darkness in his heart. Didn't you say that you wanted to see my heaven-crushing techniques? Her voice was extremely enticing, and she turned to look at Lin. Perhaps it was because of the scorching temperatures emanating from her holy flame wings, but there seemed to be a faint blush on her intricate features. Lin Yu was obviously not going to wait for Su Xiaolan and Lin to have a chat, and she immediately charged forward. She was going to send this pair of lovebirds into the afterlife together. Su Xiaolan made a strange seal with both hands. The seal appeared to be like a dragon, but it also looked somewhat like a phoenix. Heaven-crushing technique. Love trumps the heavens. Su Xiaolan let loose a loud cry with humiliation on her face. And Lin? Love trumps the heavens? Even in this dire situation, and Lin still couldn't help but be thrown off by this weird name. Not only him, but even Su Xiaolin herself was extremely embarrassed. Couldn't she just change the name? And Lin grumbled internally, but an indescribable sense of warmth welled up in his heart. It was like how a wife had done something stupid for her husband. The husband would grumble and whine, but a flow of warmth and happiness would still well up in his heart. Soon, and Lin realized just how fitting Xiaolan's name for this technique was. As Su Xiaolan made her hand seals, tears suddenly began to flow from her eyes. Wah! And Lin! What the hell was going on? Was this a technique that made use of her acting skills? I won't let you die. I won't let you leave me again. Su Xiaolan's expression became more and more firm, as if they were filled with emotions that would not be wiped away no matter how much time passed. Golden light erupted from her hands as she made her hand seals. The light was as dazzling as the vibrant, rising sun. Not only was the golden light imbued with the most intense love, but it was also intermingled with unparalleled heaven-crushing intent, as if anything could be vanquished by love, created a stark contrast with Lin Yu's power of darkness. One side was filled with infinite possibilities, while the other side was filled with boundless despair and darkness. Su Xiaolan said in a gentle yet determined voice, "Even if the sky falls, even if you can no longer fight, I will stand before you and support you." Gale force winds surged. Su Xiaolan stood before Lin with her long hair dancing in the wind and boundless golden light erupting from her eyes. What about the heavens? My love for you is not something that can be impeded by the mere heavenly Tao. If the heavens want to oppose our love, then we'll just have to crush the heavens. Death before surrender. Su Xiaolan let loose a clear cry, upon which an incandescent golden light erupted from her hand seal. It was extremely holy and rich, as if it was a unique light born from chaos. It illuminated the entire heaven and earth, and it would continue to exist even if heaven and earth were destroyed. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu's expression shifted drastically as she was struck by an instinctive sense of peril. She immediately hoisted the black long sword in her hand before slashing it toward the golden light. Boom! Heaven and earth were instantly filled exclusively with those two colors. Eternal darkness and golden light that was filled with eternal love tore at once another. The space around the collision crumbled within a radius of several hundred kilometers. The Celestial, the Arch, White Spirit Snake, Black Spirit Snake, and Heavenly God Jordan were all blasted away into the distance, as they looked on with incredulity in their eyes. What's going on? Su Xiaolan was capable of unleashing such a terrifying spell technique? This is heaven-crushing power. There's also the essential power of a holy beast. Who would have thought that the essential power of a holy beast could combine with a heaven-crushing technique to unleash such a terrifying power? The Celestial, the Arch, and the Spirit Snake sisters looked on with shock and elation. Yiling was cheering them on at the top of her lungs. In contrast, Heavenly God Jordan's face was filled with incredulity. He had thought that everyone's chance of survival had fallen to zero, but who would have thought that such a freakishly powerful female cultivator would jump out of the coffin? Within the boundless golden light, and Lin looked at Su Xiaolan. Her jade barley ink garment danced in the wind as it framed her exquisite figure. A sense of security and warmth welled up in his heart. He understood everything now. Love trumps the heavens was a heaven-crushing technique that was imbued with the power of her essential bloodline as well as her most genuine emotions. Could emotions be converted into power? One would only need to look at Cassidy and Merlin's battle against the ancient dragon empress as a reference to know that even scorching materialistic desire could translate into heaven-crushing intent. So why couldn't the most genuine love do the same thing? Su Xiaolan's love for Lin was developed during countless life and death battles. It had been refined and tested by a grueling century-long wait, during which everyone in the world thought that Lin was dead for sure. Love trumps the heavens. No matter what happened, her love for Lin would not waver, nor would her determination to fight by Lin's side. Even if the heavens wanted to kill Lin, she had the will and determination to strike the very heavens down. Her scorching and genuine emotions fused together with her spell technique, and she managed to unleash the most dazzling light. Furthermore, the true intent of this spell technique would reach a pinnacle when Enlin was on the brink of death and could not offer any resistance to his enemies. Su Xiaolin hated herself for her powerlessness during Enlin's most dire moments. The battle against the Dark Knight Monarch on Earth, the battle against Palace Leader Qingli in the Holy Glacial Lands, the battle against the Heavenly Wind God in the Heavenly Court, the battle against the Heavenly Time God. This type of situation repeated itself time and time again. She could only act as a useless bystander every single time. That crushing sense of powerlessness, that burning desire to become more powerful, all of that was transformed into the purest form of power when she came into contact with heaven-crushing techniques. If she was to unleash this power, she could even trump the heavens. This was her love trumps the heavens. Even though the name was quite embarrassing, it was extremely effective and perfectly reflected Su Xiaolan's innermost desires. On the battlefield, the power of heavenly goddess Lin Yu's ninth divine halo was absolute darkness and nothingness. When it collided with its polar opposite in the form of the most vibrant and dazzling emotions, an extremely violent reaction took place. The collision of power instantly annihilated everything around them. The two powers collided, one of which was imbued with the paramount will of the heavens, while the other was imbued with unparalleled heaven-crushing intent. Su Xiaolan was situated at the center of the energy vortex and was struck by the most terrifying shockwaves. Blood was already beginning to trickle from the corners of her lips, but she refused to back down even a single inch as she stood resolutely before Enlin. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu had already been blasted back quite a large distance by the golden energy. Even though they were still caught in an impasse, her expression was filled with incredulity. How could this be? What kind of technique is this? To think that I would be forced back after summoning my ninth divine halo. Just as heavenly goddess Lin Yu was in complete shock, a series of black lines began to appear on her snowy white skin, creating a special veined pattern, within which some sort of energy appeared to be quickly circulating. Ah! Lin Yu cried out in agony as her aura soared explosively yet again. Her black sword projection became increasingly more powerful and was instantly beginning to dominate the heaven-crushing golden light. Su Xiaolan gritted her teeth and held on with all her might. The intense emotions in her heart supported her and ensured that she did not fall. At this moment, a pair of arms suddenly circled around her slender waist. Su Xiaolan's heart jolted. A warm and gentle voice sounded beside her. "Thank you for buying time for me, Xiaolan." One of Enlin's arms remained around Su Xiaolan's waist, while he pointed a finger toward heavenly goddess Lin Yu. "As your Tao partner, we should face the enemy together." Another blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face upon hearing this. "Your technique is known as Love Trumps the Heavens, so I'll name my technique Heaven-Crushing Fate Sealing Finger." Su Xiaolan faltered slightly before murmuring to herself, "Love trumps the heavens. Heaven-Crushing Fate Sealing Finger." It didn't seem to be all that embarrassing when she put them both together. Ah! Su Xiaolan and Enlin's display of affection and flirtatious behaviors during the battle made Lin Yu even more infuriated, and she swept her dark, long sword down again. An extremely dazzling golden light was already erupting from Enlin's fingertip. Unparalleled heaven-crushing intent exploded forth. This was the most fundamental spell technique of the heaven-crushing techniques, the finger of the heavenly Tao. In the past, only heaven-crushing sect heavenly disciples had the power to master and unleash the finger of the heavenly Tao, and it could be said to be a supreme, unsurpassed heaven-crushing technique. The sky was sliced in half by the power behind his golden finger. The clouds dissipated while the golden energy continued onward with an unstoppable force, shattering all space in its wake. And Lin also imitated Su Xiaolan by merging the power of his emotions with his finger of the heavenly Tao. If anyone hurt Xiaolan, he was going to make him or her die. It was this intense emotion that reciprocated his spell technique, and it really further enhanced the power of his finger of the heavenly Tao. At the same time, heavenly goddess Lin Yu's black longsword was already slowly tearing through Su Xiaolan's Love Trumps the Heavens, and was en route to striking down this accursed couple. However, a golden light suddenly erupted forth for over 100,000 feet in this instant. and the golden light was traveling directly toward heavenly goddess Lin Yu's black longsword. A violent collision erupted. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu could sense an overwhelming force sweeping toward her. This was a vast, boundless power that seemed to be threatening to crush even the great Tao. Her unstoppable sword was forced to a grinding halt. Impossible. Lin Yu's eyes widened with incredulity. Wasn't Lin supposed to be completely depleted? Why did he still have the strength to unleash such a terrifying spell technique? And this spell technique was clearly a heaven-crushing technique of the highest caliber. The long sword that was imbued with eternal darkness and was never going to shatter suddenly began to crack open, as if a burst of golden light had crashed through the darkness in the most brutal manner and illuminated everything. What was most perplexing was that Lin Yi could sense an overwhelming power of love imbued within the power. What the fuck is this thing? Lin Yu let loose an enraged cry as an extremely dazzling divine light erupted from the divine halo on her head. The inky black veined patterns on her body also began to spread, as if they were going to engulf her entire body. However, despite her struggles, her black long sword still shattered right before her incredulous eyes. The finger of the heavenly Tao crashed through the black longsword before ramming straight into Lin Yu's chest, inflicting another ghastly puncture wound. The golden light illuminated heaven and earth, shattering space for several hundred kilometers and creating a bottomless trench in the ground below. The golden light of the love trumps the heavens also surged forth before sweeping into Lin Yu's body, destroying her musculoskeletal structure with merciless brutality. Indescribable agony spread through Lin Yu's entire body. What was more terrifying to her was that both powers were imbued with boundless love, which translated into a burning desire to destroy anyone who dared to harm their better half. The two bursts of unparalleled love fused together before assaulting Lin Yu's consciousness, inflicting the most devastating psychological attack upon her. Her blood-curdling cries rang out across heaven and earth. Lin Yu was blasted flying for tens of thousands of meters before tumbling to the ground in an extremely sorry state. There was still pure white blood pouring relentlessly from the hole on her chest, and she lay there completely stationary, as if she were dead. Heaven and earth fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. This was the first time Shen Yuanchang and Lin's other friends had seen Lin unleash his finger of the heavenly Tao, and they were shocked beyond words as they stared at the young man whose finger was still outstretched. Even though the spell technique had already dissipated, the sight of him with his finger outstretched was still an extremely badass one. No, impossible. A heavenly god with 9 halos summoned should be invincible in this world. How could she have been defeated? It's impossible. Heavenly God Jordan shook his head incessantly, as if he was trying to reject reality. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu really could be said to be invincible in this world after summoning her 9th halo. She could even break through the power of the heavenly wind god with ease. Even though the powers of the heavenly gods was repressed by the heavenly Tao, it was still a testament to Lin Yu's power. As for the legends that Divine Heaven stage heavenly gods possessed a power that rivaled the God of Creation stage, and Lin was now a firm believer. The only reason why heavenly goddess Lin Yu lost was that she was vulnerable to heaven-crushing techniques. Su Xiaolan and Lin's ultra-powerful heaven-crushing techniques exemplified the concept of love overcoming all obstacles, and they were finally able to overwhelm heavenly goddess Lin Yu in the end. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu had been thoroughly ravaged by their powers of love, and no one knew whether she was dead or alive. However, one thing was for sure, and that was that both her body and mind would have been severely wounded. This was perhaps the most tragic enemy boss Lin had ever seen. Su Xiaolan's buff mystic techniques vanished, and her body swayed, as if she was about to fall. Upon seeing this, Lin immediately encircled his arms around her before asking in a gentle voice, "Are you all right?" I'm fine." Su Xiaolan shook her head with great difficulty as she forced a smile onto her pale features. "It's just overexertion. I might need to take a rest." And Lin nodded. "Don't worry. I'll protect you. Leave this place to him, whoa." And Lin's eyes suddenly rolled over into the back of his head as he spoke, and he tumbled to the ground, taking Su Xiaolan down with him. Thump. Su Xiaolan. And Lin, this is what you meant when you told me to leave everything to you? Su Xiaolan's head was throbbing. She had knocked her head during the fall. And Lin was very embarrassed. He previously had Su Xiaolan in his arms, but when they fell over, Su Xiaolan had her arms around him instead. And even now, he was still lying on top of one of Su Xiaolan's arms. And Lin struggled to crawl up from the ground, only to find that his entire body was completely feeble and powerless. The resulting backlash instantly sent spasms of agony running through his entire body. Upon seeing this, Su Xiaolan held Lin close before producing an immortal pill from her storage ring and feeding it to Lin. Everything's all right now, Lin? She tried to get up along with the man in her arms, only to find that she was unable to get up either. The two of them lay on the ground with awkward expressions, with neither of them being able to get up. Even though they had achieved a preliminary victory, and Lin had not forgotten about the importance of landing a killing blow. Little Huang, finish her off. Finish her off? In the sky above, the phoenix that had almost been disabled from heavenly goddess Lin Yu's slaps shuddered upon hearing this. It looked down at heavenly goddess Lin Yu, and a sense of elation appeared in its eyes as it contemplated the revenge that it could take. Everyone liked to beat up their enemies when they were down for the count, and the proud phoenix was no exception. Chirp! The phoenix gleefully accepted Lin's suggestion, and it spread its wings before flapping them violently toward heavenly goddess Lin Yu, upon which boundless crimson divine flames surged forth like a tsunami wave, incinerating everything in its path. If it was going to land the killing blow, then it had to do a thorough job. The most thorough job would be to burn heavenly goddess Lin Yu until nothing was left of her. The divine flames descended with the power to instantly burn all living beings into nothingness, let alone heavenly goddess Lin Yu, who could even be dead already. However, in the next instant, a man riddled with wounds with an extremely diminished aura appeared before Lin Yu and waved a hand through the air to dispel the surging wave of scorching divine flames. Don't even think about it. Heavenly God Jordan spoke in a cold voice. I won't let anyone hurt her. The phoenix was given a fright by Heavenly God Jordan's sudden arrival. You think you can protect her? The celestial the arch charged toward him. We'll take both of you down at once. Be careful of his ninth divine halo, Black Spirit Snake cautioned. We'll finish this battle as quickly as we can. White Spirit Snake wore an expression of determination. The three super mighty figures at the Tao integration pinnacle stage were already exhausted after such a prolonged battle. Heavenly God Jordan had screwed himself over and placed himself at a massive disadvantage, but no one had been able to land the killing blow on him yet. All of them knew that they had to finish him as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if any unforeseen turn of events were to take place, it could spell cataclysmic disaster for all of them. Heavenly God Jordan looked at three super mighty figures flying toward him before looking at the southern heavenly gate in the distance and taking a deep breath. He was just about to unleash his final technique when a pair of hands grabbed tightly onto his ankle. He looked down to discover heavenly goddess Lin Yu looking up at him with a pair of hollow, black eyes. Crack! The black divine halo above her head became riddled with cracks. Boom! In the crimson sky above, a black vortex suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, a cylindrical pillar of black divine light, imbued with extremely terrifying power, descended upon the earth. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu was bathed in the black divine light, and she stood up unsteadily again. She aimed her hollow, black eyes at Lin and Su Xiaolan as an unsettling smile appeared on her face. The celestial the arch, Black Spirit Snake, and White Spirit Snake were still hurtling toward them. However, she didn't even look at them as she waved a nonchalant hand through the air, as if she were swatting away annoying flies. Boom! Boundless darkness erupted forth in a ring-shaped shockwave. The celestial the arch, Black Spirit Snake, and White Spirit Snake all sensed a paramount power surging toward them, as if it was going to engulf everything and reduce all things into nothingness. Thump, thump, thump. After a series of violent collisions, the three super mighty figures were all knocked flying. Heavenly goddess Lin Yu wore a blank expression as she hobbled over toward Lin while muttering a string of gibberish along the way. My master is darkness, so I do not fear anything born from light. And Lin didn't know what heavenly goddess Linyu was muttering about, but he had well and truly been scared shitless by this deranged woman. He had thought that he had the life force of a cockroach and that he could hold on through anything before creating a miracle. But now, he finally knew who truly had the life force of a cockroach. Heavenly goddess Linyu had her heart detonated twice and copped a finger of the heavenly Tao. But she was still able to stand up. Was this bitch unkillable? Heavenly God Jordan stood nearby while silently looking at Heavenly Goddess Linyu with a grief-stricken expression on his face. Heavenly Goddess Linyu seemed to have returned to her former condition and began to charge toward Enlin and Su Xiaolin. Su Xiaolin held Enlin in her arms and tried to flee into the distance, only to find that she didn't even have the strength to stand up with Enlin. Enlin and Su Xiaolin were completely at the mercy of their enemies. What can I do? What can I do? Enlin and Su Xiaolin were both extremely distressed as they looked at the oncoming Heavenly Goddess Linyu. Heavenly Goddess Linyu's shadow was elongated by the darkening crimson sky, and she approached like the darkness of absolute despair. The phoenix unleashed another barrage of divine flames from above. Heavenly Goddess Linyu raised a hand, and a black defensive barrier was materialized, keeping the golden flames at bay. At this moment, the Celestial the Arch, Black Spirit Snake, and White Spirit Snake were charging toward her again. Heavenly Goddess Linyu seemed to be getting a little annoyed, and she unleashed a palm toward Enlin and Su Xiaolin in the distance. A massive black palm was instantly materialized before falling from the heavens with a devastating power. If this palm was allowed to fall, both Enlin and Su Xiaolin would be crushed into mincemeat. Help! Help! Enlin finally recovered some strength after swallowing an immortal pill, and he was on the brink of tears as he yelled in a loud voice. The Celestial the Arch, White Spirit Snake, and Black Spirit Snake all faltered upon seeing this. They did not expect Heavenly Goddess Linyu to still be so determined to attack Enlin when there were so many powerful assailants charging toward her. Just how much did she hate Enlin? Was she that jealous of their love? The massive palm was already descending upon Enlin and Su Xiaolin. Enlin held Su Xiaolin tightly in his arms and prepared for the final goodbye. Xiaolin, I love you. As he spoke, Enlin pressed her head forward to imprint his lips on Xiaolin's. All of a sudden, a petite figure appeared beside them before hoisting them into the sky like an eagle abducting a pair of defenseless hatchlings. Holy fuck! Enlin's kiss was cut off, and he was given a massive fright. Are you retarded? You're still going to flaunt your relationship at a time like this? You're only going to make Heavenly Goddess Linyu hate you even more. A beautiful and heavenly voice sounded. Only now did Enlin discover that his waist had already been encircled by a slender arm. Su Xiaolin had been tucked under another slender arm. The two of them were carried into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The massive black palm crashed down onto the ground, creating a massive palm-shaped crater. Enlin and Su Xiaolin had evaded Heavenly Goddess Linyu's attack just in the nick of time. Enlin detected a faint, pleasant aroma, and only now did he have a chance to catch a glimpse of who his savior was. The flowing white dress, the sharp and pointy chin, the flawlessly intricate features, the clear and enticing eyes, and the charming and energetic short hair. They had been saved by a beauty. Vermilion bird princess. Enlin exclaimed with shock and elation. Keep talking and I'll drop you, the vermilion bird princess grumbled. She had made a promise to herself to spectate this entire time and never interfere in order to maintain her neutrality. However, in the end, she was unable to repress her urge to swoop in upon seeing Enlin in mortal danger. She felt like her mind had gone completely blank, and when she came to her senses again, Enlin had already been tucked under her arm. These accursed impulses. The vermilion bird princess was furious. Everyone was given a massive fright by the sight of the young woman. What was going on? Where had she come from? Such an adorable and sprightly yet powerful young woman. Such a person did not exist in the kingdom of the 9 states. However, everyone still whooped with delight as she appeared to be an ally. The vermilion bird princess had Su Xiaolin tucked under her left arm and Enlin tucked under her right as she fled into the distance, looking as if she were a manual human trafficker. Even though everyone was cheering for her, the rage and remorse on her face indicated just how much she regretted her decision. Why the hell did I even come to help you? The Vermilion Bird Princess was livid with herself. In comparison, Lin was extremely elated. This shows that deep down inside, you still don't want to see me die. Thank you, Vermilion Bird Princess. I'll definitely repay you in the future. The Vermilion Bird Princess rolled her eyes. You can repay by shutting your mouth. Su Xiaolan could tell from their conversation that they shared quite an intimate relationship. However, she also knew that this was not the time to be asking questions, so she repressed the urge to do so. Xiaolan, let me introduce to you a friend I met at the Southern Heavenly Wing Nation. She is the Vermilion Bird Princess, and Lin explained. Hello, Vermilion Bird Princess. Thank you for saving us, Su Xiaolan said with a grateful smile. However, she was wondering why Lin had never mentioned this Vermilion Bird Princess when he came back from the Southern Heavenly Wing Nation. And Lin continued. She's actually the 9-colored divine vermilion bird of the Southern Heavenly Wing Nation, and she's a very kind-hearted bird. You're the 9-colored divine vermilion bird? Su Xiaolan was a little astonished. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird was renowned across the entire continent, not just because of her power, but also because she was the goddess of all birds. Even creatures of different species would be entranced and intoxicated at the sight of the beautiful and majestic 9-colored divine vermilion bird. Her beauty transcended beyond the barriers of species and race. The Vermilion Bird Princess stuck out her tongue with a sweet, cheeky smile on her face. I am indeed the 9-colored divine vermilion bird. Almost no living beings have seen my human form, so you have to keep this a secret? Su Xiaolan nodded with a stupefied expression. She was really struggling to draw a connection between this adorable young woman and the mighty, elegant 9-colored divine vermilion bird. A massive boom suddenly erupted from behind them. Heavenly Goddess Lin, you had already broken through the defensive line consisting of the Phoenix, the Celestial the Arch, Black Spirit Snake, and White Spirit Snake before hurtling toward the Vermilion Bird Princess at a speed beyond that of any Dao integration stage super mighty figure. The Vermilion Bird Princess continued onward, and she gritted her teeth at the sight of the oncoming Heavenly Goddess Linyu. Even though she was talking about dropping Lin and Su Xiaolan, her arms tightened around them instead. What did I do to deserve this? Why did I meet someone like you? The Vermilion Bird Princess grumbled with a resentful expression as the wings on her red high heels burst forth, elevating her speed explosively. She had unleashed an acceleration mystic technique. And Lin must die. Heavenly Goddess Linyu spoke with an indisputable firmness in her voice, and no one was able to catch her. The distance between them was constantly being reduced, and Lin could feel his waist being held more and more tightly by the Vermilion Bird Princess, indicating that she was getting extremely tense as well. This was quite normal. After all, the Vermilion Bird Princess had already seen just how terrifying Heavenly Goddess Linyu was from spectating the battle. This was a monstrous being that even the Celestial the Arch, who was at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, was no match for. Whoosh! A ball of darkness materialized into a spear that hurtled through the air. The Vermilion Bird Princess was instantly struck by a sense that a connection had been forged. This was the power of karma. The power of darkness had fused together with the curse of karma, and the spear would not rest until it plunged its target into eternal darkness. What a terrifying attack! The Vermilion Bird Princess' heart jolted with shock, and she immediately turned around to materialize a crystal shield before her, which was shimmering with 9-colored light. Upon closer inspection, one would find that this shield was actually over 10,000 crystal shields stacked together. The black spear crashed into the crystal shield like a chaotic beast with its cavernous mouth wide open, tearing away at the crystal shield with its sharp fangs. One layer of crystal shield after another was quickly being engulfed and melted away, creating a massive hole. The Vermilion Bird Princess' eyes widened, and she unleashed all of her powers to bolster her spell technique. However, the power of the black spear had far exceeded her imagination. It was like an unstoppable divine spear, and its target's fate was sealed from the moment the spear was hurled. The Vermilion Bird Princess looked deep into Lin's eyes with tears shimmering into her own eyes, as if to say, I'm going to die here because of you. And Lin was also feeling extremely guilty. He was just about to say something when he discovered that he had been dropped by the Vermilion Bird Princess. At the same time, Su Xiaolan had also been dropped. A valiant expression appeared on the Vermilion Bird Princess' face as she quickly flew away from Enlin and Su Xiaolan. The black spear was simply too devastatingly powerful, and she had to drop Enlin and Su Xiaolan in case they were struck by its residual power. Tears flowed from Enlin's eyes, and he yelled in a panicked voice as the Vermilion Bird Princess prepared to sacrifice herself. Vermilion Bird Princess. Images of past events began to surface in his mind. The two of them had made each other's acquaintance and became friends during their battle in the Sun Tree Arena. He surrendered the title of Sun Tree War God to the Vermilion Bird Princess, whom he had thought had already fallen in battle, only to meet her again on the 7th level of the Sun Tree. The Vermilion Bird Princess had created an opportunity for him to meet Ili. The two of them had also endured a trial of life and death in the mythological beast sex 5-colored lightning pit. The Vermilion Bird Princess had always been an extremely thoughtful and considerate friend. Tears were even flowing from Su Xiaolan's eyes. She knew that the Vermilion Bird Princess was a very good person just from her willingness to sacrifice herself for others. And Lin and Su Xiaolan tumbled to the ground while the Vermilion Bird Princess rose into the sky. The black spear then began to change direction. It was plunging straight toward the ground. The Vermilion Bird Princess. And Lin? Su Xiaolan drew a sharp intake of breath. The black spear was flying directly toward Enlin. Everyone faltered upon seeing this. They finally understood that a karma connection had been established, but it had been established with Enlin instead of the Vermilion Bird Princess. The Vermilion Bird Princess also came to a realization upon seeing this. She was wondering how Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu had managed to establish a karma connection with her despite the fact that she had never come into contact with her. All of it made sense now. As for Enlin, the trauma in his heart was expanding incessantly. Tears flowed from his eyes as he roared into the sky. Why the fuck do you hate me so much? All of these mighty figures were throwing themselves at Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu, but Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu was determined to target a disabled man. Now that the Vermilion Bird Princess was trying to get them out of here, she still chose to ignore the Vermilion Bird Princess and target Enlin. What kind of vendetta was this? No one offered a response to Enlin's roar of despair. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu continued to descend upon him with a frosty expression on her face and the devastating black spear in her hand. And Lin knew that he couldn't evade this time. He was so depleted that he couldn't cushion his fall. What else did he have that could block this lethal strike? The black spear was imbued with Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu's power of karma, so it wouldn't rest until it struck Enlin. It was like the world's most terrifying tracer missile, so there was no point in trying to evade. What could he do? Some people's minds would go blank during dire situations of life and death, rendering them unable to think. However, some people's minds would operate at countless times its original speed due to their survival instincts kicking in. Vermilion Bird Mirror? No, the mirror was already cracked. If he used it again, it would be completely shattered. Chaotic alloy brick? The blackest and most resolute brick in this world? And Lin immediately brought out the inky black brick from his storage ring before expanding it. At this moment, the black spear had already fallen like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The black spear crashed down upon the inky black brick with an overwhelming strength. The true intent of eternal darkness made the black spear even more terrifyingly powerful, to the extent that its penetrative power exceeded that of even a divine tool. However, this insanely powerful spear suddenly began to wail with anguish upon striking the black brick, as if it had encountered some sort of insurmountable obstacle. A sharp screeching erupted amid a myriad of sparks. The black spear tried to penetrate over and over again, but the black brick remained completely unscathed and as reliable as ever. The ground caved in, and Lin was crushed into the ground by the black brick, and blood gushed from his mouth. He had finally recovered somewhat from swallowing that immortal pill, but all that was undone by the crushing black brick. Boom! 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 One violent boom after another erupted as the earth caved in over and over again. And Lin felt like his entire body was already numb, and he would have already fallen unconscious if it wasn't for the fact that he was constantly reminding himself to remain conscious. Finally, after a series of collisions, a crisp crack erupted from the black spear. Then, right before the dumbstruck eyes of everyone on the battlefield, the spear snapped in half before flying into the air. It seemed to have lost all of its power, and it began to crumble. Holy shit! You can do that? The vermilion bird princess eyes widened with shock. This was a spear imbued with the power of karma. The spear that would never rest until it slew its target. How could it be snapped by such a mundane-looking brick? And Lin, Su Xiaolan was blasted flying for several hundred meters by the shockwaves from the collision between spear and brick, and she looked on with concern. I'm fine. And Lin yelled as he put away his chaotic alloy brick to put Su Xiaolan's heart at ease. Oh, really? A cold, emotionless voice sounded, and Lin turned to the side to discover that a woman had appeared beside him without him noticing. Gasp! He drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this nightmarish figure. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu's snowy white skin was now already riddled with black lines, completely ruining its former beauty. The black lines were shimmering with a peculiar light, as if they were resonating with the black divine halo above her head. She stared at Lin with her abyssal eyes as the corners of her lips began to lift up into a cruel yet elated smile, as if she were a ferocious beast who had finally trapped its prey after much painstaking effort. And Lin silently brought out his massive black brick from his storage ring again. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu grabbed the brick and hurled it tens of thousands of meters away before looking down with a cruel smile at Lin, who was trembling uncontrollably. Hee. And Lin. Why the fuck did she hate him so much? Couldn't she at least leave the brick for him and let him die with a sense of security? It's all over for you. This is what you get for not becoming friends with me. A hint of sorrow appeared on Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu's cold features. She materialized another black longsword, and the true intent of eternal darkness swept forth. This was the paramount will with the intent to reduce everything to darkness. At that moment, Lin attained profound enlightenment in the Tao of darkness. He suddenly developed a very strange feeling, perhaps because he was so close to death. He felt he could trace the power of darkness in the air. Extreme nothingness could give rise to matter, while extreme matter would fall into nothingness. Objects with extreme density could transform into all-engulfing black holes. Even in the nothingness and chaos of eternal darkness, space with boundless matter could be born from within. And Lin didn't know why these thoughts had appeared in his mind. In the final seconds of his life, he was thinking about the Big Bang instead of Xiaolan. Am I a stupid cunt? We can be together forever in death. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu murmured, as she raised her black long sword high into the air in preparation to land the killing blow. Bam! Another explosion erupted. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu's divine halo had exploded. The black divine halo that was shimmering with a golden light just a moment ago suddenly exploded into particles of light before disappearing into nothingness. That black longsword also crumbled as a result. Wah! And Lin was dumbstruck. Everyone rushing toward him was also astonished by this turn of events. The black-veined patterns on Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu's body receded like the tide, revealing her flawless, snowy white skin again. She seemed extremely feeble and fragile, as if the slightest breeze could knock her over. Her eyes reverted back to a golden color, but this was an extremely dull and lifeless golden color without any hint of vitality. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu faltered slightly before looking around with a confused expression. Her eyes slowly regained clarity, and she looked up at the crimson sky before looking down at Lin, upon which a wry smile appeared on her face. So I still failed after all? PFFF? Black blood gushed from her mouth, and Lin was a little surprised to see this. Didn't all heavenly human tribe living beings have pure white blood? However, none of that was important. He was very elated and very grateful. After such an arduous battle, it was finally Lin Yu's body that gave out first. He knew from the beginning that Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu would have to pay an extremely heavy price for using her ninth divine halo. The heavenly Tao inflicted backlash upon the heavenly human tribe, and this backlash power must have been extremely terrifying. Otherwise, Heavenly God Jordan would not have refrained himself from using it even when he was in such a dire situation. I won this battle. And Lin lay on the ground as a victorious smile appeared on his face. In comparison to the cruel and ferocious demon she was a moment ago, Lin Yu appeared like a helpless little girl now as she looked around at her surroundings before bending down and picking up a large rock with great difficulty. And Lin? Lin Yu smiled down at Lin before dropping the rock onto Lin's face, and Lin was completely flabbergasted. Never would he have thought that Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu would still be able to pick up a large rock to kill him even in her completely powerless state. Once again, just how much did she hate him? Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu had expended all of her remaining energy to hoist the rock into the air, and her tall and slender body was also falling toward Lin, as if she was trying to add her weight to the rock. And Lin looked on with a despairing expression as the rock expanded in his field of vision. Was the mighty heavenly court war god going to be crushed by a mundane rock? Upon seeing this, the vermilion bird princess immediately flicked a finger through the air. A blast of energy was shot out, which instantly reduced the rock to dust. However, Lin Yu still fell upon Lin, as she was unable to arrest her downward momentum. Thump! Ow! And Lin let loose a pained cry as Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu crashed into him. Lin Yu lay on top of Lin, and her forehead had struck Lin's chin, making him grimace with pain. And Lin looked down to see Lin Yu raise her head to look up at him with a pair of eyes that were gradually becoming more and more dull and lifeless. The two of them were well within reach of one another. And Lin could clearly see the dirt and blood on Lin Yu's gorgeous features. He was very panicked. In such close quarters, Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu could do whatever she wanted to him. He didn't even have any energy to resist in his current state. Lin Yu's lips parted, and a disconsolate voice sounded. When you stare deep into the abyss, but the abyss ignores you? Lin Yu looked at Lin, and her hands rested on his chest as she spoke in a soft voice, and Lin's lips twitched. What nonsense was she spouting this time? Had Lin Yu gone insane? A gentle smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. And Lin, will you be my friend? And Lin faltered again upon hearing this. What was the point of asking this question now? However, he was painfully aware of his current situation, which was that Lin Yu's body was on top of his and he was completely powerless. As such, he couldn't afford to irk her, and he could only tell her what she wanted to hear. I will. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression froze on her face before tears welled up in her eyes, and she sobbed into Lin's chest. That's great. We still became friends in the end. I wanted to kill you and follow you to the afterlife, but who would have thought that we would be able to become friends even when we're both still alive? A vibrant smile broke through Lin Yu's sobs like a rainbow after the storm. The dying light of dusk made her smile appear particularly beautiful and enchanting. And Lin, I'll be waiting for you in death and eternal darkness. Her voice was like a light breeze, and Lin was a little stunned by her captivating smile. He was then struck by the feeling that the weight on top of his body was slowly being lifted. The woman sprawled on top of him gradually disintegrated into specks of white light before disappearing between heaven and earth. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu no longer existed. No one doubted that Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu had died. Everyone heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing this. And Lin lay silently on the ground with a confused expression. Lin Yu's last words were very strange. She was going to wait for him in death and eternal darkness? Was she trying to curse him? And Lin was very confused, but he didn't know who to ask. And Lin, the vermilion bird princess, descended from the sky before cradling Lin in her arms. Are you all right? And Lin heaved a faint sigh. Aside from the fact that I'm severely depleted, my bones and tendons have all shattered, my body has been torn apart, and my soul almost left my body. There's nothing really wrong with me. Vermilion Bird Princess. The Vermilion Bird Princess fed Lin an immortal pill with a sympathetic expression before running over to Su Xiaolan and also picking her up from the ground. This feels like a really inconvenient arrangement. It was quite difficult for the petite Vermilion Bird Princess to hold Xiaolan under her left arm and Lin under her right arm, but there wasn't really any alternative. She looked around at the battlefield around her. and her eyes lit up slightly at the sight of the blood-soul jade coffin in the distance. Thump thump, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were both tossed into the coffin. A coffin lid was then placed on the coffin. The vermilion bird princess had glued the coffin lid back together using a spell technique, and she clapped her little hands together with a smile on her face. The blood-soul jade coffin can help you regenerate and can protect you at the same time. I repaired the coffin lid with a spell technique, so just made do with it for now. And Lin and Su Xiaolan looked up at the smug vermilion bird princess with speechless expressions. The vermilion bird princess hoisted the coffin up from the ground before carrying it on her back. Let me protect you too this time. And Lin recalled that he had been carrying Xiaolan in the coffin before. Now, both of them were being carried in the coffin by the vermilion bird princess. Life really was full of surprises. Before he knew it, he had ended up in the same coffin as his wife. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were crammed up in the same coffin with their bodies pressed up against one another. They looked into each other's eyes, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Pfft, this feels really weird. A warm, amused smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's gorgeous features, and Lin was also quite amused. With this coffin, we can be together both in life and in death. Su Xiaolan slapped in Lin's chest with a hint of indignation rippling in her eyes. Don't say that. We're going to live for countless years together. And Lin looked at the indignant beauty snuggled up against his body, and he couldn't help but give her a peck on the nose. Can't you settle down now that we're in a coffin? Su Xiaolan blushed like a shy little girl, striking a stark contrast with the proud divine phoenix maiden who dominated battlefields. And Lin chuckled as a profound sense of elation welled up in his heart. This familiar woman, her familiar scent, her familiar temperature. All of it gave him an overwhelming sense of security and satisfaction. The vermilion bird princess was not very pleased. Oi, can you two stop flirting with one another and be a little more considerate toward my feelings? I understand why heavenly goddess Lin Yu hated you two so much now. Humph. Su Xiaolan was feeling a little awkward, and Lin's buoyant smile remained unaffected. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Heavenly God Jordan had gotten an opportunity to catch his breath and recover from his injuries as the Celestial the Arch, Black Spirit Snake, and White Spirit Snake had run off to stop Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu. Could be said that Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu's sacrifice had given him the chance to launch a counterattack. He was bathed in green divine light as an indifferent expression appeared on his face. Lin Yu, let me avenge you. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu had already perished. Thus, the Celestial the Arch, Black Spirit Snake, White Spirit Snake, and the Phoenix turned their attention upon Heavenly God Jordan. All of them rained down earth-shattering spell techniques upon Heavenly God Jordan in order to foil his attempts to regenerate. Jordan's eyes slowly turned black. Everyone's heart jolted upon seeing this. They knew that he was about to unleash his 9th divine halo. They had seen just how terrifying a heavenly god was after summoning their 9th divine halo, and after witnessing Lin's battle against the heavenly goddess Lin Yu. And Lin possessed the powers of the heavenly gods, yet he was still being dominated. If Jordan was allowed to unleash the same power, then all of them would be in a lot of trouble. Don't let him summon his 9th divine halo. Stop him! The Celestial the Arch and Black Spirit Snake yelled in unison. Heavenly God Jordan's face remained emotionless as he spoke in an indifferent voice. The 9th divine halo is known as the fall of the heavenly god. That's not to say that the divine halo itself will result in the fall of the heavenly god. Instead, the power of the divine halo is not something a heavenly god can handle, and they will fall from the backlash. Black barriers constructed an absolute defense to keep everyone's attacks at bay. Jordan raised his head to reveal his inky black, abyssal eyes. How ironic! The power of the black divine halo is something we should possess, but it has been restricted by heaven and earth. Countless terrifying spell techniques exploded upon his barrier. The barrier that was imbued with the powers of the laws of the heavenly Tao was starting to crack open a little. Heaven-crushing techniques really were quite effective against heavenly gods. However, they were still too slow, and a black divine halo was gradually taking shape over heavenly god Jordan's head. The Celestial the Arch and the others were getting quite concerned. But they couldn't do anything. Right at this moment, the ground beside Heavenly God Jordan suddenly began to bulge, and a humanoid, earthy living being emerged before shattering Heavenly God Jordan's divine halo with a slap. Bam! The black divine light disintegrated into countless specks of light before it could fully take shape. Heavenly God Jordan's eyes reverted back to their golden color, and he turned toward the earthy living being with a stunned expression. The earthly living being was yellowish-brown in color. It had facial features that were so sharp and defined that they appeared to have been sculpted. Its entire body was nude, and it had no gender. There were rough, veined patterns on its skin, which were antiquated and resonated with the great Tao, giving onlookers a sense of entrancement. Most importantly, it had a yellowish-brown divine halo above its head, which was constantly revolving while exuding a unique aura of absolute power. That's enough, Jordan. You don't need to sacrifice yourself. The living being had an extremely deep and powerful voice, and it felt like each and every one of its words could strike deep into the listener's soul. Heavenly God Jordan stared at the living being. He was initially shocked beyond words before a respectful expression appeared on his face, and he nodded. As you wish, Heavenly Mountain God. Heavenly Mountain God? Everyone was given a fright upon hearing this. This was a representative of the Heavenly Tao, the Heavenly Mountain God. All of these representatives of the Heavenly Tao possessed unimaginable powers. The Vermilion Bird Princess was trembling from fear and almost dropped the coffin in order to flee the scene. Holy Mother of God! I don't want to die. We're already on the same boat, so don't think too much about it and just face reality. And Lin consoled in an urgent voice. Boom! The barrier constructed by Heavenly God Jordan exploded violently. Countless spell techniques rained down upon him. The Heavenly Mountain God materialized a mundane-looking wooden stick before tapping it onto the ground. An earthy, yellow barrier of light instantly enshrouded both of them. In that instant, everyone felt as if they were looking at a massive divine mountain when looking at the light barrier, and an instinctive sense of inferiority and insignificance welled up in their hearts. Boom, boom, boom. Spell techniques exploded as destructive powers erupted forth. When the energy dissipated, Heavenly God Jordan and the Heavenly Mountain God were revealed to be completely unscathed. The earthy barrier of light was still glowing with a divine light. One had to realize that this was the combined attack of three super mighty figures at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. They couldn't even break through that barrier light. The Heavenly Mountain God was not triumphant in the slightest despite this. Instead, it turned toward the Vermilion Bird Princess in the distance before shaking its head in disappointment. It's a pity about Lin Yu. I thought that she would be able to kill Lin after summoning her 8th divine halo, but who would have thought that she still failed even after summoning her 9th divine halo? It heaved a forlorn sigh as it spoke. Everyone was extremely shocked by its words. The Heavenly Mountain God had immediately expressed its disappointment about how Lin was still alive right after its arrival. This was an indication of just how important Lin was to the Heavenly Mountain God. And Lin almost sprang out from his coffin upon hearing this. He really wanted to ask the Heavenly Mountain God what everyone had against him. Why were they all so intent on killing him? Was it just because of his accursed constitution? The Heavenly Mountain God wanted to kill him even when he was lying in a coffin. Why? I won't let you hurt Lin, the Celestial the Arch said with an extremely determined expression. And Lin was extremely touched by the Celestial Thearch's words. If you want to hurt Senior Lin, you'll have to step over my dead body first. White Spirit Snake's eyes were surging with battle intent. And Lin was wiping tears from his eyes. Why was White Spirit Snake so good to him? Black Spirit Snake hesitated momentarily before speaking in a cold voice. If you want to step over Little Bai's dead body, then you'll have to step over my dead body first. What a roundabout way of saying things. The Phoenix also spoke in a firm voice. Chirp! Everyone chose to stand with Lin and to defend him with their lives. And Lin was extremely touched to see this. And he wanted nothing more than to be able to recover to full strength before jumping out of his coffin to fight with his friends. The Heavenly Mountain God shook its head slowly. I'm not going to be the one killing Lin, so why are you all standing against me? Everyone's expression shifted upon hearing this. The vermilion bird princess seemed to have sensed something, and the wings on her red high heels immediately spread open as she hurtled frantically into the distance. The ground upon which she had been standing suddenly exploded. A nude woman with a black divine halo and a head of sharp, black hair to match suddenly emerged. She chuckled lightly as a black metallic sheen glinted from her body and a dangerous light shone from her crimson eyes. You want to leave after coming to the southern heavenly gate? I was waiting for Lin to wear himself out. All of you can die for what you did to Lin Yu. A paramount aura imbued with supreme will erupted forth. The vermilion bird princess was given a massive fright, and Lin was astonished. This was another representative of the heavenly Tao. The woman's entire body was black, and her white teeth appeared quite unsettling in contrast when she smiled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the heavenly metal god, and I am the god that will take your life. And Lin, I don't care how powerful you are or how many trump cards you have. In your current state, you're completely at my mercy. An elated and confident smile appeared on the heavenly metal god's face. Everyone finally knew why these two heavenly gods had taken so long to take the stage. They were afraid of Lin, and Lin had already been listed as an extremely dangerous individual in the hearts of the representatives of the heavenly Tao. And Lin wasn't sure what to think of this. He should be happy that his enemies took him so seriously, as it was a testament to his power. However, Lin simply couldn't bring himself to feel happy. Even the representatives of the heavenly Tao were taking him so seriously. How could he pretend to be a noob then take people by surprise in the future? All of his enemies were going to send their most powerful units into battle against him now. How was he supposed to survive? And Lin suddenly felt life was so difficult. Everything had already been set up in advance by his enemies. Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu and Heavenly God Jordan were already enough to put them in an extremely dire situation. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were now both disabled, while the Heavenly Mountain God and Heavenly Metal God had joined the enemy forces. How were they supposed to fight? Even if they fought without any regard for their lives, victory was still nowhere near assured. The Heavenly Metal God had no sympathy for Lin, and she stepped forward to immediately appear before the vermilion bird princess. She gripped the air with her hand, upon which a golden sword of indeterminate material appeared in her hand. All of the heavenly gods were insanely powerful, and even though the vermilion bird princess had already had her attention focused entirely on the heavenly metal god, she was still unable to keep up with her speed. Whoosh! Her sword flashed through the air. The vermilion bird princess evaded as quickly as she could, but a gash was still inflicted upon her waist. Her colorful dress was torn open, and crimson blood splattered through the air. She gritted her teeth and stamped her red high heel violently into the ground, and she transformed into a red streak of light as she hurtled through the air, leaving a few crimson butterflies in her wake to disrupt her enemy. Spatial interference and illusionary realm. The heavenly metal god chuckled as she quickly gave chase and cleared through all obstacles with the golden sword in her hand. At the same time, a white metal whip instantly materialized in her left hand, which shot forth like lightning toward the coffin on her back. Bam! An earth-shattering boom erupted. The immortal tool material of the coffin lid was punctured again by the tip of the metal whip. And Lin looked at the tip of the metal whip, which was only a few centimeters away from his head, and a cold sweat began to pour down his face. All right, quit playing around. Hurry up and end this battle. The heavenly mountain god said in an indifferent voice. All right. The heavenly metal god chuckled as the tip of her metal whip pulled itself out from the coffin before stabbing toward Lin again. And Lin looked at the oncoming tip of the metal whip, and he immediately cried for help. Help me! How long are you guys going to keep hiding for? Boom! Lightning tore through the heavens as claps of thunder rocked heaven and earth. 3 figures appeared in the air after the blinding flash of lightning disappeared. A bolt of crimson lightning descended upon the heavenly metal god at an unimaginable speed. The heavenly metal god immediately rushed back in retreat and slashed her sword through the air. Bam! A violent collision took place, and Lin saw a tall and slender figure descend from the sky like a valiant heroine. She wore a dragon robe, which flapped wildly in the strong wind, and one of her hand had transformed into dragon claws, which had clamped down tightly upon the heavenly metal god's golden sword. The roar of a true dragon erupted, making the very heavens tremor violently. The dragon's roar was imbued with extremely devastating heaven-crushing intent, and it instantly reduced the earth within a radius of over 5 kilometers to dust. The heavenly metal god reacted extremely quickly and instantly materialized a white metal ring to defend herself against the dragon's roar. However, when the sound waves swept past, cracks began to appear on the metal ring. Fourth heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect, Ancient Dragon Empress. The heavenly metal god's expression shifted. The ancient Dragon Empress was extremely renowned across the entire Tai Chu continent. After all, she had slain the heavenly speed god, and normal heavenly gods did not dare to get careless when facing her in battle. And Lin finally heaved a heavy sigh of relief upon seeing the ancient Dragon Empress make her grand entrance. She was one of the trump cards they had been hiding this entire time in order to combat these heavenly gods. The ancient Dragon Empress was not one for words, and she immediately extended a hand toward the heavenly metal god's face. The heavenly metal god immediately retreated upon seeing this. She manipulated her metal whip to swing around in an extremely agile arc before hurtling it toward the ancient Dragon Empress from behind. The ancient Dragon Empress continued onward as a yellow divine Tao light erupted from her body. A huge grinding disc encapsulated her tall and slender body, and it revolved relentlessly, crushing all things. It appeared as if even the sky were going to be ground down to dust. Heaven-crushing grinding disc. The metal whip struck the grinding disc and was instantly ground down hundreds of thousands of times, and even its sharp tip had been flattened. The rumors about you really are true, Ancient Dragon Empress. The heavenly metal god smiled elatedly. In contrast with the heavenly metal god's elated smile, the ancient Dragon Empress began to shed tears, and those were tears of blood, and Lin suddenly became excited upon seeing this. In the past, he and Su Xiaolan had been traumatized by the sight of the ancient Dragon Empress tears of blood. Even return to void final stage mighty figures would self-detonate within a second upon being afflicted by that attack, and it really was an attack that struck horror into the hearts of her enemies. The ancient Dragon Empress was now a Tao integration stage super mighty figure, and also the fourth heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect. And Lin didn't even dare to imagine just how terrifying her tears of blood would be now. Heaven-crushing slaughter. She let loose a clear cry as a red power of the divine Tao instantly enshrouded the air. The heavenly metal god was struck by an extremely powerful sense of peril. A sense of slaughter and destruction, which had reached the very essence of her being, began to destroy her body in a frenzy. Even though her body was constructed from the most resolute metal, this power could still reduce her down to her tiniest constituent particles. She let loose a cry of shock before materializing over 100 golden swords imbued with absolute sharpness, which hurtled toward the ancient Dragon Empress. However, the ancient Dragon Empress was like a suicidal warrior crashing directly into the sword formation before unleashing an almighty fist toward the heavenly metal god's face. A battle of this caliber could often be decided in an instant. The ancient Dragon Empress charged toward the heavenly metal god without any hesitation nor regard for her own life, and she managed to successfully ram her fist into the heavenly metal god's face before she had a chance to activate her sword formation. Her indestructible metallic face caved in and twisted from the devastating fist. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. The heavenly metal god, who was chortling gleefully a moment ago, was punched flying for over 50 kilometers by the ancient Dragon Empress, who had bloody tears flowing down her face. Heavenly God Jordan was astonished at the sight of the heavenly metal god being blasted flying. The Celestial the Arch and the others were also completely dumbstruck. This ancient Dragon Empress was not just strong. She was insanely wrong. To think that she could deliver such a heavy blow to a paramount heavenly god. Perhaps only heavenly disciples of the heaven-crushing sect were capable of this. The heavenly mountain god suddenly turned toward another direction. There, a fine and delicate youth in coarse linen garments made his way over in bare feet. Each and every one of his footsteps fell but left no mark on this world, as if he had transcended to a higher plane of existence. Second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect, Xianxia? Jordan's expression shifted once again. If the ancient dragon empress emergence was enough to astonish him, then Xianxia's emergence was enough to horrify him. The heavenly time god was the most powerful heavenly god beneath the 6 paramount heavenly gods. However, she had fallen in battle 100 years ago, and her power had returned to the heavenly Tao. Heavenly God Jordan knew who the heavenly time god had fallen to. And Lin wasn't the culprit who had slain her. Instead, it was the second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect, Xianxia. Xianxia had forced her into self-detonation. The heavenly gods were so cautious and did not want to make regular appearances because they were wary of these heaven-crushing sect heavenly disciples. Now, the second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect was here, and he appeared to have been waiting for the heavenly gods. "Are you finally going to fight? I am really surprised." The heavenly mountain god scrutinized Xianxia with a cold expression as boundless power surged forth from his divine halo, like a series of divine mountains crashing down upon Xianxia. Xianxia continued onward as if nothing was impeding him. "It looks like the heavenly gods are very nervous. The void body mantra really is a useful technique. It can even prevent the heavenly gods from detecting his presence." The celestial the arch smiled as he turned toward Xianxia. Xianxia's void body mantra allowed him to remain unscathed even from the power generated by the heavenly time god's self-detonation. As such, it was not surprising that he could use it to avoid detection from the 2 heavenly gods. The final trump card of the extermination team had finally appeared, and the heavenly gods were feeling quite tense. They had thought that a crushing victory was assured, but the tables had been turned once again. Heavenly God Jordan, the heavenly metal god, and the heavenly mountain god suddenly discovered that they were the prey instead of the hunters. Everyone was very elated that the final trump card of the extermination team had finally arrived. However, Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake were both given a fright before flaring up with rage. Black Spirit Snake turned toward the Celestial the Arch with shock and fury. "Why are people from the heaven-crushing sect here? Celestial the Arch, you know about this, don't you? You're the second in command of the heaven-mending sect. How could you cooperate with a heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect?" The Celestial the Arch blinked with an innocent expression. "I'm not. I didn't. Don't wrongfully blame me. I was only cooperating with sect leader and Lin. However, Xianxia from the heaven-crushing sect also just happened to be cooperating with Lin as well, so it's just a coincidence that we all met here." Black Spirit Snake almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing the Celestial Thearch's explanation. Coincidence my fucking ass. Did he think she was a retard? Meanwhile, White Spirit Snake came to a sudden realization. No wonder Her Majesty told us to keep a level head and prioritize the heavenly human tribe as our enemy when we informed her that we were going to attack the southern heavenly gate. Her Majesty was afraid that we would get into an altercation with the heaven-crushing sect. The heavenly mountain god's aura became more and more formidable, as if a boundless, mountainous power with no end in sight was crashing down upon Xianxia. A normal mighty figure might have been reduced to a puddle of blood by this terrifying pressure without even being able to resist. However, Xianxia brushed his shoulders as if he were dusting himself off before continuing onward with a carefree smile. Even though no attacks had been unleashed, his battle against the heavenly mountain god had actually already commenced. On the other battlefield, the heavenly metal god stood up and had withdrawn all of her complacency. There was still a fist indentation branded onto her face as her face had no elasticity and was not able to spring back into its original shape as a result. However, she didn't really care about that, and she pressed her palm toward the oncoming ancient dragon empress. Countless golden, metal saw blades appeared in the air before quickly revolving. Not only were they extremely resolute and rigid, but they were also imbued with the power to slice through all things. The ancient dragon empress blasted a fist toward the saw blades, but the dense expanse of saw blades was able to keep her devastating attack at bay. Not only that, but they were also able to tear a series of extremely deep gashes into the ancient dragon empress fist. The ancient dragon Empress' eyelids twitched as she quickly sprang back in retreat. This is the chaotic immortal metal, the sharpest metal in the entire universe. Your power is nowhere near enough to shatter it. The heavenly metal god finally recovered some confidence. She stood proudly amid the countless chaotic immortal metal saw blades. In this world, I can use any types of metals and elevate all of their characteristics to their maximum extent. I am the god of all metal. The ancient dragon empress remained silent and wrung out her stinging hand before pouncing toward the heavenly metal god again. The vermilion bird princess finally heaved a sigh of relief as the pressure was lifted from her shoulders. At this moment, an extremely fragrant and enchanting scent wafted toward her. She raised her head to discover an extremely beautiful woman descending from the sky. Her bright blue eyes, her sharp nose, her thin yet extremely gorgeous lips. Everything about her made her seem like she was the most flawless artistic masterpiece. The most eye-catching thing about her was her 6 pristine white, flawless wings. They emanated a holy light, which was extremely warm and soothing, and countless beautiful white feathers fell from the heavens in her wake. Rafaela! The vermilion bird princess immediately recognized who this was. Rafaela was one of the 4 archangels of the Garden of Eden and the #1 female superstar on the Taichu continent who was able to attract countless fans with her gorgeous looks alone. Furthermore, she possessed Tao integration stage power and a smile that could heal all hearts. As such, she was rated as the #1 goddess on the entire Taichu continent by countless living beings. Allow me to heal Lin and Su Xiaolan's injuries, Rafaela proposed with a warm smile. And Lin was excited beyond words at the sight of Rafaela. Rafaela fulfilled all of his fantasies about angels. She was beautiful, kind-hearted, and could act as a walking hospital at crucial moments. Rafaela carefully helped Lin and Su Xiaolan out of their coffin as an extremely gorgeous and soothing smile appeared on her face. Thank you for your hard work in that previous battle. You two are extremely impressive. I couldn't help but cheer both of you on at the top of my lungs when I was spectating from afar. And Lin was very pleased to hear this. What kind yet truthful words of flattery. You two have performed beyond even the expectations of the 2 heavenly disciples, and it was exactly due to your powers that we were able to execute our plan to perfection. Rafaela continued to deliver praise with an extremely genuine expression on her gorgeous features. At the same time, her eyes wandered over to Lin's face, where they lingered and shimmered with reverence as well as a hint of curiosity. And Lin was having an out-of-body experience from being praised and even revered by the #1 goddess on the Taichu continent. Su Xiaolan silently pinched onto the soft flesh on his waist, and Lin was instantly brought back to reality. Rafaela could see their surreptitious interactions, and she pursed her lips in an amused smile. At the same time, she had the self-awareness to avert her gaze from Lin and began to prepare a healing formation. The healing formation was activated. Enormous healing power surged toward Lin and Su Xiaolan, who were situated at the center of the formation. And Lin could feel an extremely warm energy gradually flow into his body from the surface of his skin. It was like a spring breeze, soft and gentle yet full of vitality. It was like the hands of a lover gently caressing his entire body. Regardless of whether it was his ruptured organs, or shattered meridians and bones, or even his severely debilitated consciousness, everything was being repaired and nurtured in an extremely pleasant manner. And Lin was even beginning to moan with pleasure as all of his exhaustion and pain were wiped away, leaving his entire body relaxed and languid, making him want to feel as if he was going to fall into a deep sleep. He had tried using immortal pills and immortal tools, as well as all types of regenerative spell techniques to heal his injuries in the past. But none of those provided anywhere near as enjoyable an experience like this. Even the rate at which he was being healed was the fastest he had ever experienced. Even his evergreen technique was resonating with this healing power, thereby allowing him to recover at an even faster rate. Is this the power of the healing divine Tao? How wonderful! A blissful expression appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as well, and her cheeks became slightly flushed. She could feel the after-effects of using her mystic technique being significantly alleviated. Cultivators who specialized in healing were extremely rare. In fact, there were probably only a handful of cultivators who attained healing-type divine Tao across the vast Taichu continent. Furthermore, Archangel Raphaela was the first living being on the entire Taichu continent to have resonated her healing-type divine Tao with heaven and earth and received the approval of the great Tao of heaven and earth, thereby allowing her to become a Tao integration stage healer. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were being treated by none other than the #1 healer on the entire Taichu continent. Was going to the hospital and receiving treatment supposed to be a painful ordeal? Not if Raphaela could help it. And Lin looked at the exquisite beauty standing at the edge of the formation with her eyes shut, and her 6 wings spread out around her. A gentle breeze suddenly blew past, revealing sections of her snowy white, well-proportioned legs beneath her angelic robe. Her golden hair reflected the light of the setting sun, and she stood with holy light emanating from her body. She was too beautiful, so beautiful that she didn't even look like she belonged to this world. Not only was she the #1 healer on the continent, but she was also a strong contender for the #1 beauty on the entire continent. And Lin was suddenly struck by the urge to inflict a sword wound upon himself so that he could go to Archangel Raphaela for treatment. His heart jolted with shock. Why was this such a familiar feeling? That's right. This was the exact same stupid method Dongfang Zhuangshi had used to get closer to Dongfang Mengjie. However, he was only doing that for mental pleasure while Enlin was experiencing bliss on a mental and physical level. Soon, Enlin could feel that he was able to move and could even circulate some of his energy. One had to realize that he had completely depleted his body and then depleted it some more in his battle against heavenly goddess Linyu, as expected of the #1 healer on the Taichu continent. Raphaela opened her sapphire eyes, and a faint smile appeared on her face at the sight of Enlin and Su Xiaolan, who had regained the ability to move and were meditating together to accelerate their regeneration process. This was an extremely soothing and warm smile. Smiles could evoke a sense of relaxation and joy within the onlooker's heart. In particular, when the smile was this beautiful, it felt like even Raphaela's healing abilities had been enhanced countless times. Even Su Xiaolan was feeling quite captivated. This was the most beautiful smile she had ever seen in her entire life. Raphaela was genuinely happy. If Su Xiaolan and Enlin could quickly recover from their injuries and join the battle again, their hopes of securing victory would be elevated even further. After a while, she decided to change her treatment method. However, all of a sudden, a dark shadow appeared behind her. An extremely terrifying sense of peril suddenly surged through Raphaela's body. As the #1 healer on the Taichu continent, she was very familiar with death, which was why she was able to instantly detect just how close she was to death in that instant. Run. She had to run. The danger behind her was sending unadulterated horror surging through her body. She was just about to run toward Enlin when a sharp pain erupted from her neck. It was as some peerlessly sharp object had sliced through her neck at unimaginable speed, passing through her soft skin, her scorching flesh, and her resolute bones. Raphaela caught sight of a flawless body falling feebly to the ground with its 6 wings hanging limply by its side. The feathers on the wings had been stained crimson with blood, creating a particularly unsettling sight against the backdrop of the crimson sky. Most importantly, that body had no head. Huh? A raspy voice sounded from her throat as her blue eyes widened. Her hair seemed to have been grabbed, and her head was hanging in midair. Her immensely powerful life force ensured that she retained her consciousness. Raphaela seemed to have realized something. Her suspicions were confirmed when she saw the expression of shock and rage on the 2 people before her. She had been killed. Ever since she decided to participate in this war, she knew that there were definitely going to be people who died during this war. After all, this was a battle against the entire Heavenly Human Tribe United Army on the Southern Front. It was the most intense battle in the past few decades, and it would not be strange even if Tao integration stage super mighty figures were to perish. She just didn't expect herself to be the first super mighty figure to fall. She was just someone responsible solely for healing and logistics, and Lin's eyes widened, and his mind fell completely blank at the ghastly scenes unfolding before his eyes. Behind Raphaela stood a dark yellow humanoid creature wearing a black cloak. It held a twisted, crimson blade in one hand, and it held Rafaela's hair in the hand as her head dangled in midair. Rafaela's face was filled with shock and confusion, and blood was still pouring relentlessly from her neck. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The woman who was smiling warmly just a moment ago was already leaving this world. Her expression had begun to congeal and her eyes were losing their light, as if she were a broken doll. The yellow humanoid being looked down at Rafaela's head with a satisfied grin, as if it was hoisting a prized hunting trophy. The crimson sky resonated with the blood dripping from the woman's head, creating a horrifying scene of despair. And Lin saw a divine halo above the being's head. This was a greenish-yellow divine halo, which seemed to be a little insubstantial, but it still struck the onlooker with a sense of fear. Rafaela saw the enraged Lin and Su Xiaolin rise to their feet. Her eyelids grew extremely heavy, and her world was soon plunged into eternal darkness as she lost all her senses. Heaven and earth began to wail with grief. The crimson sky became bright and clear again, as if it had been healed. It was already close to nighttime, and stars began to appear in the night sky. Heaven and earth were vast and lonely with only the light of the stars for the company. Everyone on the battlefield was struck by a sense of sorrow. This was instinctive sorrow evoked by the passing of a Tao. The fall of a Tao integration stage supermighty figure was mourned by the entire heaven and earth. Countless specks of white light fell upon the earth, shimmering with gentle light, as if stardust were being sprinkled down from the heavens. The specks of light were imbued with extremely potent healing power, and all living beings present could feel their injuries being quickly regenerated. Even the instinctive grief evoked by the passing of a Tao integration stage supermighty figure was being alleviated by this healing power. This was Rafaela's final reciprocation following her death, and it was just as gentle and soothing as ever. This was perhaps the least sorrowful death of a supermighty figure. And Lin felt like he could even see a beautiful and gentle big sister looking down from above and cheering him on with a smile as warm and soothing as a spring breeze. Even though that big sister was going to leave him forever, the beauty of that moment still evoked a sense of overwhelming serenity and warmth in his heart. And Lin and Su Xiaolin were the most severely wounded among anyone here, so they reaped the most benefit from her reciprocation. Not only were their injuries quickly being healed, but even their energy was also slowly being restored. Rafaela died? Chun Chen's perpetually expressionless facade crumbled for the first time as he turned to look at Rafaela with astonishment and wistfulness on his face. An enraged roar suddenly erupted throughout the heavens. A red streak of light flashed through the air before hurtling toward the heavenly god who had just killed Rafaela at an extremely terrifying speed. "I'm going to fucking kill you." The ancient dragon empress' eyes had turned crimson as her killing intent erupted into the heavens, and her roar of the true dragon instantly shattered the earth within a radius of several dozen kilometers. She borrowed on her speed to launch an almighty kick toward the heavenly god. Her foot was imbued with unparalleled heaven-crushing intent, as if she were threatening to puncture the heavens with this kick. Foot of the heavenly Tao. Bam! Red energy instantly crashed through the air, reducing everything within a radius of over 50 kilometers to dust. The ancient dragon empress had been well and truly infuriated, and her heaven-crushing intent had been elevated to a new peak as a result. Even the heavenly metal god and heavenly mountain god were struck by a sense of horror by her devastating attack. And Lin and Su Xiaolin were blasted into retreat by the shockwaves from that attack, and if it weren't for the fact that they had recovered somewhat from their injuries, they most likely would have been killed by the shockwaves from the ancient dragon empress attack alone. An ancient, mighty voice sounded directly in everyone's mind. Fury can make a living being become more powerful. This is certainly accurate. The energy dissipated. The humanoid being's black cloak had been torn away from the power behind that devastating kick, revealing him to be a young man with delicate, intricate features and a semi-transparent body that appeared as if it had been constructed from yellow amber. He held Rafaela's head in one hand and his twisted red blade in the other, which he blocked firmly in front of the ancient dragon empress' almighty kick, and he didn't even retreat a single step. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. The ancient dragon empress had used a heaven-crushing technique of the highest caliber, and her fury had lent her even more power, but she was unable to even force her enemy back a single step? You may be able to crush the heavens with your kick, but would you be able to shake the vast and boundless earth in the slightest? The yellow god smiled. The ancient dragon empress did not give a reply, and she suddenly began to shed tears of blood. Red divine Tao light instantly enshrouded her enemy in an attempt to vanquish his entire body. The yellow god was not flustered or alarmed in the slightest. Instead, he shook his head lightly, as if he was mocking the ancient dragon empress for biting off more than she could chew. Right at this moment, the ancient dragon empress hand flashed through the air. A crimson streak of light flashed past. Golden strands of hair were severed. Raphaela's body and head were instantly cradled in the ancient dragon empress' arms before she made a quick retreat. The yellow god chuckled lightly. You're about to die soon, yet you're still thinking about recovering your comrade's body? You have a hard exterior, but who would have thought that your heart would be so soft? His feet clearly hadn't moved, but his body shot forth toward the ancient dragon empress at an extremely terrifying speed, and the twisted, crimson blade in his hand became even more sinister. Right at this moment, a bolt of golden void lightning imbued with the power to destroy all things fell from the sky. The lightning was imbued with a paramount will, as if this were heavenly tribulation delivered by the lightning god itself. Boom! The divine lightning exploded and destroyed everything in its path. The young man faltered before slashing his blade toward the golden void lightning. The lightning, which was imbued with boundless divine might, was sliced in half by the crimson blade. I should have killed that woman sooner. There's even more trouble to deal with now. The young man retracted his crimson blade before turning toward Enlin with a cold expression. Enlin's expression became more grave upon seeing this. That was the most powerful attack he was capable of after using his heavenly lightning power, and it was still dispelled nonchalantly by his enemy. This was extremely disturbing to Enlin. Fortunately, Enlin was not fighting alone. He still had Xiaolan, and the ancient dragon empress was also gearing up for another attack. Who are you? Enlin asked the question everyone had in their mind. The young man looked at Enlin with a harmless smile. Me? In the creation of the world there was first heaven, then there was earth. I am the latter. The young man raised his hands high over his head as he spoke. In that instant, everything between heaven and earth seemed to be resonating with him. Boom, boom, boom. The boundless earth began to tremor violently. This level of power was completely indescribable. It was as if the entire Taichu continent was quaking at his command. The earth split open, creating tall mountains, massive plains, and bottomless canyons one after the other. It was simply inconceivable to everyone that someone could be capable of so much power. Everyone felt as if they were witnessing a dream, and Lin had only ever seen something like this when Tina created the divine mirror world. The young man slowly put down his hands, and the drastic changes taking place upon heaven and earth came to a stop. The earth that had been severely ravaged by battle was now back to its original condition, as if that battle had never even taken place. Everyone knew who this god was now. After all, anyone would be able to guess his identity as long as they weren't stupid. I am the earth. The young man's ancient voice belied his youthful looks and his reflected mercy and benevolence, as well as the passage of infinite time. And all of you are bitches. Everyone exploded upon hearing this. Of course, following the initial surge of rage, everyone drew a sharp intake of breath. The enemy they were facing was even more terrifying than they had imagined. This was the heavenly earth god. All of them knew what this title entailed. From the information that they had gathered from the higher-ups in the heavenly human tribe, their 6 paramount heavenly gods consisting of heaven, earth, ocean, life, light, and darkness. All of them represented the paramount will of the heavenly Tao, and they also possessed the most fundamental powers of the heavenly Tao, which in turn gave them the power to bestow powers of the heavenly Tao upon other living beings. For example, Lan Xiaoni's power of water was bestowed upon her by the heavenly sea god. There were 2 factions among the representatives of the heavenly Tao, one of which was the radical faction, which championed the idea of exterminating all living beings on the entire continent, while the other was the more moderate faction, which proposed that destroying just the human race was enough. The leader of the heavenly human tribe was the heavenly light goddess, who was a member of the moderate faction. Aside from light, ocean and earth were also paramount heavenly gods who were part of the moderate faction. How could anyone remain calm now that one of the paramount heavenly god, the heavenly earth god, had appeared before them? And Lin's courage to face this enemy with the help of the ancient dragon empress instantly vanished. He turned toward the youth in linen garments in the distance. Chun, let's swap opponents. Chun. He hesitated momentarily before tossing a ball of white light toward the celestial the arch. You possess an aptitude that is not inferior to mine, but in a battle against the heavens, you're just a useless piece of trash. If you want everything to live, then use it. He pointed at the ball of white light before his body disappeared and re-emerged beside Lin. The celestial the arch stared blankly at the ball of light before him. What was this thing? Why was Chun giving it to him? Even though he didn't know what this thing was, he could clearly sense the extremely pure and abundant heaven-crushing intent emanating from within. It was quite clear that this ball of light contained some sort of essence of the heaven-crushing sect. No, I'm a member of the heaven-mending sect. How could I accept this gift? This is clearly a core object of the heaven-crushing sect. The celestial the arch knew that if he was to accept this thing, it would be the equivalent of him defecting toward the heaven-crushing sect. The enemy was trying to use a Trojan horse tactic to bring him down. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake, who were also in Yua's camp, also turned toward the celestial the arch, curious about what his decision was going to be. They were naturally aware that this was something very important, but they were not going to influence the celestial thearch's decision. There were pros and cons regardless of what decision he made, so he would have to make the decision for himself. Chun faced the heavenly earth god with a calm expression. Even though he wasn't doing anything and looked extremely mundane, in the eyes of all of the surrounding mighty figures, he was a man who stood at the pinnacle of the heavens. In comparison, the celestial the arch was almost no match for even the most ordinary of the heavenly gods. A conflicted expression appeared on the celestial thearch's face. At this moment, Lin and Su Xiaolan were already charging toward the heavenly mountain god. The ancient dragon empress was also engaging the heavenly metal god in battle. She was venting her rage against the heavenly earth god upon the heavenly metal god, thereby allowing her to unleash power several times more terrifying than her prior output. Heavenly god Jordan knew that he had to fight as well. However, he didn't have to use his 9th divine halo. Now that all of the representatives of the heavenly Tao were here, including the heavenly earth god, the outcome of this battle was already decided. All he would have to do was to hold off those Tao integration stage super mighty figures. With this in mind, heavenly god Jordan looked up at the celestial the arch, Black Spirit Snake, and White Spirit Snake with an expression of assured victory on his face. The celestial the arch was extremely pissed off by that expression. What was that expression supposed to mean? Was he just a bug that could be easily crushed in heavenly god Jordan's eyes? Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake had already charged toward heavenly god Jordan. Heavenly god Jordan didn't want to engage in a battle to the death. All he would have to do was to not lose. As such, he activated only 6 divine halos and adopted guerrilla warfare tactics, upon which he was able to easily hold off his opponents. The celestial the arch considered a lot of things in this short span of time. He looked at the alluring ball of light beside him, from which extremely profound heaven-crushing true intent was emanating forth, as if it was going to destroy the heavens. I am the second in command of the heaven-mending sect, and I refuse to turn my back on my Tao. However, it is important to know thy enemy and know thyself in order to secure victory in all battles. I am accepting this thing so that I can get a better understanding of the heaven-crushing sect, which would help me defeat them in the future. The celestial the arch justified his reasoning to himself before taking a deep breath. He extended a hand to absorb the ball of light. Paramount heaven-crushing true intent surged into the celestial thearch's mind like a tidal wave. A paramount voice shocked his heart and mind, as if it were the voice of the great Tao. Heaven and earth are eternal, but not immune to destruction. The heavenly Tao has an infinite lifespan, but it is not invincible. Anything could become the heavenly Tao and take its place. It could be an unfathomably powerful mighty figure, or the most mundane blade of grass, or the most insignificant speck of dust. The celestial the Arch accepted the immense amount of information, of which some were about the heavenly Tao. However, the majority of it was on how to crush the heavens and take its place. This was an almost irresistible temptation. If he was to succeed, he would reach a state that no living being had ever reached. It had to be said that the celestial the Arch was extremely tempted for a split second. He wanted nothing more than to run to Xianxia and ask him what the final step required to crush the heavens was. However, his Tao heart was extremely resolute, and he was able to regain control over his mind before carefully digesting all of the heaven-crushing techniques. Her Majesty Nuwa did not prohibit us from attacking the southern heavenly gate, which means that the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly gods are obstacles to the heaven-mending sect as well. As such, I would not be turning my back on my Tao during this battle. The celestial Thearcha's aura instantly transformed from its ethereal and profound state to a paramount aura that threatened to break through the heavens. I'm going to slay the gods today. The celestial the Arch materialized a cloud and mist sword, and a paramount power fell from the heavens upon the sword. He was borrowing the power of the heavens. Bam! His body instantly broke through 100 times the speed of sound as it hurtled toward Heavenly God Jordan at an extreme speed. Heavenly God Jordan remained unfazed and snapped his fingers nonchalantly, upon which the blue divine halo around his waist created an impenetrable barrier before him. Whoosh! The sword of cloud and mist crashed down upon the barrier. The blue barrier imbued with the will of the heavens began to crack open, but it was still able to hold on. Just as Heavenly God Jordan was about to stage a calm and collected retreat, a burst of terrifying heaven-crushing true intent exploded from the sword blade. Boom! The barrier shattered. Heavenly God Jordan's pupils contracted drastically as an expression of incredulity appeared on his face. He was not expecting the celestial the Arch to suddenly become such a proficient user of the heaven-crushing techniques. The sword was too fast for him to evade. The sword blade fell like lightning before tearing through Heavenly God Jordan's body, sending white blood splattering through the air. The celestial Thearcha's calm expression was imbued with supreme heaven-crushing intent. He was borrowing the power of the heavens to crush the Tao of the heavens. Heavenly God Jordan hurtled back in retreat. The celestial the Arch was not going to let him go and immediately gave chase. Heaven-crushing chains. Ah! Heaven-crushing heart-hooking sword. Ah! Heaven-crushing asshole puncture strike. Ah! It was as if the celestial the Arch had suddenly installed hacks that allowed him to unleash a series of strange yet powerful heaven-crushing techniques, which had Heavenly God Jordan howling like a wounded animal. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake looked on with incredulity on their faces. They were even beginning to suspect whether the celestial the Arch was a heaven-crushing sect spy who had been planted at the heaven-mending sect all along. How could he be capable of unleashing so many heaven-crushing techniques after just attaining heaven-crushing true intent? Both of the Snake Spirit clan sisters were thinking the exact same thing as Heavenly God Jordan. How were they supposed to believe that the celestial the Arch really had only just attained these heaven-crushing techniques? He was clearly holding back this entire time. However, it really was the truth. The celestial the Arch suddenly felt like he had discovered a new continent and was unleashing his heaven-crushing techniques as if they were tailor-made for him. He became more and more proficient at using them through the battle, and he could feel that some of the core heaven-crushing true intent was indistinctly similar to some of his thoughts when studying the heavens. This was quite a wonderful feeling. What was even more astonishing to the celestial the Arch was that after combining his heaven-crushing true intent and the power he borrowed from the heavens, he was able to unleash power far greater than the total of these two. This was the main reason why Heavenly God Jordan was suddenly being crushed by the celestial the Arch. On the Heavenly Mountain God battlefield, Lin and Su Xiaolan were fighting side by side. After receiving treatment from Rafaela and the Tao intent reciprocation following Rafaela's death, their injuries and energy had recovered significantly, thereby allowing them to fight again. Evil sword technique, Eternal Night. The dark divine tool domain spread through the air. pulling the heavenly mountain god into a unique space. And Lin raised his evil-slaying sword high into the sky before sending it crashing down. Sword intent imbued with unstoppable power surged forth in the form of invisible ripples that swept toward the heavenly mountain god. The heavenly mountain god remained standing on the spot before unleashing an almighty fist. Bam! Mountainous power swept forth, vanquishing the eternal night sword intent and even the evil-slaying sword's divine tool domain at the same time. At this moment, the air suddenly became extremely scorching hot. The heavenly mountain god abruptly turned to meet the dragon sparrow sword hurtling toward it. Su Xiaolin had unleashed her true dragon and vermilion bird dual buff mystic techniques once again, and her aura surged explosively as holy flames wrapped around her sword blade before sweeping toward the heavenly mountain god. The heavenly mountain god actually wasn't all that quick. In fact, it wasn't even able to keep up with the speed of Su Xiaolin's sword strike. The dragon sparrow sword clashed viciously with the heavenly mountain god's chest, upon which heaven-crushing true intent soared into the clouds amid the roar of a true dragon and the clear cry of a vermilion bird. This was already an extremely advanced heaven-crushing technique. However, a sharp screeching sound erupted as the sword blade struck the heavenly mountain god's body. The extremely formidable power imbued within the sword fell upon its skin and was only able to tear open a few extremely tiny cracks, which inflicted no substantial damage upon the heavenly mountain god. So hard. This was Su Xiaolin's first thought. At this moment, a fist as large as a sandbag was already crashing down upon her. In that instant, Su Xiaolin felt like she could see a mountain so tall that it sent despair running through her heart. The mountain was falling upon her, and she felt like she would be crushed into mincemeat in the next second. This was an illusion that was created as her enemy's true intent was far too powerful. An azure dragon suddenly appeared before wrapping itself around Su Xiaolin's body, creating an indestructible true dragon wall. Su Xiaolin had undergone the only dual Dao integration in Taichu continent history, with her true dragon Dao responsible for defense while her vermilion bird Dao was responsible for attack. The true dragon wall she was unleashing now was her most powerful defensive spell technique. Bam! An overwhelming power swept forth with the paramount will to crush all things. If weren't for the fact that Su Xiaolin's true dragon wall was imbued with extremely powerful heaven-crushing true intent, her defenses would have been instantly broken, and she would have been afflicted by the full power of that punch. An earth-shattering boom erupted. The azure dragon wailed with anguish before its body began to crack open. Su Xiaolin could feel a burst of power penetrating her true dragon wall before crashing into her body. She threw up a mouthful of blood, and her body was blasted flying into the distance. Even though she had made ample preparations, she was still unable to defend herself completely against the heavenly mountain god's attack. At this moment, a spatial ripple suddenly swept forth. The heavenly mountain god's expression finally shifted. Before it had a chance to do anything, its head was struck by an extremely terrifying force, instantly cracking its skin into tens of thousands of sections. And Lin held his evil-slaying sword and panted heavily as he looked on at the heavenly mountain god. He had just unleashed a vanquish the heavens and slay all evil annihilation strike. The heavenly mountain god was the first opponent to have survived that attack without losing one of its body parts. It really was hard. What spell technique is this? A husky yet powerful voice sounded. The earthy divine halo above the heavenly mountain god suddenly began to glow with a dazzling divine light before repairing its shattered face back to its chiseled looks. And Lin replied in a cold voice, "This is my bitch whipping sword technique." Peculiar silence descended. The heavenly mountain god took a deep breath and continued to stand on the same spot. It was as resolute as an unmovable mountain. Only now did Lin come to the shocking realization that the heavenly mountain god had not moved a single inch from that spot ever since the battle had commenced. Was it flexing on purpose? Or was it really unable to move? Perhaps it would suffer a negative consequence if it was to move from that spot. Countless thoughts sprang into his mind as he contemplated whether his opponent could actually move, and if not, how could he use this to his advantage? The heavenly mountain god finally walked forward 2 steps before crossing its arms. "Very good. You are a worthy opponent. I will kill you before the heavenly earth god takes care of Chun Chun. And Lin. Alright, so all that speculation and contemplation was for fucking nothing. Bursts of rumbling suddenly erupted from the heavens. The stars and moon in the sky suddenly disappeared, plunging everything into darkness. At the same time, a sense of unprecedented pressure enveloped in Lin and Su Xiaolan's bodies. This was the powerlessness and sense of insignificance one would experience when facing a colossus that was well beyond their imaginations. The reason why the sky had turned dark was that a gargantuan mountain with no end in sight had obscured the entire sky and was quickly plummeting toward the ground. Within Lin's current power level, he could slice a 100,000 feet tall divine mountain in half with his most powerful sword strike. However, he was struck by a sense of despair at the sight of the gargantuan mountain falling down upon him. Was this really a fucking mountain? It felt like an entire continent was being hurled at him. The heavenly mountain god splayed its hands open, and an unprecedented earthy yellow divine light erupted from its divine halo as it activated its power to its very maximum. Heavenly God Technique. The fall of Mount Buzhou. It was extremely difficult to give a description of this mountain as it was far too unfathomable and unimaginable. Mount Buzhou was a mountain that only existed in myths and legends, and no one had actually seen it. However, it was said that all living beings would be struck by a sense of boundless awe and veneration at the sight of it, and their instincts would tell them the name of the mountain Mount Buzhou. The reason why the mountain was referred to as Mount Buzhou was because it was incomplete and flawed. However, no one knew exactly how it was flawed. There were countless mountains in this world, and no matter what they looked like, none of them could be said to be incomplete. However, Mount Buzhou struck all onlookers with a sense that it was incomplete. It was as if the mountain was providing a definition of what was completed and what was incomplete to the world. It wasn't just a mountain, it was Tao. Are you serious? The heavenly mountain god is throwing Mount Buzhou at me? And Lin was a little dumbstruck. He was struck by a crushing sense of despair for the first time. The mountain was simply too big. So big that he didn't know how to face it. All divine mountains in comparison were as insignificant and tiny as ants. And Lin even had a feeling that if Mount Buzhou was to fall, the entire continent would be smashed to smithereens. And Lin, brace yourself, and don't be fooled by illusions. If the heavenly mountain god is capable of carrying Mount Buzhou here, it would have destroyed the entire kingdom of the 9 states a long time ago, Su Xiaolan yelled. And Lin shuddered upon hearing this, and he quickly came to his senses. That's right. If the heavenly mountain god really was this badass, why did it wait until now to strike? It must be fake. Even though it was super realistic and every single cell in his body was trembling from instinctive fear, it must be fake. And Lin consoled himself over and over again, and his fighting spirit was instantly reignited. He stepped forward and took the initiative to rise up and meet the gargantuan Mount Buzhou. If it's not the real Mount Buzhou, then I have nothing to fear. And Lin repressed his fear, and his wind divine halo appeared above his head, upon which his aura became ethereal and supremely powerful, as if he were the wind god descending upon this world. Heavenly blade. Streams of wind revolved around his evil-slaying sword, and he slashed his sword through the air. Wind swept forth like a blade parting the heavens as a dazzling white light instantly lit up the gargantuan mountain. Whoosh! The heavenly blade was imbued with the paramount will to slice through all things, and it really did manage to slice the colossal Mount Buzhou in half. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that the illusion had been broken. However, he was then horrified to discover that even though Mount Buzhou had been sliced in half, it did nothing to help his situation. The colossal mountain had been severed into 2 halves, but those 2 halves were still crashing down upon him with boundless might. What the fuck? And Lin's eyes widened with incredulity. Boom! Mount Buzhou had already crashed down heavily upon Lin. A terrifying, crushing power swept forth, threatening to reduce his entire body to mincemeat. This was real, limitless weight and limitless power. At that moment, Lin felt like Mount Buzhou really had fallen upon him. He had no time to do anything else before being crushed to the ground by Mount Buzhou. and he felt like he was going to be reduced to nothingness along with the earth around him. And Lin! Su Xiaolan let loose a panicked yell and immediately flew over to Enlin before unleashing her true dragon wall around Enlin and herself. Heaven-crushing true intent merged with her true dragon divine Tao to combat the crushing might of Mount Buzhou. However, Mount Buzhou continued to crash down with boundless might, completely undeterred. Enlin finally got a chance to catch his breath after being enshrouded by Su Xiaolan's true dragon wall, and he immediately unleashed his wind of absolute power as well as his evading turtle technique around himself and Su Xiaolan. True dragon wall, evading turtle, wind of absolute power. The three peerless defensive spell techniques enshrouded the two of them. However, they were still not feeling very confident, and both of them held each other tightly as they screamed at the top of their lungs before being mercilessly crushed into the ground by Mount Buzhou. Boom! Heaven and earth quaked violently. The earth caved in for over 1,000 kilometers from the force of the colossal mountain. Shockwaves intermingled with shrapnel and rubble annihilated everything in the general vicinity. The Celestial, the Arch, and the others were all blasted flying, and even Shen Yuanchang and the others, who were spectating from the extremely far distance, were knocked back tens of thousands of meters. Holy fuck! This Mount Buzhou is real. Shen Yuanchang was a little dumbstruck. Of course it's fake. The mountain is indeed extraordinarily massive, but it's not as vast and boundless as we perceive it to be. Countless streams of data flashed past by Ling's eyes as she spoke with a grave expression. However, that really is the power of Mount Buzhou. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. So Enlin and Su Xiaolan really had been squashed by Mount Buzhou. Even the Celestial, the Arch, and Heavenly God Jordan couldn't help but turn to look at the colossal mountain with shock surging through their hearts. The Heavenly Mountain God looked to be quite slow and docile, but then again, judging a book by its cover had always been a cardinal sin in battle. Enlin and Su Xiaolan had been crushed beneath the very bottom of the mountain. There were countless divine symbols as well as rough, inky black veined patterns all over the mountain, creating a peerless sealing formation that could most likely seal even the most powerful of godfiends. The Heavenly Mountain God's hands fell feebly by its sides, and it panted heavily as the divine halo on its head began to dim significantly. It was quite clear that the attack earlier was quite an energy-consuming one. It was actually nowhere near as complacent as it looked when it was facing Enlin. On the contrary, Enlin was one of the three most dangerous mighty figures present in its heart. That was why it had unleashed its most powerful attack at the first given opportunity. It was trying to eliminate this extremely dangerous character as quickly as possible. The Heavenly Mountain God looked at the infinitely tall divine mountain before it, and it nodded with satisfaction. The Mount Buzhou I have summoned is indeed not the real Mount Buzhou, but it's not just a projection of Mount Buzhou either. In other words, this Mount Buzhou is the equivalent of a miniature Mount Buzhou. However, it's still more than enough to crush you too. The Heavenly Mountain God turned away from the Mount Buzhou it had summoned with a content expression to survey the rest of the battlefield. Heavenly God Jordan, Heavenly Metal God, Heavenly Earth God, who needed its help the most? On the battlefield where the Heavenly Earth God was situated. A fine and delicate youth in linen garments looked on at the paramount Heavenly God with a calm expression on his face. This was the second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect, Chun Chun. He was also one of the beings the Heavenly Tao hated the most and was the wariest of. The Heavenly Earth God was also staring at this legendary figure and was in no hurry to strike. An impasse seemed to have ensued. Away from the battlefield. Has the battle between Chun Chun and the Heavenly Earth God still not begun? Yao Mingxi was confused. Sun Yulua spoke with a thoughtful expression. Perhaps their battle has already begun. Su Qianyun's dreamy blue eyes widened as she exclaimed in her mellow voice, "They're so powerful. I can't even see the battle taking place between them. Is this a clash between two truly powerful beings?" That's right. A battle of this caliber is always preceded by a battle of wills. We can't see it as our cultivation bases are far too lackluster. The Fist Sage chimed in. Dabai was shocked. Is this the world of truly powerful beings? Woof. No, they're just spouting bullshit. Bai Ling summarized mercilessly. Isn't anyone concerned about Giant and Lin? Tina was quite worried. Don't worry. Chun would not be so calm if Lin really had been crushed to death, Xianxia analyzed in a calm voice. Chun held Lin in extremely high regard, so there was no way he would remain so calm if Lin had perished to that attack. Then could Master have been squashed flat? Merlin stared at Mount Buzhou intently. Maybe some blood could have been crushed out of his body? Cassidy licked her lips with an entranced expression. Everyone ignored those two nutjobs. Merlin had picked up a pile of blood-stained dirt from the ground and was sampling it with relish. Meanwhile, Cassidy picked up a blood-stained rock from the ground and extracted the blood upon it before swallowing it, upon which seductive moans began to escape from her lips. This blood was the blood Lin shed during the course of the battle earlier. These two would often go around to pick up some objects stained by Lin's blood before sampling them. Even though the blood wasn't very fresh, it was still much more delicious than anything else in this world. My Tao of blood slaughter has already reached a bottleneck. As soon as I attain new enlightenment, I will have a chance to make a breakthrough to the Tao integration stage. Cassidy's eyes shone with excitement. I'm in the same situation with my Tao of blood soul. The holy leader is the light that guides us. Merlin stared at Mount Buzhou with a scorching light in his eyes, as if he could see the captivating man beneath the mountain. Chun and the heavenly earth god were still caught in an impasse. The heavenly mountain god knew that it would be unwise to interfere with that battle, so it turned toward another direction. There, the battle between the heavenly metal god and the ancient dragon empress had already reached a climax. The inky black woman had summoned countless chaotic immortal metal weapons, which swept through the air in lethal trajectories, raining down upon the ancient dragon empress like a torrential storm. The chaotic immortal metal was known as the sharpest weapon in the universe. Even with the simplest of refinement processes, the metal could be refined into an extremely rare immortal tool, which could easily sever the power of the divine Tao. At this moment, countless weapons made from metals of this caliber were being hurled at the ancient dragon empress as if they were pieces of scrap metals. Even the super-cultivating tycoons of this continent would be struck by the urge to throw up blood upon seeing this. The ancient dragon empress flashed through the air, evading the streaks of golden light. Her slender hands were imbued with the power of her paramount evil dragon divine Tao, and if there were chaotic immortal metal weapons she was unable to evade, she would swat them aside with her hands. Chaotic immortal metal really was an extraordinarily sharp material. Even though she was aiming her hands on the flat sides of the weapons, there were still times when she would misjudge. As a result, there were many gashes on her hands. The heavenly metal god had noticed this, and she chortled with glee as she hurled several hundred durian-shaped chaotic immortal metal weapons toward the ancient dragon empress. How are you going to block these? The ancient dragon empress flesh crawled at the sight of the chaotic immortal metal durians, which were bursting with spikes. She took a deep breath and clenched her fist before unleashing an almighty punch. Fist of the heavenly Tao. Bam! Golden light threatened to detonate the entire heavens. Space crumbled and everything was reduced to dust. Extremely terrifying heaven-crushing energy swept through and annihilated everything it came into contact with. Several hundred chaotic immortal metal durians were blasted away by the golden energy, and some of them had even been smashed open. The heavenly metal god's expression shifted drastically as she materialized an inky black metal shield before her. The metal seemed to be a living being as it was squirming as it emanated a faint sheen. Super Cyclone Titanium Alloy. This is the most powerful defensive metal, which can block anything and everything. The heavenly metal god chortled. At this moment, the golden energy swept into her explosively. Boom! The fist of the heavenly Tao struck the inky black shield, making it cave insignificantly, and the squirming black metal seemed to be wailing with anguish. The residual power behind the fist had even passed through the heavenly metal god. It annihilated the earth before crashing into Mount Buzhou behind her. The colossal mountain tremored violently as a fist indentation of indeterminate depth appeared on its surface. The ancient dragon empress slowly withdrew her fist. It can block anything and everything? The heavenly metal god stared at the ancient dragon empress, and she trembled uncontrollably. Her sexy, inky black body had been hammered into the shape of a horseshoe with a massive fist indentation imprinted on her midsection. That's right, a portion of the power of the fist of the heavenly Tao had managed to penetrate through the supercyclone titanium alloy and crashed directly into her body. Huff, huff, huff. The heavenly metal god panted heavily. Her body tremored violently as she tried to recover her former appearance. It was very difficult for a rigid metal body like this to recover to its original form. Thankfully, the metal her body was constructed from was extremely malleable, and even after taking the fist of the heavenly Tao, it caved in instead of snapping in half like what some of the more brittle materials would become. The ancient dragon empress was not going to wait for her to catch her breath. She immediately launched herself toward the heavenly metal god again, and her body streaked through the sky like a shooting star. Gilgamesh Ghost Alloy. The heavenly metal god had been enraged, and she materialized a twisted, crimson sword in her hand, which she slashed toward the ancient dragon empress. This is the most powerful alloy with the most powerful curse properties in the universe. All those wounded by this alloy will be afflicted with terrible fortune. In some cases, one's Tao foundation could crumble, or they could even be reduced to a puddle of blood. Even if you can defend against a part of its power, you will still be afflicted by the most ghastly of curses. The heavenly metal god flaunted the sword as if she were showing off her collection with a cruel smile on her face. The vermilion bird princess suddenly shuddered before turning to look down at her own slender waist with a fearful expression on her face. On her soft and flawlessly arched back, there was a wound that she had sustained while carrying Enlin and Su Xiaolan away from the heavenly metal god. She was pretty sure that the weapon the heavenly metal god had used to inflict this wound upon her was also made from the Gilgamesh Ghost alloy. The vermilion bird princess flew into a panicked frenzy, and she hurriedly assessed her wound. She discovered that there was an extremely peculiar power spreading from the wound all the way throughout her body. She wanted to use her power of the divine Tao to clear out that power, but she was unable to do so. It's over. I've been cursed. The vermilion bird princess was on the verge of tears. At this moment, the ancient dragon empress had punched the heavenly metal god twice more, and the heavenly metal god's face had been flattened, and one of her breasts bulged while the other one had caved into her body. The heavenly metal god also took this opportunity to wound the ancient dragon empress' arm with her Gilgamesh Ghost alloy sword before chortling with glee and announcing the ancient dragon empress' imminent death. The ancient dragon empress' expression remained unchanged as she continued to charge toward the heavenly metal god. The vermilion bird princess heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. This fourth heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect did not seem to be fazed in the slightest by this type of curse, so she must have had a way to dispel it. She could just ask the ancient dragon empress for help with the curse on her own body after the battle was over. The poor vermilion bird princess was completely oblivious to the fact that the ancient dragon empress only appeared so calm and collected as she wasn't afraid to die. After taking care of Enlin and Su Xiaolan, the heavenly mountain god felt like the heavenly metal god didn't need any help either. It then turned its attention on heavenly god Jordan to discover that he was half dead. The celestial the Arch was simply way too ferocious in his attacks, and he was capable of unleashing a vast array of heaven-crushing techniques. He had clearly just attained those techniques, but he unleashed them like a seasoned veteran with no hint of ineptitude whatsoever. It looked like he really did have extraordinary potential for heaven-crushing techniques. The heaven-mending sect super mighty figure had instantly transformed into a heaven-crushing sect super mighty figure. Even Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake had been won over by the celestial Thearch's ferocious display. They had initially been a little displeased by Nua's decision to allocate the role of second in command of the heaven-mending sect to an outsider as opposed to one of them. However, after witnessing the celestial the Arch instantly grasp and master such a vast array of devastating heaven-crushing techniques, they understood why Nua had made her decision. The celestial the Arch had ridiculous aptitude. Both heaven-crushing and heaven-mending required an extremely deep understanding of the heavenly Tao. The celestial the Arch was also so exceptional in heaven-crushing, so he would naturally be extremely proficient at heaven-mending as well. Perhaps when the heaven-mending sect finally made itself known to the world in the future, the celestial Thearch's name would once again be heard throughout the entire continent. Boom, boom, boom. One earth-shattering spell technique after another clashed on the ground below. Space exploded and heaven and earth transformed drastically. The celestial the Arch hurtled through the air in pursuit of the heavenly god up ahead. Eighth divine halo, curse of karma. Heavenly god Jordan roared as he was finally forced into using his eighth divine halo. He crossed his arms over one another, and countless crimson butterflies appeared in the air. The butterflies rippled with light and possessed a dreamy quality to them as they swept toward the celestial the Arch. Tinkle, tinkle, flutter, flutter. A series of indistinct sounds could be heard, connecting the past, present, and future. All of the butterflies were connected by karma and possessed extremely peculiar power. Heaven-crushing roar. The celestial the Arch opened his mouth. Howl! Boom! Massive heaven-crushing sound waves surged forth, pulverizing all of the karma butterflies. Heavenly god Jordan stared at the celestial the Arch with a dumbstruck expression. What the hell was that? Is that a legitimate spell technique? Black Spirit Snake's expression darkened. It has to be said that it was really quite effective though. White Spirit Snake chuckled. The two Spirit Snake sisters had already retreated to the sidelines to spectate the mighty celestial the Arch in action. It had to be said that after letting himself go like this, the celestial the Arch was quite out of character compared to how he normally was, but he was also somehow a little adorable. The celestial the Arch was also feeling really good as he unleashed one devastating heaven-crushing technique after another upon heavenly god Jordan. His discovery of heaven-crushing techniques had opened up a whole new world to him. He felt like heaven-crushing was really fun and exciting. Why should he continue to try and mend the heavens when it was so boring and arduous? At this moment, an enormous aura suddenly approached them from afar. Everyone turned toward the supreme being that was descending upon the battlefield. Jordan, let me help you. The heavenly mountain god let loose a loud cry as it entered the fray. Boom! It unleashed a fist imbued with a mountainous power that threatened to crush all things, and the fist clashed with the celestial Thearch's heaven-crushing power, creating terrifying shockwaves that surged for several hundred kilometers. The celestial the Arch was knocked back for the first time since attaining his heaven-crushing true intent. However, the heavenly mountain god was also knocked back, and an expression of incredulity appeared on its face. It could sense an extremely terrifying heaven-crushing true intent imbued within the celestial Thearch's spell technique. Even though the heavenly mountain god had expended a lot of energy in dealing with Enlin and Su Xiaolan, the energy it had left should still be enough to take care of a super mighty figure like the celestial the Arch. However, it discovered that this was not the case. Not only was the celestial the Arch not flustered or nervous at the sight of the heavenly mountain god intervening on the battle, but he was even more excited, as if he was ecstatic to have found a worthy opponent. Heavenly mountain god. Eat this, heaven-crushing mountain-toppling claw. He curled his fingers into claws, and two scintillating golden imperial seals appeared on his palm and the back of his hand. The power of the heavens fell upon his hand, and an incredibly domineering will that refused to bow to anyone, even to the heavens, erupted. The heavenly mountain god could sense that not only had the shiny golden claws borrowed on the power of the heavens, but it was also imbued with violent heaven-crushing true intent as well as an extremely powerful mountain-toppling intent, which was surely no coincidence. The heavenly mountain god chuckled at the height of its rage. Let me see what your heaven-crushing mountain-toppling claw is all about. It was furious about the celestial Thearch's attitude. The celestial the Arch had borrowed the power of the heavens right in the face of heavens before transforming that power of the heavens into a heaven-crushing power. If this wasn't provocation, then it didn't know what was. This was like if someone borrowed money from you, then hired someone to kill you right in front of your very eyes. It didn't think that anyone was capable of such a shameless act. Even the calm and collected heavenly mountain god was completely enraged. It completely disregarded the celestial Thearch's attack and launched an almighty fist directly toward the celestial Thearch's chest. The celestial Thearch's heart jolted upon seeing this. A fist for a claw? The celestial the Arch was only shocked for a split second before he became even more excited as his heaven-crushing mountain-toppling claw fell upon the heavenly mountain god at an even faster speed. The heaven-crushing mountain-toppling claw was imbued with extremely formidable and profound heaven-crushing mountain-toppling true intent, and it broke through the heavenly mountain god's defenses before striking its chest and quickly coming downward, slicing open its near-indestructible chest. At the same time, the heavenly mountain god's fist crashed into his body. Boundless, mountainous power shattered the celestial Thearch's defenses and pulverized much of his body, upon which he threw up a mouthful of blood and shot back through the air like a cannonball. After that exchange, both sides sustained rather severe wounds. At this moment, heavenly god Jordan grasped the opportunity as the red divine halo around his heart glowed with bright red light, and a crimson karma line abruptly shot through the air toward the celestial Thearch. The celestial Thearch had just been severely wounded and had no way to evade this sneak attack. The red karma hurtled toward the celestial Thearch as fast as a bolt of lightning. His heart jolted with shock upon seeing this. He had gotten carried away by his newfound power and had forgotten all about heavenly god Jordan. Heavenly god Jordan was not some weak noob that could be ignored. If he unleashed all of his powers, he possessed combat prowess comparable to God of Creation stage beings. Even in just his 8 Halo state, the Karma spell technique he was able to unleash was close to a God of Creation stage spell technique. The Celestial Thearch couldn't find any way to evade the attack. However, right at this moment, a white figure descended from the sky and sliced through Karma with a pair of Yin and Yang swords. The red Karma line was sliced cleanly in half by the sword projection. White Spirit Snake's long hair danced in the wind, and she turned toward heavenly god Jordan with a cold, menacing expression. It's not a good habit to interfere in other people's battles. At this moment, a woman in a black dress sent her massive sword crashing down upon heavenly god Jordan. Heaven-crushing treasured sword. Boom! A golden sword projection parted heaven and earth and blasted heavenly god Jordan back several kilometers. The celestial Thearch heaved a sigh of relief before charging toward the heavenly mountain god again. The heavenly mountain god laughed heartily as the massive gash on its chest began to quickly heal. Celestial Thearch, my body is as eternal as a mountain and possesses far more life force and longevity than you can imagine. Your attacks are only powerful enough to scratch an itch for me. If you want to exchange blows like this with me, you're going to die well before I do. The celestial Thearch's battle intent was surging, and he curled his fingers in one hand into claws as 2 scintillating golden imperial seals appeared on his palm and the back of his hand. The power of the heavens fell upon his hand, and an incredibly domineering will that refused to bow to anyone, even to the heavens, erupted. The heavenly mountain god's eyelids twitched. Again? Ha ha ha. Real men fight by exchanging fists. The celestial Thearch laughed heartily, and his aura surged into the heavens as he charged forward again with no fear on his face. Heaven-crushing mountain-toppling claw. Exchange fists. The heavenly mountain god's eyes widened. You're clearly using claws. It unleashed another fist toward the celestial Thearch as it spoke, and its power was unleashed to the very maximum to create maximal weight and maximal kinetic force, which in turn gave rise to the power to crush all things. Bam! The sound of a colossal gong being struck thundered across heaven and earth. The celestial Thearch was crushed by an unimaginable power, and his tendons and meridians were almost shattered. However, at this moment, the celestial Thearch's heaven-crushing mountain-toppling claw also landed. His sharp, golden claw tore through the heavenly mountain god's indestructible body with merciless brutality. Tear! 5 massive gashes were left on its earthy skin. Ah! The heavenly mountain god's anguished wails erupted at this moment. The heaven-crushing techniques were able to damage and destroy the essence of the heavenly Tao. As a representative of the heavenly Tao, there was no way that the heavenly mountain god would not be hurt by the celestial Thearch's heaven-crushing techniques. It was only putting on a hard front when it said the celestial Thearch's claws were only good for scratching an itch. If it wasn't wailing with anguish, then simply more power output was required. The celestial Thearch was knocked flying with blood gushing from his mouth, but he was elated by the sight of the wailing heavenly mountain god. So, even the heavens felt pain. This was the first time he had fought to his heart's content against the heavens, and it was an intoxicating feeling. The Celestial the Arch was finally starting to understand why so many people liked the heaven-crushing sect. When they realized that the heavens could be defeated, why wouldn't they challenge its authority? The chance to stamp the heavens into the ground and lead the life of an almighty powerful being was the dream of all cultivators. There had been countless people in history who were constantly talking about defying the natural order or crushing the heavens, but very few of them actually acted in accordance with those bold words. Most of them were just retards with hyperactive imaginations and a lack of self-awareness. However, the heaven-crushing sect made this impossibly distant dream a potential reality, and it had become a supreme power that was revered by all. Even though many of the powers who were in support of destroying the human race didn't want to admit it, the reality was that the heaven-crushing sect had become the undisputed #1 power across the entire Taichu continent. The Celestial the Arch initially looked down on the heaven-crushing sect. He felt like they were just a sect full of reckless extremists who were going to lead the human race and perhaps even the entire world to destruction sooner or later. However, he was beginning to understand what the heaven-crushing sect was all about now. The heavens constantly hung over everyone's head. Which cultivator wouldn't want to challenge its paramount authority if they had a chance? Isn't that better now? The Celestial the Arch chortled gleefully as he swallowed an immortal pill before pouncing toward the heavenly mountain god again. You're insane. The heavenly mountain god's tattered body healed quickly, and it too charged toward the Celestial the Arch as its most essential power erupted forth from its almighty fist. At this moment, the earthy divine halo above its head was already dimming slightly. Their clash triggered an earth-shattering disaster. There were no longer any living beings within a radius of 150 kilometers. At this moment, over 500 kilometers away from the battlefield, Sun Yulua looked at the tall and slender woman beside him before speaking in a trembling voice. Pavilion Lord Bai, what are you doing? Are you trying to draw the enemy to us? Bai Ling had produced a gargantuan cannon from her spatial storage device. The cannon occupied a land area with a radius of over 1 kilometer and a barrel radius of over 1,000 feet. It was constructed entirely from some sort of silvery white metallic material and had countless black symbols and extremely complex spell formations carved upon it. Not only that, but there were also a smorgasbord of mechanical components on the cannon that were operating at high speed. No one could figure out anything about the cannon aside from the fact that extremely terrifying power was currently gathering in its barrel. Everyone was a little fearful as they looked at Bai Ling. Bai Ling replied with a nonchalant expression. I'm not trying to draw the enemy to us. I'm trying to save our beloved sect leader. Our beloved sect leader is too useless and was crushed under a mountain with no way out. As exceptional members of the sect, shouldn't we do something? Everyone's expression shifted again upon seeing this. Saven Lin? But he's under such a massive mountain. Will that work? Su Qinyun blinked her gorgeous eyes with a hesitant expression on her face. You're going to blast the mountain with that cannon? Merlin's lips twitched. Bai Ling looked up at the almost infinitely large mountain, which stretched into the clouds, and nodded. Colossal objects like these naturally have to be taken care of using the most brutal methods. Seeing as we can't move the mountain, we'll just have to make it explode. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. How terrifyingly powerful would this cannon have to be to detonate such a massive mountain? What if the cannon blast is too powerful and blasts Master to death as well? Xiao Hong asked in her sweet voice. She had no doubts about the power of Bai Ling's cannon, but she was instead concerned that the cannon would be too powerful. Well? Bai Ling blinked as if she had not actually considered that question. Haha, he has such thick skin, so he'll survive for sure. Don't worry. A reassuring smile lit up her beautiful features as she offered words of consolation. Everyone was even more panicked at the sight of Bai Ling's smile. Bai Ling clapped her hands with a wide smile. All right, get back. My super heaven-crushing cannon 2.0 is about to shoot. The sun had already sunk below the horizon, and it was now nighttime. The twin moons and countless stars hung high in the sky above. The night sky was very clear. A petite figure was surreptitiously approaching the miniature Mount Bujo. So big. Her voice trembled as she wore an expression of astonishment on her flawless features. The mountain was already extremely massive from afar. Now that she was closer, it felt like this mountain was the entire world. The sky consisted of this mountain, the ground consisted of this mountain, everything consisted of this mountain. It was so big that it struck despair into the onlooker's heart. She drew back her leg and kicked the mountain with her red high heels. Bam, bam, bam. Holy crap. It's so hard too. And it feels like the mountain is imbued with the power of law that keeps all attacks at bay. This is not good. The young woman sighed with vexed expression. How am I going to save that bastard now? The young woman was none other than the nine-colored divine vermilion bird. She didn't want to participate in the battle against the heavenly gods, but she couldn't bear to see Enlin being buried alive. Her sense of responsibility as Enlin's friend urged her to try and save Enlin. However, she was immediately stumped after arriving at the miniature Mount Bujo. The mountain was simply way too tall, way too big, and way too hard. Moving this mountain was nothing more than a distant dream. The vermilion bird princess blinked before her eyes lit up. I can't move the entire Mount Bujo, but I can move it bit by bit. The heavenly mountain god's power can only act upon the entire body, but it wouldn't be concentrated in every small section. All I have to do is erode and chip away at it piece by piece in one day. She thought of the stories of Jingwei filling the ocean and the foolish old man moving the mountain. She was going to move the mountain by herself. Shameless En. You must be the luckiest man in the world to have a friend like me. The vermilion bird princess pursed her lips before turning her eyes upon Mount Bujo again. The most regal and most beautiful mythological beast of the southern heavenly wing nation sprang into action. She unleashed a powerful earth-merging technique to merge the massive mountain before her bit by bit into the ground behind her. She was trying to move a mountain by herself as well, but she was much more powerful than the foolish old man in the story. Each time she unleashed her spell technique, she was able to merge over 100 million tons of the mountain into the ground, and there was only a 10-second cooldown interval in between each spell technique. Humph! Shameless En. I'll be able to rescue you from your dire situation soon. The vermilion bird princess could already envision her saving Enlin's life again, upon which Enlin would treat her with the utmost reverence and even offer his body to her as repayment. She was getting a little excited just from thinking about it. Just as she was getting carried away by her train of thought, a boundless fiery light suddenly erupted from the distance, creating an extremely sharp contrast with the darkness of the night. The earth was trembling, and an insanely terrifying power that seemed to be capable of engulfing the entire world was quickly approaching. The vermilion bird princess raised her head and could only see a boundless golden light illuminated heaven and earth on the other side of the mountain before crashing heavily into the mountain, upon which a devastating and destructive power exploded forth. Holy fuck! Boom! A golden cannon blast instantly lit up the entire world. The cannon blast was imbued with extremely pure and explosive heaven-crushing power, which completely tore through the miniature Mount Bujo before shredding the massive mountain. The vermilion bird princess was given a true taste of what doomsday-like power felt like. Power of this caliber had already transcended beyond her imagination as a Dao integration stage supermighty figure. This was undoubtedly by far the most devastating cannon blast she had ever seen. Ah! She suddenly screamed as she was also engulfed by the boundless fiery light even though she was situated on the other side of the mountain. The explosive power of the mountain expanded like a golden supernova, engulfing the entire mountain in the blink of an eye before rising into the air with billions of tons of stone and dirt as part of a doomsday-like explosion. This cannon blast gave everyone a massive fright. The heavenly metal god stared at the explosion taking place in the distance while thinking to herself that she would be extremely severely wounded if not killed by such a devastating cannon blast. The heavenly mountain god was even more astonished. How could this be? My Mount Bujo is imbued with massive amounts of my power. How could anyone be able to destroy it? The celestial the arch chortled with glee. The power of our extermination team is unfathomable to the likes of you. The heavenly mountain god's expression darkened even further upon hearing this. Was the celestial the arch insisting on insulting it at every possible opportunity? The blood-stained celestial the arch was like a god who would never fall as he pounced toward the heavenly mountain god again. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Chun Chen and the heavenly earth god were still locked in an impasse. Even though neither of them had unleashed any attacks, no one dared to enter the area within a 500-kilometer radius around them. The dazzling light of the explosion lit up the entire night sky. The heavenly earth god's amber-like body was illuminated by the vibrant lights, creating a beautiful spectacle to behold. Even in the face of such an earth-shattering explosion, his expression remained unchanged. It was as if nothing could possibly shake him. Perhaps there really were very few things in this world that could evoke an emotional response within his heart. As one of the 6 paramount heavenly gods between heaven and earth, he had seen far too many things that were well beyond everyone's imaginations. Chun Chen stared at him. He was scrutinizing his every move when a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "I won't be able to kill you," the heavenly earth god nodded in response. "I won't be able to kill you either. You are as lowly and insignificant as dust, but it's as if there is an entire universe within that speck of dust." Chun Chen was not surprised at all that his opponent could see through him. "There will be no victor emerging between you and me, but you will lose as all of your heavenly gods will die. I have won this battle." The heavenly earth god splayed his hands open. "Really? I beg to differ." Thus, the two of them began staring at each other again. This was purely a battle of wills and words. Beside the heaven-crushing cannon 2.0, all of the extermination team members combined their powers to create a defensive spell formation in order to keep the shockwaves from the cannon blast explosion at bay. "It's over." That cannon blast was way too terrifying. "Giant and Lin is going to die." Tina stared at the doomsday scene unfolding before her eyes, and her features had become deathly pale. "Ahem." Bai Ling cleared her throat to disguise her awkwardness as her gorgeous features were lit up by the fiery light from the explosion. "Don't worry. And Lin is a man of great luck and fortune, so he'll be fine." Sun Yulua's lips twitched. "That's not what you said earlier." Yao Mingxi was astonished. So Bai Ling was confident in Enlin's thick skin a moment ago, only to resort to relying on Enlin's luck and fortune now? Why the unsettling change? "It's quite terrifying when you think about it." Xiao Hong spoke in her sweet voice. "Poor holy leader." Cassidy had already burst into tears. "Calm down, everyone. Can't you see that Chen Chun still hasn't reacted? This shows that Enlin is still safe." Shen Yuanchang tried to console everyone by using his theory again. Bai Ling turned toward Shen Yuanchang with an expression of approval. "Everyone, since when did Chan Chen's expression become an indicator for Enlin's safety? What if he was just a psychopath with no emotional capacity?" Shen Yuanchang's words did nothing to comfort anyone. Everyone stared intently at Mount Buzhou with an extremely tense expression. The destructive power from the cannon blast was already gradually dissipating. The gargantuan mountain had been shattered. After being ravaged by that cannon blast, all of the rocks within a radius of over 1,000 kilometers were red-hot. Scorching temperatures twisted the air while rivers of lava imbued with extremely terrifying temperatures flowed in all directions. There was still violent energy wreaking havoc, transforming the area into a lethal realm. Dabai swallowed. "Is Big Brother and still alive?" "Woof! I seem to have heard a wail of anguish earlier." Tina's pointy, sensitive ears perked up. Xiao Hong nodded. That voice was filled with misery and aggravation, as if a beautiful dream had been shattered by cruel reality. It even contained boundless grief and a sense of interrogatory indignation, as if it were interrogating the heavens about why such a cataclysmic disaster had taken place out of the blue. Su Qianyun began to applaud. "How eloquently put." Everyone began to feel sorry for their sect leader upon hearing Xiao Hong's interpretation of events. "No, that was not Enlin's voice," Bai Ling said in an indifferent voice. "Could it be Master's wife then?" Yiling's eyes widened. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath. Things seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. It wasn't Xiaolan's voice either. The voice was quite unfamiliar, but it was very crisp and enticing, like the cry of a bird. Bai Ling analyzed. Her analytical skills were by far the best among anyone here, so no one doubted her judgment. A crisp cry suddenly reverberated throughout heaven and earth. A lithe and graceful figure tore through the smoke and debris. This was an extremely beautiful divine vermilion bird. Its wings were spread open, and its 9-colored feathers shimmered in the night with elegance and regal grace as it circled the sky above. So beautiful! Su Qianyun praised it from the bottom of her heart. Her words echoed everyone's thoughts. However, they were suddenly met by a pair of eyes that were filled with enmity. That's right. The divine vermilion bird was glaring at them with fury and indignation. They weren't idiots, and they immediately figured out what must have happened in an instant upon seeing the 9-colored divine vermilion bird's expression. Everyone was struck by a sense of awkwardness. Upon closer inspection, many of her glorious feathers were charred and curled, and she was in an extremely disheveled state, not to mention the injuries that she had been afflicted with as well. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird was a mythological beast who took great pride in her appearance, and she had been reduced to such an unsightly mess all for her kind-hearted efforts to save their sect leader. How could she not be enraged? All of the extermination team members were very guilty and embarrassed as they stood rooted to the spot. Bai Ling silently put away her super heaven-crushing cannon and didn't dare to say anything. At this moment, a few violent coughs dispelled the awkward atmosphere. 2 figures supporting one another emerged from the center of the explosion. And Lin was in an extremely disheveled state with many burns all over his body, as was the case with Su Xiaolin. Her luscious, long hair had been reduced to a charred afro, and even her favorite jade barley ink garment was in tatters. And Lin looked around at the doomsday scenario around him with a numb expression. Who am I? Where am I? Why did Mount Buzhou suddenly explode? Su Xiaolin coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood before speculating. I think it might be one of the heavenly mountain god's spell techniques. It crushed us under the mountain before making the mountain self-detonate. And Lin was quite astonished to hear this. What a vicious spell technique. Erg. He threw up a mouthful of blood before continuing. The combination of my evading turtle and heavenly wind power, in conjunction with your true dragon wall, was barely able to keep the Mount Buzhou seal at bay. Even though we couldn't escape, we weren't injured either. To think that Mount Buzhou would suddenly explode and severely wound us through all of our defensive spell techniques. What a terrifying move! The heavenly mountain god really is a terrifying being. Su Xiaolin shuddered with fear lingering in her heart. Shen Yuanchang and the others couldn't even bear to look anymore. Bai Ling was already blushing and had averted her gaze. The more Lin and Su Xiaolin spoke like this, the more embarrassed and guilty they felt. Thankfully, their sect leader and their stand-in sect leader didn't know that they were responsible for this. Otherwise, the consequences were unimaginable. At this moment, a crisp, pleasant voice sounded in the sky above. Fuck off. It wasn't the heavenly mountain god. Bai Ling was the one who detonated Mount Buzhou with her fucking cannon. Look at the state of me. All of the other spectating 4-9 Immortal sect members must be accomplices as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't just remain silent like this. The vermilion bird princess flapped her wings and glared at everyone with a thunderous expression. Boom! Her words exploded like a clap of thunder, rooting all of the extermination team members to the spot again. They had thought that they had dodged a bullet, only for the vermilion bird princess to shoot a backup bullet at them. And Lin and Su Xiaolin were even more astonished. What did she say? Su Xiaolin's eyes widened. You did this. And Lin stared at everyone with incredulity in his eyes. Su Qianyun was so guilt-ridden and ashamed that her face was as red as a ripe apple. Bai Ling took a deep breath before retorting with a justified expression. We did this to save you. If we hadn't, you would still be stuck under Mount Buzhou. How are you going to defeat your enemies and flex then? And Lin felt like her words were reasonable. How could he flex if he couldn't come out? But you went way too hard on that cannon blast. Su Xiaolin looked at Bai Ling with an indignant expression before turning toward the disoriented Lin with a sympathetic expression. Bai Ling harumphed lightly and absolutely refused to apologize. She had spent so many resources to save them and even revealed her secret weapon. Apologize? What a joke. And Lin didn't really mind as he fully agreed with Bai Ling's words. Being sealed under Mount Buzhou until the end of the battle would be an insult to him as the tamer of divine lightning, Lord of Transcendence, Super Heavenly Lightning God, Heavenly Court Chief God, Heavenly Court War God, Sect Leader of the 4-9 Immortal Sect, and Sword Immortal and Lin. Thank you, Big Sister Bai. And Lin turned toward Bai Ling with an earnest expression. Bai Ling faltered slightly before a rare, gentle expression appeared on her face. What are you still doing here? Are you trying to imitate us by becoming idle spectators as well? And Lin laughed heartily. You're not just idle spectators. All of you are extremely important to Xiaolan and me. Without you, we'd still be trapped under the mountain, eating dirt. Bai Ling pursed her lips upon being praised. Meanwhile, Shen Yuanchang and the others had burst into laughter. A sect leader like this really gave them a sense of intimacy and comfort. This was the reason why they would rather stay together at the 4-9 Immortal Sect rather than returning to their own respective sects. Let's go, Xiaolan. And Lin fed Xiaolan and himself an immortal pill each before both of them turned toward the earth-shattering battlefield again. Everyone looked on at the two people returning to the battlefield. Even though they both looked quite disheveled, they struck everyone with a sense of reliability. And Lin and Su Xiaolan cast their eyes toward the battlefield again. They still hadn't decided on which battlefield to intervene in. There were 4 enemies which consisted of Heavenly God Jordan, the Heavenly Metal God, the Heavenly Mountain God, and the Heavenly Earth God. All of them were extremely powerful, so they had to choose carefully. And Lin turned toward the most terrifying enemy on the battlefield first, the Heavenly Earth God. Qian and the Heavenly Earth God were still caught in an extremely serene and peaceful confrontation. So serene and peaceful that Lin and Su Xiaolan didn't even dare to believe their eyes. And Lin's lips twitched. Haven't they been stuck like this for a little too long? Back when we were fighting the Heavenly Mountain God, they were standing like this. Back when we were sealed under Mount Buzhou, they were standing like this. Now that we've been freed from under Mount Buzhou, they're still standing like this. Could it be that whoever moved first would die? Su Xiaolan's imagination was running a little wild. Should we go fight the Heavenly Earth God then? And Lin was excited. Su Xiaolan was a little scared. Let's not do that. We need to have some self-awareness. We already had so much trouble against the Heavenly Mountain God, so we should proceed with caution. The two of them switched targets after a brief discussion. They had the self-awareness to know that at their current power levels, they were simply no match for the 6 paramount heavenly gods. Chun could bash the crap out of the Heavenly Time God, but he didn't dare to attack the Heavenly Earth God. This was a clear indication of how formidable the Heavenly Earth God was as an enemy. And Lin then turned toward the Heavenly Metal God. The Heavenly Metal God wielded her Gilgamesh Ghost alloy sword, and it flashed through the air like a crimson streak of light. Around her were countless chaotic immortal metal weapons, which streaked through the air like golden shooting stars, and her entire body was enshrouded by the Super Cyclone titanium alloy, which had the best flexibility and defensive properties among all metals in the entire universe. The most powerful attack, the most powerful defense, the most powerful curse. She sounded like a boss character on an infernal difficulty level. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were astonished. They were even more astonished by the fact that the ancient Dragon Empress was able to fight her on equal footing with no one being able to gain the upper hand. The ancient Dragon Empress has grown a lot during these past 100 years. And Lin sighed with emotion, thinking back to when she was just a rookie Dao integration stage super mighty figure. She couldn't even participate in the battle against the Heavenly Time God. Only a short century had passed, and she was already fighting on equal footing with a heavenly god. That battle looks very intense. Should we go there? Su Xiaolan turned toward Lin with an inquisitive glance. The Divine Phoenix Maiden was known for her headstrong and decisive personality, but she was giving the choice to Lin. She would follow Lin into whichever battle he chose to intervene with. Let's wait for a little bit. And Lin felt like the ancient Dragon Empress didn't really need any help. The two of them turned toward the Heavenly Mountain God. They had prior experience in facing the Heavenly Mountain God, and they were subconsciously most eager to fight the Heavenly Mountain God. After all, Wasn't this a fantastic opportunity to exact vengeance for themselves? However, both of them faltered upon seeing the heavenly mountain god. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Su Xiaolan was completely dumbstruck. And Lin took a deep breath. The Celestial the Arch is this badass now? At the heavenly mountain god's battlefield, the Celestial the Arch had transformed into an exceptional war god, unleashing a vast array of heaven-crushing techniques, which were constantly forcing the heavenly mountain god back. Its indestructible body, imbued with boundless mountainous power, was being shattered over and over again during their violent clashes. Even though it was quickly healing its injuries, it was getting injured more quickly than it could heal, and it appeared to be close to overexertion as well. The Celestial the Arch was completely bathed in blood, and was nothing like the refined and graceful immortal he once was. Instead, he was like an insane, bloodthirsty god-fiend, unleashing devastating attacks, all of which were imbued with peerless heaven-crushing intent, as if he were threatening to shatter these entire heavens. Could it be that we opened our eyes in the wrong way? And Lin's lips twitched. Su Xiaolan rubbed her eyes before nodding in disbelief. Is the Celestial the Arch a heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect? And Lin was quite tempted to think that that was the case. The proud Celestial the Arch, the second in command of the heaven-mending sect, was using heaven-crushing techniques. Furthermore, it looked like he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Heaven-crushing tornado. Heaven-crushing mountain-shattering fist. Heaven-crushing ninefold ocean seal. Heaven-crushing. One heaven-crushing technique after another was unleashed by the Celestial the Arch, none of which Lin and Su Xiaolan had ever seen before. The spell techniques were so exquisite and imbued with such profound true intent that even Lin was filled with awe and admiration. They didn't feel like the Celestial the Arch was a man who had just attained heaven-crushing techniques. Who could be so badass after just learning heaven-crushing techniques? The Celestial the Arch was definitely a heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect. I feel like the heavenly mountain god is not going to last much longer, Su Xiaolan murmured. Not necessarily. The Celestial the Arch and the heavenly mountain god have both been quite severely injured. The Celestial the Arch looks to have the upper hand, but it's unclear who is going to outlast the other. And Lin offered an objective analysis. He knew from personal experience that no heavenly god could be written off. They could pull a devastating spell technique out of the blue at any time to send their enemies spiraling into despair. At this moment, another resounding boom erupted from nearby. A woman in white fell from the sky with bloodstains on her white dress. White spirit snake. And Lin's heart tightened upon seeing this. Heavenly God Jordan had summoned 8 divine halos, and he stepped through the air to pounce toward White Spirit Snake again. Black Spirit Snake slashed her realm creation evil vanquishing sword toward Heavenly God Jordan to crush him off. Heavenly God Jordan immediately turned toward Black Spirit Snake to unleash a torrential barrage of attacks. White Spirit Snake and Black Spirit Snake won't be able to last much longer. If things continue like this, both of them are going to lose. Su Xiaolan turned toward Lin. And Lin nodded. All right, we'll go fight the heavenly mountain god. Su Xiaolan nodded. All right, let's go fight heavenly god Jordan. Ha! She faltered momentarily before turning toward Lin with a hesitant expression. Who are we going to fight? And Lin's eyes were burning with battle intent. The heavenly mountain god. Su Xiaolan. All right, let's go fight the heavenly mountain god then. Su Xiaolan didn't ask why. All she did was follow Lin into battle. Thus, the two of them flew toward the heavenly mountain god. The heavenly mountain god was expecting Lin and Su Xiaolan to fight heavenly god Jordan, and it almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon seeing them flying toward it. Are you two sacrificing your comrades just for a chance to exact your revenge? The heavenly mountain god roared with rage. Hee hee. And Lin chuckled coldly before turning to the Celestial the Arch. Xiaolan and I will take care of the heavenly mountain god. Go help Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake eliminate heavenly god Jordan. The Celestial the Arch faltered momentarily before immediately catching onto Lin's plan. He laughed heartily before disengaging himself from this battle. I'll leave things here to you two then. I'll be back before you know it. That's right. and Lin was not going to fight Heavenly God Jordan as there was someone more suitable for the role. Black Spirit Snake, White Spirit Snake, and the heaven-crushing Celestial the Arch would be able to take care of Heavenly God Jordan in double-quick time. You're not going anywhere. You think you can just come and go as you please? The Heavenly Mountain God immediately let loose an enraged roar before giving chase. However, Lin and Su Xiaolan stood in its way as they unleashed their sword strikes toward the Heavenly Mountain God. Even though the Heavenly Mountain God was extremely reluctant to let the Celestial the Arch go, it had no choice but to defend itself against its two new assailants. And Lin unleashed his evil sword technique along with his heavenly wind power to imbue his sword with the power to slice through all things. He was currently using his shimmering spirit evil sword technique. His speed was elevated drastically, thereby allowing him to evade the Heavenly Mountain God's attack and flash toward it before sending his sword crashing down viciously. Whoosh! A sharp screeching sound erupted from behind the Heavenly Mountain God, and its indestructible body had another ghastly gash inflicted upon it. The Heavenly Mountain God turned before launching an enraged fist toward Lin. And Lin had just attacked and did not have time to evade. Thankfully, he had been maintaining his wind of absolute power this entire time. Bam! An earth-shattering boom erupted. The transparent barrier of wind that could keep all powers at bay caved in from the devastating strike. And Lin immediately borrowed on the power of the fist to hurtle into the distance, thereby allowing him to completely dispel the power of his opponent's attack. It was also at this moment that a figure in a jade dress swept through the air. Su Xiaolan had lightning revolving around her feet, and she instantly appeared behind the Heavenly Mountain God at scarcely believable speed. The roar of a true dragon and the cry of a vermilion bird erupted as unprecedented heaven-crushing might erupted from her dragon sparrow sword. Heaven-crushing dragon sparrow strike. Majestic and unyielding divine might erupted from her body as her dragon sparrow sword fell. Boom! Extremely scorching temperatures scalded the Heavenly Mountain God, making its skin red-hot. At the same time, the peerlessly sharp blade tore another massive gash into its back. What was noteworthy was that the gashes Lin and Su Xiaolan had inflicted crossed over at the middle to form an X shape. The Heavenly Mountain God turned again to launch an enraged fist at Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan took a leaf out of Lin's book and had already thought of a plan to escape before she attacked the Heavenly Mountain God. She immediately unleashed her vermilion bird movement techniques, and her body flashed to the side at blinding speed. The vermilion bird movement techniques were extremely fast and could allow her to escape all attacks locked onto her for a short period of time. Thus, she was able to just barely evade the Heavenly Mountain God's fist. "Get back here!" The Heavenly Mountain God was roiling with thunderous rage, and it crashed toward Su Xiaolan at an extremely terrifying speed. Su Xiaolan felt like a mighty, boundless mountain was crashing down upon her. If she didn't do anything, her entire body would be completely pulverized in the next second. In this dire situation, Su Xiaolan took her eyes off her enemy and turned toward Lin. No more communication was required than a single glance. A crimson sigil suddenly began to glow with incandescent light, taking the shape of half of a phoenix on the back of her hand. The same mirror image appeared on the back of Lin's hand, and the two halves of the phoenix could be combined to form a phoenix that soared into the sky. A boundless golden light suddenly erupted from the crisscrossed gashes on the Heavenly Mountain God's back. That's right, Lin had already left a trace of his mutant blood phoenix power within the Heavenly Mountain God's body during his previous attack, something which had not escaped Su Xiaolan's notice. No communication was required before she too left a trace of her mutant blood phoenix power within the Heavenly Mountain God's body. The two powers converged at the point where the two gashes met. Su Xiaolan raised her dragon sparrow sword high into the sky. Destruction? And Lin raised an arm into the sky, and his sigil shone as bright as the sun. Of sun and stars. The two of them yelled in unison, "Heaven-crushing addition!" The incomplete powers of the mutant blood phoenix combined to form a complete power once again. The phoenix was reborn, and it rose into the sky as boundless heaven-crushing divine flames exploded within the Heavenly Mountain God's body. Boom! The earth tremored violently. The crimson phoenix spread open its wings, and it was as if it had passed through the heavenly mountain god's body, melting and destroying everything within it with its terrifyingly scorching temperatures. It was as if a star had exploded, or the sun had fallen. The heavenly mountain god let loose a blood-curdling cry when it was afflicted by this attack, which was imbued with boundless scorching love. This was true agony. It was an agony that reached into the core of its being. It was quite clear that this extremely unique heaven-crushing technique was capable of inflicting much more damage on the heavenly mountain god than it had anticipated. The heavenly mountain god was extremely grief-stricken to find that one heaven-crushing freak prodigy had finally left, only to be replaced by two. The crimson phoenix's heaven-crushing divine flames transformed the earth into a sea of flames. Su Xiaolin quickly took advantage of this explosion to rush back in retreat. Her features were slightly pale as she had expended a huge amount of energy to unleash that combination attack, to the extent that even her holy vermilion flame had almost been completely depleted. Thus, she pulled out and swallowed an immortal pill from her storage ring. One could not afford to be stingy in a battle of this caliber. She had to use whatever resource that could prove useful to her, as a failure in this battle would spell her death. And Lin arrived beside Su Xiaolan and turned to her with a smile. "Xiaolan, we really are a match made in heaven. We get along so well even in battle." Su Xiaolan blushed with embarrassment. "Stop fooling around." And Lin smiled. The heavenly mountain god expended a lot of power to seal us with Mount Buzhou, and the celestial the arch then ground it down further. It was barely holding on when we got to it. Can't you see that even his movements have slowed? The heavenly mountain god doesn't have much left, and will win as long as we can continue to chip away at it. An enraged roar suddenly erupted from within the crimson divine flames. The flames then began to quickly converge, as if a vortex was sucking them in. And Lin and Su Xiaolan's expressions both shifted at the same time upon seeing this. There was a tall and mighty figure standing proudly at the center of the sea of flames. There was a massive hole in its body from which crimson lava was pouring forth. Its earthy body was already as scorching hot as the sun, and was now a reddish-golden color. There was still molten lava flowing through the veined patterns on its body like small creeks. Almost all of the mutant blood phoenix's divine flames had been absorbed into its body. At the same time, its temperature began to rise again and again as if there were no upper limits. The terrifying heat radiating from its body made the space around it shimmer and warp. Its earthy yellow eyes had turned completely crimson, and they were shimmering with a dangerous light. Huff, huff. The sound of its panting was like the snarls of a ferocious beast. The heavenly mountain god stared at Enlin and Su Xiaolan as its aura became more and more terrifying. Su Xiaolan and Enlin both took an involuntary step backward. Enlin drew a sharp intake of breath. Could it be that our last technique made the rock golem evolve into a lava monster? After enduring Enlin and Su Xiaolan's combination attacks, the heavenly mountain god had sustained substantial damage, but it also evolved into another form as a result. Lava flowed and tumbled all over its entire body, while incredibly high temperatures emanated from its rocky body. If this were a normal rock, it would have most likely already been instantly vaporized by such high temperatures. The only reason why the heavenly mountain god was able to avoid that fate was due to its power as a representative of the heavenly Tao. Scorching heat waves spread through the air, making the earth in a radius of over 50 kilometers turn red and scorching hot. "Oh my God, this temperature has to be a few million degrees." And Lin's flesh crawled. More than that, Su Xiaolan was more sensitive toward fire and was also feeling extremely anxious. The temperatures on the surface of the heavenly mountain god's body has probably already reached in excess of 100 million degrees. And Lin was given a massive fright. "Then wouldn't we die upon making contact?" Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. "Making contact? We'd be vaporized before we even got close to it." The earth around the heavenly mountain god had already been melted into a scorching liquid. In fact, the earth closest to it had already been vaporized, thereby creating a hollow area around it. It stepped forward and began to make its way toward Enlin and Su Xiaolan, melting everything it passed by. Seeing as you two are huge fans of playing with fire, I'll play with you, the heavenly mountain god said in an emotionless voice as its body abruptly disappeared from the spot, and Lin could feel the air temperature around them rising yet again. In the next instant, the heavenly mountain god had already appeared before him, and its fist was tumbling with boundless scorching lava as it crashed down upon him with extremely terrifying force. The crimson lava instantly exploded to obscure his vision, and Lin immediately unleashed his heavenly wind power. Evil sword technique. Heaven-crushing royal divine monarch. Monstrous sword intent rose into the sky as the paramount heavenly wind power converged toward the blade of the sword before slashing viciously toward the devastating lava crashing down upon him. Boom! Supreme sword intent imbued with the absolute heavenly wind power crashed into the pillar of lava, which was imbued with mountainous power. Sword intent tore through the earth as insanely scorching energy exploded through the air like a ball of fire shooting around in all directions, melting countless bottomless black holes into the earth. And Lin felt like his body was about to fall apart at the seams before being melted by the immense power and heat from that collision. And Lin felt his body would have spontaneously combusted and melted from this clash alone if it weren't for the fact that he was being protected by his wind of absolute power. Following the clash, the heavenly mountain god was knocked back a few steps while Lin retreated for several hundred meters. He felt like his entire body was in searing pain, and his skin was scorching red, clearly a precursor to sustaining burns. It was quite clear that he had come off second best during that clash. At this moment, Su Xiaolan took advantage of the instant the heavenly mountain god was knocked back to unleash a powerful attack of her own. She flashed toward the heavenly mountain god, and her dragon sparrow sword flipped around in her hand as the lightning half of the blade swept toward the heavenly mountain god's neck like a bolt of lightning. The heavenly mountain god didn't have time to evade, but it abruptly turned its head to the side. Bam! Su Xiaolan's pupils contracted, and she almost threw up a mouthful of blood from what she saw. The heavenly mountain god had managed to catch her sword blade between its cheek and shoulder. The lightning blade flashed and crackled, but it was unable to progress even an inch further. This was the first time Su Xiaolan had ever had her attack blocked like this. She was just about to increase her power output when she met with the heavenly mountain god's mocking expression. Volcanic eruption. The heavenly mountain god said in an indifferent voice as a scintillating light erupted from its body. Its temperature soared explosively once again, as if the power it had been repressing for countless years was finally about to be released. Boom! Heaven and earth tremored violently. Boundless crimson lava imbued with insanely scorching temperatures instantly exploded forth. The lava blossomed like an explosive flower of death, creating an extremely dazzling and marvelous spectacle to behold under the night sky. Once it had something to latch onto, it would become a destructive attack that was the most difficult to defend against and dispel. Su Xiaolan possessed the vermilion bird divine Dao, so it could be said that she feared no fire nor high temperatures. However, she suddenly discovered that her flame resistance was proving to be a little insufficient as burns began to appear all over her entire body. Vermilion bird flame escape. She transformed into a ball of flames to hurtle back in retreat. However, in that instant, the ball of holy vermilion flames she had transformed into was completely inundated by lava. Xiaolan! And Lin's expression shifted drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately pulled out an immortal sword. Sword burial. Dark dragon ice sword. The snowy white long sword with a dragon carved onto it exploded violently. The shattered blade wafted through the air like countless tiny shards of ice. An incandescent light erupted from the divine halo above Lin's head, as if he were a paramount god, and he extended a hand toward the countless ice shards. I bestow upon thee the paramount heavenly wind power. The essence of the immortal tool was completely unleashed at his behest. A blue divine light that was imbued with the boundless power of frost erupted forth before spreading across the entire heaven and earth from the heavenly wind power. Snow began to fall from the sky. Even the heavenly mountain god's explosive lava became more sluggish from the power of extreme frost in the air. At this moment, a massive dark ice dragon stretching for several dozen kilometers fell from the heavens, crashing down upon the heavenly mountain god with an unstoppable force. The dragon had not completely descended yet, but the power of extreme frost was already combating the scorching temperatures emanating from the lava. Blue frosty power and crimson heat energy clashed, making space itself twist and shatter. As the massive dark ice dragon continued to fall, the power of extreme frost became increasingly more potent, as if it was going to freeze everything in this world and plunge all things into eternal ice and frost. The heavenly mountain god remained unfazed, and it launched an explosive fist toward the dark ice dragon in the sky. The full-force strike of a heavenly god was not something to be scoffed at. Its boundless, paramount might transformed into a massive crimson fist projection, which instantly shattered the dragon's head. Howl! The dark ice dragon wailed with anguish. In the next second, its body was completely shattered. The massive dragon was shattered by a single punch. Before the heavenly mountain god had even withdrawn its fist, the countless ice shards imbued with the heavenly wind power suddenly transformed into an extreme frost tornado that swept toward the heavenly mountain god. Every single ice shard was imbued with the power of extreme frost from the immortal tool, as well as the power to slice through all things bestowed upon it by the heavenly wind power. They were like countless miniatures heavenly blades tearing relentlessly into the heavenly mountain god's body. The heavenly mountain god let loose a howl of agony as the scorching lava flowing along its skin was frozen solid. One ice blade after another, which was imbued with the power of extreme frost, tore through its body, inflicting upon it countless sword wounds, and Lin's face paled from overexertion. He had overused his heavenly wind power and had almost exhausted all of his energy as a result, but he still stood tall and resolute. This was the best opportunity to slay the heavenly mountain god. 6 strikes of the war god, 5th strike, Tao sword, and Lin's cultivation base was not very advanced, so he was only able to use the first 4 strikes of the 6 strikes of the war god. He still did not have sufficient power to support the 5th strike Tao sword and the 6th strike divine sword. However, he discovered that everything was different when he imbued the powers of the heavenly gods upon his attacks. He seemed to have forcefully broken some sort of restriction from using the powers of the heavenly gods. And Lin's aura completely transformed. It had become extremely subdued, as if his body had merged with heaven and earth. His inky black evil-slaying sword merged into the night, and everything appeared so natural. If the enemy did not concentrate on the evil-slaying sword, it would be very easy to miss it. Countless black-veined patterns appeared beneath Lin's feet before quickly extending like an extremely intricate and beautiful cobweb. Each and every one of those black-veined patterns was imbued with extremely profound true intent. Some of it was imbued with paramount sword technique, some of it was imbued with vicious saber techniques, some of it was as scorching as fire techniques, some of it threatened to freeze heaven and earth like the most powerful ice techniques. Tens of thousands of black-veined patterns continued to spread, all of which were independent, but they also intertwined with one another. No Tao was completely independent, but each Tao was unique. There were tens of thousands of black-veined patterns running along the ground, reflecting tens of thousands of unique Tao. At the origin of these thousands of unique Tao, a man in a snowy white robe stood with his aura completely subdued, but his body was radiating boundless Tao intent. In that instant, he was the master of all Tao. What was Tao? Tao was the path of progression. Some people walked along the Tao with their physical bodies, completely aimless and without purpose. Some people walked along the Tao with their hearts. Even though there was no destination, there was a direction. The things they held dear, the things they felt, and the things they obtained, all of their observations and achievements, everything became a part of their Tao. The further they walked along their Tao, the more grand and majestic things they would see. And Lin didn't know what Tao was initially. In fact, he didn't even know what a Tao heart was. However, after experiencing so many things and even witnessing the fall of a few Tao integration stage supermighty figures, he was beginning to develop his own understanding of Tao. What was Tao? If you didn't understand, then all you would need to do was to keep walking forward. When you looked behind you after that, that would be your Tao. The inky black veined patterns on the ground stretched into infinity and beyond with no end in sight, and it had already encompassed the heavenly earth god, who had been trapped by his tornado of extreme frost and paramount wind. And Lin held his evil-slaying sword, and an amazing feeling welled up in his heart. He had countless Tao beneath his feet and a sword in his hand. He could govern the life and death of Tao. Tao's sword transforms Tao into a sword. There are countless Tao in this world, but those can only concede to my Tao. And Lin said in an indifferent voice, as if he was merely recounting truth, as if this was the way things should be. He had already entered a very mystical state. Everything was Tao in his eyes. The heavenly mountain god's Tao was vast and boundless, extending throughout heaven and earth. In comparison, all of the mountains in the world were as tiny and insignificant as ants, and everyone would have to look up at the heavenly mountain god with awe and veneration. Its Tao had perfectly exemplified the unique characteristics of mountains. And Lin could see its Tao, and it was so perfect, so flawless. It was the extreme Tao, like an eternal light that would never fade. If a normal mighty figure were to witness the heavenly mountain god's Tao, they would most likely kneel down in submission. However, Lin was not going to do that. He possessed the powers of wind and lightning, and he had never conceded to anyone. The heavenly mountain god was actually very feeble. Its energy had almost been completely depleted. After being severely wounded many times in quick succession, even its divine halo was starting to crack. And Lin closed his eyes, and he saw the figure that was so mighty. It struck despair into the onlooker's heart. The heavenly Tao is boundless and Tao itself is limitless. In comparison, I only have one sword. And Lin raised his evil-slaying sword before bringing it down upon the heavenly mountain god. But this one sword can sever all Tao in this world. The countless black-veined patterns in the ground began to unleash peculiar ripples in unison before converging toward the heavenly mountain god, as if all the Tao in this world were surrounding and attacking it. Ah! The heavenly mountain god howled in agony again. Its pupils then contracted as an expression of shock and fury appeared on its face. And Lin, how dare you try and sever my Tao? Don't you know that I am the heavenly Tao? Attacking my Tao will bring the most terrifying backlash upon you. The heavenly mountain god's voice rumbled as if the entire earth were unleashing an almighty roar. And Lin spoke with an indifferent expression. It's not like I haven't severed the heavenly Tao before. The heavenly mountain god. The heavenly mountain god's powerful body was enshrouded by countless black-veined patterns, all of which were releasing paramount Taoist true intent. And Lin raised his sword again. The evil-slaying sword suddenly transformed into a dazzling and flawless snowy white color from the true intent of the Tao sword technique. And Lin instantly charged toward the heavenly mountain god before swinging his sword down again, leaving a silvery white trajectory in his wake. Boom! The sword blade struck the black-veined patterns. The heavenly mountain god let loose another blood-curdling cry. Even its divine halo began to tremor violently. Su Xiaolan had been burned into quite a sorry and disheveled state, but she had no time to attend to her injuries as she looked on at Lin with wide eyes, as if she was looking at something absolutely extraordinary. She had never encountered such a Tao intent. Witnessing a battle like this at such close quarters made it feel like a whole new world had been opened up to her. Severing my Tao is nothing but a distant dream for you. The heavenly mountain god's eyes glowed with scintillating light as extremely terrifying true intent erupted from its body. The aura of a heavenly god crashed down upon Lin again with power comparable to the boundless Mount Buzhou. Blood trickled down from the corners of Lin's lips, and his evil-slaying sword slowly progressed downward, tearing through the black-veined patterns. Ah! The heavenly mountain god roared with extreme agony. A resolute expression appeared on its face. Return the Tao to the heavens. The black-veined patterns suddenly flew from the heavenly mountain god's body in an attempt to return to the heavenly Tao. This was its most powerful escape technique. It would return to the heavenly Tao first before finding a chance to return again. Returning its Tao to the heavens would inflict extremely severe backlash upon it. If it weren't for the fact that it had been forced into dire straits, it would not use a spell technique like this. After unleashing this spell technique, it would attain incredible speed, and Lin would definitely not be able to stop it. The heavenly mountain god glowered at Enlin with menacing eyes. "I'll remember this, Enlin. When I return." The black-veined patterns flew into the heavens. Enlin's expression shifted upon seeing this, and his inky black eyes suddenly turned into a golden color as an eternal aura burst forth from his body. Time stop. The space within a radius of a kilometer was instantly enshrouded by an extremely mystical power, transforming it into its own separate space. Within that isolated space, everything fell completely stationary. Regardless of whether it was the air, the violent energy, the tumbling lava, or even the black-veined patterns flying into the sky. All of it had been completely frozen in time. Nothing in this heaven and earth could escape the seal of time, with the exception of one person. Enlin unleashed his heavenly wind power to its very maximum extent as boundless Tao intent began to converge toward his snowy white evil-slaying sword. The true intent of the Tao sword technique reached a pinnacle as he swung his sword down upon the black-veined patterns. Break! A boundless white divine light erupted from the evil-slaying sword before shattering the heavenly mountain god's Tao. Time stop. This was the only time-type spell technique Enlin was capable of unleashing. Even though the spell technique could only stop time for a fleeting instant, this spell technique was still on an extremely terrifyingly high level, possessing the power to even freeze the heavenly mountain god in time. Unfortunately, at Enlin's current power level, he only had the power to maintain time stop for a second. However, at the same time, it wasn't really unfortunate as 1 second was enough to do a lot of things. For example, he was able to completely sever the heavenly mountain god's Tao. Time resumed passage. The heavenly mountain god's twisted, resentful expression was still lingering on its face when it discovered that its Tao had already been severed. The heavenly mountain god's eyes widened with incredulity. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? The heavenly mountain god was completely dumbstruck. Crack. At this moment, the divine halo above his head suddenly cracked before crumbling. No! How could this be? I returned my Tao to the heavens. The heavenly mountain god's expression was filled with horror and befuddlement as it stared at the man standing before it. What did you do to me? Enlin slowly sheathed his sword, and he said with an indifferent expression as the boundless veined patterns beneath his feet disappeared. Time stop. The heavenly mountain god was rooted to the spot as if it had been struck by lightning. He stared blankly at Enlin. You possess the power of the heavenly time god as well? A little, Enlin replied with a modest expression. The heavenly mountain god. Why was he being modest now? Couldn't he boast about it? He was making it feel like it had fallen to some sort of insignificant power. The heavenly mountain god was still grumbling internally as its body gradually crumbled and his aura began to fade. After one's Tao had been destroyed, there was no longer a necessity for their existence. Bam! An explosive boom erupted. The heavenly mountain god's body suddenly exploded, sending lava and shattered rocks flying through the air. Thus, the heavenly mountain god had finally perished. Xianxia and the others were already whooping with excitement and elation. They didn't know what had happened, but the result was certainly in their favor. In contrast, the heavenly metal god and heavenly god Jordan's expressions became extremely grave and disconsolate. How could the heavenly mountain god just die like this? Heavenly god Jordan murmured as if he was in a slight daze. The heavenly metal god's expression had turned extremely thunderous. Enlin again? Why is it Enlin again? First, it was heavenly goddess Linyu, and now even the heavenly mountain god. This man cannot be allowed to live. In contrast with their astonishment and incredulity, all of Enlin's comrades were feeling very much exultant. Ha ha ha, as expected of the heavenly court war god. Nice one. The celestial the arch threw his head back and laughed heartily before attacking heavenly god Jordan with renewed vigor. Chan Chen and the heavenly earth god were still caught in their peaceful impasse. The heavenly earth god finally turned to look at Enlin. Chen Chen smiled. Do you still think that you can win? I really didn't think that he would possess the power of time as well. The heavenly earth god shook his head. But no matter how exceptional and outstanding he is now, he is bound to suffer a tragic death. The higher they fly, the harder they fall. Chun Chen shook his head. Talk is cheap. If you don't go now, this might become your final resting place as well. Hee hee. The heavenly earth god chuckled. Are you making a joke? There is no place in this world where I can't come and go as I please. Even if Cyril were here, he couldn't stop me. Chun Chen didn't offer a response to this. Instead, he continued to stare silently at the heavenly earth god. The heavenly earth god raised his chin, and a faint smile appeared on his face, as if the heavenly mountain god's death didn't really faze him at all. The two of them fell into their silent impasse again. At this moment, a ding-dong sounded in Enlin's mind. He shuddered and was just about to open his system when a string of ding-dongs began to erupt in his mind, as if the system had gone spastic. Holy shit, what's going on? Enlin was given a massive fright and immediately opened his system. Several notifications had sprung out from his Cultivation method tab at the same time. Congratulations to the host for slaying the heavenly mountain god. The Earth Lotus Supreme skill has been elevated to the second stage. The Earth Lotus Supreme skill has been elevated to the third stage. The Earth Lotus Supreme skill has been elevated to the fourth stage. The Earth Lotus Supreme skill has been elevated to the fifth stage. The Earth Lotus Supreme skill has been elevated to the ninth stage. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the power of the heavenly mountain god. And Lin was completely dumbstruck upon seeing this string of information. That's badass. He hesitated momentarily, but he was still unable to find the words to describe his feelings, so he could only settle for something like that. Obtaining the power of yet another heavenly god was undoubtedly a massively pleasant surprise to him. At the same time, he came to a realization. If he wanted to obtain the powers of the heavenly gods, he had to end their lives with his own two hands. In the next instant, massive amounts of information and true intent flooded into his mind, threatening to make his brain explode. Ah! And Lin gripped his head in pain. And Lin! Su Xiaolan hurriedly flew over to Enlin before wrapping her arms around him with a panicked expression. Are you all right? Don't scare me. I'm fine. I'm just evolving. And Lin replied through gritted teeth. Su Xiaolan? She had no idea what Enlin was talking about, but she still stationed herself dutifully beside Enlin before appraising all the other heavenly gods with cautious expressions. Heavenly God Jordan had summoned 8 divine halos, but he was still getting the crap beaten out of him by the Celestial the Arch. Once Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake were thrown into the equation, he was well and truly in a dire situation. The Heavenly Metal God and the Ancient Dragon Empress were still engaged in an extremely intense battle, and it was unclear who would come out on top. Chun Chen and the Heavenly Earth God were still staring at each other like a pair of lovers and hadn't even begun fighting yet. Su Xiaolan heaved a faint sigh of relief upon seeing this. It looked like no one was going to target Enlin, so she could rest easy for now. After a short while, Enlin's expression wasn't that agonized anymore, but sweat was still pouring down his body as he panted heavily. Are you all right now? Su Xiaolan asked with a smile. Enlin nodded with difficulty. I'm much better now. He sidled up against Su Xiaolan's body further as he spoke. It was all thanks to you holding me that I was able to recover so quickly. Su Xiaolan blushed, and she wanted to push Enlin away, but she couldn't bear to do so. Shameless bastard. And Lin was ecstatic to have received the power of the heavenly mountain god. However, his energy had been completely depleted, and his body was in an extremely sorry state. He was completely unable to activate any vital energy, and everything around him looked blurry and out of focus. He felt like he was half dead. Thankfully, he could hold on to Xiaolan. When Enlin felt her soft and warm body and inhaled her familiar scent, he felt like all of the efforts he made was worth it. Oi! Where are you rubbing up against? Su Xiaolan spoke with a dark expression. She discovered that Enlin's head was slowly sliding its way up toward her chest. Su Xiaolan almost smashed Enlin into the ground, but after thinking about it, she tucked his head onto her shoulder before letting him off with a menacing glance. Enlin was extremely tired and was immediately placed into the Blood Soul Jade coffin by Su Xiaolan, thereby putting an end to the heavenly experience of being cradled by her. Su Xiaolan carried the coffin on her back before surveying the battlefield with a cautious expression. And Lin suddenly came to a realization. In the beginning, Su Xiaolan had overexerted herself from using her mystic techniques, and Enlin had put her in the coffin before going into battle. After that, both of them were severely wounded and carried by the Vermilion Bird Princess. Now, he was the one lying in the coffin while Su Xiaolan carried him around. What a beautiful story. The coffin was the fucking MVP here. And Lin was led astray by his train of thought before swallowing 2 immortal pills to recover from his injuries. As he swallowed his immortal pills, and Lin suddenly discovered that these recent battles had been extremely taxing on his wallet. He had swallowed over 10 immortal pills and had just sacrificed an immortal tool. He had probably spent over 10 million spirit stones during this battle alone. His heart throbbed with pain at this notion. How many days of cooking would he have to do to earn this back? If it weren't for the fact that he had obtained the power of the mountains, he would be throwing up blood. After all, relative to his net worth, 10 million spirit stones was, only 1%. And Lin faltered slightly before coming to the sudden realization that he still had 1 billion spirit stones in his storage ring. His heart instantly ceased to ache. With this in mind, he swallowed another 2 immortal pills with an elated expression. He had more than enough money to spare. Right at this moment, the system suddenly sounded again in his mind. Ding dong! And Lin shuddered upon hearing this sound. Surely the system wasn't going to screw him over now that he was already lying feebly in a coffin like this. He opened the system interface uneasily. The Special Missions tab was flashing with light. It's over. I'm screwed. And Lin was in despair. All special missions assigned by the system were extremely diabolical. He opened the special mission with an expression of despair, but his eyes abruptly widened at the sight of the contents of the mission. Detected that host has cultivated the Earth Lotus Supreme skill to the 9th stage, now assigning the following special mission. Cultivate the Evergreen Technique, the Divine Liquid Creation Technique, the Divine Weapon Origin Energy, and the Wings of True Fire Cultivation methods to the 9th stage. Time limit, 3 years. Mission success. Attain the phenomenal success stage in the body of the war god. Mission failure. Grow a second dick. Note: this mission cannot be rejected. And Lin. He looked up into the sky with a disconsolate expression. What the hell did that mean? Grow a new dick. And Lin roared with rage as tears streamed down his face. I choose impotence. Wah! He howled tearfully as he lay in the coffin. Su Xiaolan was given a massive fright before turning around to look at Enlin with an astonished expression. Enlin, have you gone insane? Why would you choose impotence? The proud and majestic divine Phoenix Maiden had tears shimmering in her eyes and an expression that suggested that she had expected better from Enlin. Enlin almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. It wasn't like he could ask Su Xiaolan if she preferred him with 2 dicks, or if she preferred him being impotent. He would most likely be given a response that she preferred neither of those 2. Let's break up. You're no longer a man. Of course, other responses were possible as well. However, Enlin didn't want to be a freak. He would rather be impotent. Wait, Enlin suddenly came to his senses. He wasn't guaranteed to fail the mission, so why was he considering his miserable life ahead already? He couldn't allow himself to think in such a pessimistic way. He focused his attention on his cultivation method interface. At the moment, his evergreen technique had reached the 3rd stage, his divine liquid creation technique was still at the 1st stage, his divine weapon origin energy was still at the 1st stage, and his wings of true fire was at the 2nd stage. He had to bring all of them up to the 9th stage. And Lin looked up at the sky and felt like his future was filled with darkness. How was he supposed to cultivate all 4 cultivation methods to the 9th stage in 3 years? Was the system forcing a fucking dick upon him? It wasn't just that the process would be difficult. More importantly, the system hadn't even given him the conditions required to progress his cultivation methods. How was he supposed to do that? And Lin really wanted to let loose a torrent of abuse at the system. However, all was not lost. The fact that he was able to elevate his Earth Lotus Supreme skill to the 9th stage meant that there was a shortcut. However, this was a shortcut with an infernal level difficulty. Slaying an Earth-type heavenly god allowed him to elevate his Earth-type cultivation method to its very pinnacle. Hence, he could also do the same for the other 4 elements. For heavenly gods! And Lin almost burst into tears again. Did the system think that heavenly gods grew on trees? Even with Xiaolan's help, he had almost died in this battle against the heavenly mountain god. Furthermore, he was only able to kill it after the Arch had significantly weakened it, and Bai Ling had helped him escape from confinement. He had to kill 4 more heavenly gods in order to complete his mission, which meant that he would have to go through all of that for 4 more times. This really was a super infernal level difficulty, and Lin discovered that the body of the war god missions seemed to have something against his little member. The first mission was to attain the embryonic stage of the body of the war god, which required the absorption of 10 golden realm essence crystals, and the consequence for failure was becoming a eunuch for 100 years. The second mission was to attain initial success in the body of the war god, which required the absorption of 100 golden realm essence crystals, and failure would result in him becoming a eunuch for 10,000 years. As expected, the latest body of the war god mission was still targeting his little member. He had to cultivate all 5 of his elemental cultivation methods to the 9th stage, and the consequence for mission failure was even more absurd. He was going to have an extra member, and Lin was extremely disconsolate. He had to think of a way to complete this mission as quickly as possible. He turned toward the intense battle between the heavenly metal god and the ancient dragon empress. Wasn't the heavenly metal god metal type? With this in mind, he immediately began to pound on the coffin lid. Quick! Help me out of this coffin. I can still fight. You can still fight? Su Xiaolan was given a fright and turned toward the man in the coffin with confusion in her beautiful eyes. Have you been beaten senseless? In Lin's current state, any one of the return to void stage mighty figures could beat him. How was he supposed to fight in a battle against heavenly gods? Calm down, Lin. The current situation is quite good for us. If you recklessly charge into battle in your current state, you might achieve a result contrary to your intentions. How about we just survey the situation first? Su Xiaolan explained the situation in a patient and gentle manner, as if she was afraid that Lin would charge to his death. Lin finally calmed down a little upon hearing Su Xiaolan's gentle words. He thought about this carefully before deciding that even though the mission was very important, he only lived once, and he had to be careful with his one chance at life. Hence, he decided to rest and recuperate in the coffin for a while first. The battles taking place on the battlefield were extremely intense, and countless devastating spell techniques were being thrown around. Heavenly God Jordan and the heavenly metal god seemed to have been spurred by the heavenly mountain god's death, and they began to fight without any regard for their own safety. They knew that they had to fight as if their lives depended on it. The heavenly earth god was not going to save them, as evidenced by the heavenly mountain god's death, so they only had themselves to rely on. Heavenly God Jordan felt like he would not be able to defeat the heaven-crushing the Arch. He looked at the heavenly metal god, who was caught in an arduous battle of her own, then at the heavenly earth god, who remained inactive, and he finally made a decision. Boom! A violent collision ensued. Energy imbued with extremely terrifying heaven-crushing true intent bashed heavenly God Jordan into the ground. The Arch stood proudly high in the sky while looking down upon heaven and earth as if everything were at his mercy. He was like an invincible emperor on this battlefield. Heavenly God Jordan suddenly began to laugh. Ha ha ha! So what if you've attained heaven-crushing techniques? He stood up from the crater in the ground before looking up at the Arch with a cold sneer. Our heavenly human tribe is a race that serves the heavens. I'm going to show you that all those who dare to defy the heavens will die. Boom! An inky black divine halo appeared above heavenly God Jordan's head. A dark divine light emanated forth, as if it was trying to engulf all things in this world. His pure golden eyes also became inky black. His other 8 divine halos all detached themselves from his body before being sucked into and disappearing into that black hole-like 9th divine halo. A black light engulfed heaven and earth, making heavenly god Jordan appear like a god fiend as he stood at the very center of the light. The celestial thearch's eyes narrowed slightly as he felt the fearsome aura emanating from heavenly god Jordan's body. The black divine halo signifies the fall of a heavenly god. Are you finally going to sacrifice yourself? It could be said that this state was the true power possessed by the heavenly human tribe divine heaven stage heavenly gods. However, the consequences of unleashing this power were extremely grave. They wouldn't be able to handle this power, and the backlash from the heavenly Tao would kill them, just like what happened to heavenly goddess Linyu. The celestial thearch's hands were as dazzling as stars, and they fell from the sky before crashing down upon heavenly god Jordan. Heaven-crushing meteor palm. The bright blue stars tore through the night sky, emanating scintillating light even brighter than the starlight in the night sky. The celestial the arch was not going to give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. He could stall and wait until the power of the backlash killed his opponent, but he was not going to do that. After attaining the heaven-crushing true intent, he wasn't going to settle for anything other than beating his enemy into submission. Heavenly god Jordan was clearly a little surprised by the initiative the celestial the arch was taking before his eyes narrowed in a menacing expression. The black light from his divine halo enshrouded his entire body as he launched a palm up into the sky. A massive golden palm projection hurtled through the air with the power of golden strength, as well as the power of the black divine halo to engulf all the enemy's attacks. Bam! The celestial thearch's heaven-crushing meteor palm crashed into heavenly god Jordan's attack, upon which an energy exploded violently. From a distance, it looked like two extremely dazzling stars crashing into a massive golden palm. The golden palm began to crack, but the black energy of destruction and engulfment became even more powerful, completely engulfing the light of the stars. In the end, the residual power behind the golden palm crashed into the celestial the arch before sending him flying through the air with blood gushing from his mouth. This was the first time he had been blasted away in such a disheveled manner in his battle against heavenly god Jordan. Black spirit snake and white spirit snake immediately pounced toward heavenly god Jordan, and they slashed a series of devastating sword projections through the air. They were then greeted by the sight of heavenly god Jordan nonchalantly dispelling their attacks with a few casual waves of his hand, and the residual power was enough to also send them flying with blood gushing from their mouths. Only now did they truly understand how arduous Lin's battle against heavenly goddess Lin Yu must have been. This was a hack activated by a heavenly god at the expense of his life, and it was certainly nothing to be scoffed at. Su Xiaolan was getting extremely tense as she looked on from afar, and she wanted to go and help them. However, the phoenix and the nine-colored divine vermilion bird beat her to it. These two could be said to be the most regal and beautiful mythological beasts on this entire Taichu continent. Initially, they didn't really see eye to eye, but now, they were finally united by a common enemy. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird spread her wings as her power of the divine Tao swept forth. 9 different colored lights imbued with her power of the divine Tao created a destructive tornado that hurtled toward heavenly god Jordan. Heavenly god Jordan remained expressionless and couldn't even be bothered to give the attack a second glance. All he did was extend a palm to create an indestructible shield that kept the 9-colored divine vermilion bird's attack at bay. At this moment, the phoenix's heaven-crushing nirvana flames crashed down upon heavenly god Jordan's shield, creating visible cracks upon it. Heavenly god Jordan's brows furrowed slightly. These enemies were really starting to piss him off. He had to find a chance to take down all of them once and for all. At this moment, an extremely sharp screeching sound suddenly erupted from the distance. This noise was 10,000 times more piercing than nails being scraped across a blackboard, and Lin immediately unleashed a spell technique to seal his ears and keep that horrid noise at bay. Su Xiaolan and Lin both turned toward the heavenly metal god's battlefield. There, they discovered that the heavenly metal god had summoned a type of white, liquid metal to create a shield that was positioned before her. The ancient dragon empress had already transformed into a red and black true dragon, and a terrifying dragon might swept forth from her body. Her insanely sharp claws had dug deep into the silvery white metal before slowly working its way downward. This was the source of that god-awful noise. and Lin's eyes lit up with excitement. Quick! Xiaolin! The heavenly metal god and the ancient dragon empress are in a stalemate. This is a good chance for us to screw the heavenly metal god over. Su Xiaolan had initially wanted to rebut Lin, but after seeing the impasse that the heavenly metal god and the ancient dragon empress were caught in, and the expression of yearning and determination on Lin's face, she finally conceded. She still had the power to protect Lin, so why not trust in his judgment? Su Xiaolan knew that Lin wouldn't do pointless things. He said that he would be able to help and that he had a way to combat the heavenly metal god, which meant that he must have had something in mind already. This was the blind trust and confidence Su Xiaolan had developed toward Lin after knowing him for so long. She spread open her white holy flame wings and rose into the air, flying toward the battlefield in the distance and leaving a silvery white trajectory in her wake. The night wind surged past, and her long hair spilled out like a black waterfall behind her. Her eyes reflected the light of the moon, and it looked as if there were balls of holy flames burning within them. Su Xiaolin flew ahead at an extremely fast speed and very quickly made it to the heavenly metal god, upon which she abruptly drew her dragon sparrow sword. Heaven-crushing vermilion bird strike. An extremely vast aura exploded from her body, and she was like a vermilion bird flying through the air, but also as holy and proud as a holy maiden standing above the heavens. Her dragon sparrow sword was imbued with extremely powerful heaven-crushing true intent, as well the essential power of the vermilion bird, and it crashed down upon the heavenly metal god's silvery white shield. Screech! An extremely sharp screeching sound erupted once again. The silvery white liquid metal had a gash slashed into it by the sword blade, and the parts that came into direct contact with the sword blade were seething and bubbling slightly from the extremely scorching temperatures. The heavenly metal god was already barely on equal footing against the ancient dragon empress, and now that she had another super mighty figure who was extremely proficient in heaven-crushing techniques to deal with, the battle was instantly transformed. Divine Phoenix Maiden. The heavenly metal god spat through gritted teeth with resentment and rage on her face, clearly extremely furious about her intervention. In contrast, the ancient dragon empress' eyes lit up with excitement. She wasn't some pedantic or honorable warrior who insisted on fighting one-on-one battles. Even though this new ally had been her enemy 100 years ago, she was still very glad that she had come to help her out after she had been fighting arduously on her own for such a long time. Neither of them would have ever imagined that 100 years later, they would be fighting the same enemy, and this enemy was a heavenly god who wielded the paramount power of the heavenly Tao. The silvery white liquid the heavenly metal god had unleashed was on the brink of collapse. Right at this moment, a burst of crimson light suddenly burst forth from her crimson eyes before striking upon the silvery white liquid metal. She then spoke in a voice as cold as a heavenly decree. Injecting star-level 0-degree radiation metal. Upon being injected by the crimson light, the silvery white liquid metal suddenly became a squirming crimson alloy. At the same time, an invisible radiation energy began to emanate from the alloy before instantly enshrouding Su Xiaolan and the ancient dragon empress. In that instant, both Su Xiaolan and the ancient dragon empress felt like their bodies had undergone a change. The level of activity within their cells had dropped to a freezing point as if they had lost all of their vitality. If it weren't for that fact that both of them had cultivated in defensive heaven-crushing techniques, there was a very good chance that they could have been killed by the radiation from that crimson alloy. The crimson alloy slowly converged to form a ball that flew towards Su Xiaolan and the ancient dragon empress, sending boundless red radiation energy surging into the night. Su Xiaolan and the ancient dragon empress bodies suddenly became extremely sluggish at that moment, as if they were summoning all of their powers to resist the effects of the radiation. Crack! The heavenly metal god's divine halo suddenly cracked, and her aura quickly began to diminish. However, she was not panicked or enraged in the slightest, as if she had already anticipated that this would happen. She was only smiling with a cruel expression on her face, and she wielded a crimson metal sword in her hand as she charged toward Su Xiaolan and the ancient dragon empress, who had both been close to being immobilized by the radiation. The heavenly metal god had braced herself as soon as Su Xiaolan entered the battle. In order to insta-kill her two opponents, She had unleashed a power that would be sure to incur a backlash from the heavenly Tao upon her. This was a worthwhile exchange. However, just as the heavenly metal god was quickly approaching the two of them, a coffin lid suddenly flew into the sky from Su Xiaolan's back, and a white-robed figure appeared before her. And Lin stood in midair with an earthy yellow divine halo above his head, which was glowing with a scintillating light. A layer of earthy armor encapsulated his entire body, releasing an aura of eternal durability and keeping all radiation at bay. This was the power of mountains he had obtained from the heavenly mountain god, and it was quite new and refreshing. A boundless power swept forth like countless massive mountains crashing down upon the heavenly metal god. She was clearly unable to fight against the power of the mountains in a direct confrontation. And Lin's face was quite pale as he looked at the heavenly metal god. He was clearly forcing himself to use the power of the mountains. The heavenly metal god initially faltered momentarily at the sight of Lin before an expression of elation appeared on her face. "And Lin, you think you can defeat me in your current state? If you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. Your condition isn't all that great either." And Lin could see that the heavenly metal god was actually already extremely feeble, and this was the best time to strike. The heavenly metal god was drawing closer and closer, and Lin knew that in his current condition, he would not be able to defeat the heavenly metal god if he fought fire with fire. Hence, he pulled out an extremely mundane-looking stone. This was the special weapon that Nuwa had bestowed upon him, the heavenly stone. The heavenly stone was imbued with Nuwa's power of chaos and could be used to inflict lethal damage upon his opponent. The heavenly stone could be used 10 times in total, and 2 of those uses had already been expended against Emperor Beixing. He still had 8 uses left, and this was one of his biggest trump cards. And now he was going to install a hack onto this trump card. And Lin had already planned out everything in advance before coming here. The heavenly stone was a stone, so what would happen if his power of mountains was to be bestowed upon it? And Lin looked at the oncoming heavenly metal god and was already pouring forth his power of mountains into the heavenly stone in a frenzy. This was going to be the decisive moment in the battle. The stone suddenly began to smoothen and was reduced to half its original size. At the same time, its density had been maximized. Crack, crack, crack. Space cracked open as an inky black divine light suddenly erupted forth from the stone, threatening to engulf everything around it. This was a peculiar type of chaotic power, but it fused extremely harmoniously with the divine light emanating from the stone. In fact, the 2 powers enhanced one another, resulting in a qualitative change that struck fear into even Lin's heart. Power of mountains maximized, and Lin let loose an almighty roar as the light from his divine halo converged toward the stone, making it as dazzling as golden jade and bestowing upon it a paramount crushing power at the same time. "Go!" The stone shot through the air toward the heavenly metal god as a golden streak of light. The stone was only about the size of a palm, but in that instant, the heavenly metal god felt as if a boundless super-divine mountain were crashing down upon her with devastating divine might. There was no turning back for the heavenly metal god, and she could only slash her Gilgamesh ghost alloy sword toward the heavenly stone. Boom! A violent clash ensued. The heavenly metal god felt as if her sword had landed upon an indestructible super-divine mountain billions of feet tall. An extremely terrifying crushing force almost shattered her entire body. Boundless weight crashed down upon her, forcing her back relentlessly. However, she was a heavenly god. She truly was the very heavens. No matter how large the mountain was, could it be as large as the entire heavens? The heavenly metal god let loose an almighty roar as she unleashed her paramount divine might. The power behind her Gilgamesh ghost alloy sword climbed once again as she was forced into a dire situation like a cornered beast. A crimson divine light clashed with a golden divine light, each of which frantically tore at the other. This was a clash between the powers of 2 heavenly gods. However, it was a little different as the power of mountains contained the power of the heavenly stone as well as Nuwa's power of chaos. A burst of absolute chaotic power erupted forth from the heavenly stone. During this clash between the powers of the 2 heavenly gods, Any imbalance would create catastrophic consequences for the side that displayed weakness first. Crack. The heavenly metal god's Gilgamesh ghost alloy sword began to crack, and those cracks were quickly lengthening and widening. The heavenly stone crashed through the heavenly metal god's sword blade before crashing into her chest like a shooting star. Bam! Her indestructible metal body was struck by an unprecedented blow, and she felt like her entire being was about to be torn apart. The heavenly metal god's eyes widened as her body caved in. This tiny little stone seemed to be imbued with a boundless crushing force that could dash her into non-existence. The heavenly metal god had never seen such a terrifying stone. In her eyes, her metal sword should have been able to slice through all stones, and that stone should never be able to shatter metal. What kind of stone was this? Was it a stone that had installed hacks? The heavenly metal god's world had been flipped on its head, and the golden stone continued to crash down with the power to destroy all things before making her body cave in and eventually puncture her body. The heavenly metal god's body, which had managed to maintain its structural integrity even after being struck by the ancient dragon empress' most powerful heaven-crushing technique, was punctured by a little stone. The heavenly metal god's body was swept through the air like a cannonball before crashing into the ground, where she left a massive crater beneath her. And Lin panted heavily as he recalled his heavenly stone. The star-level 0-degree radiation metal had crumbled into specks of light before disappearing right at the moment when the heavenly metal god's body was broken. Su Xiaolan and the ancient dragon empress both regained their abilities to move at the same time. They were astonished that Lin was able to turn the tables even in his current condition. The ancient dragon empress was more astonished by Lin's power and vast array trump cards, while Su Xiaolan's astonishment was intermingled with a hint of pride, as if she had been greatly inflated by how powerful her Dao partner was. Of course, they knew that this was not the time to wallow in astonishment. Their enemy had just been severely wounded, and it was time to finish her off. Heaven-crushing vermilion bird strike. Su Xiaolan spread her holy flame wings, and she was like a vermilion bird that was flying through the air. Her dragon sparrow sword was imbued with extremely powerful heaven-crushing true intent, as well the essential power of the vermilion bird, and it crashed down upon the heavenly metal god's body. The scorching blade imbued with heaven-crushing intent slashed another massive gash into her body. Su Xiaolan instantly understood just how feeble the heavenly metal god was at this moment. Even in her peak condition, Su Xiaolan would not have been able to break through her defenses so easily. The heavenly metal god was extremely depressed. Her plan was perfect, and if it had gone smoothly, she would have slain Su Xiaolan and the ancient dragon empress in one fell swoop. But who would have thought that Lin would suddenly jump out from his coffin to turn the tables and completely foil her plans? The ancient dragon empress also descended from the sky. One of her arms had already transformed into the arm of a dragon. The dragon claws were shimmering with boundless starlight, and there seemed to be a small galaxy of stars swirling in her palm. The starry sky was vast and boundless, and it was exactly because of this that it possessed the power to break through all things. The ancient dragon empress descended like a dragon goddess from the sky. Fifth heaven-crushing technique, heaven-shattering stars. The heavenly metal god was suddenly gripped by a crushing sense of impending doom. If this attack was allowed to fall upon her, it could very likely inflict lethal damage upon her. She frantically activated her divine halo again. A scintillating divine light erupted from her divine halo as her super cyclone titanium alloy encapsulated her entire body again, including her head. This alloy was extremely energy-consuming to use, but she had no choice but to summon it, as the alternative would be death. The ancient dragon empress attack finally fell. Boom! A boundless star power exploded on the ground below. It was as if countless dazzling stars had erupted, converging to form a galaxy of stars and transforming the Earth into a sea of bright blue and silvery white stars. At the same time, it resonated with the starry sky up above as it borrowed on its power to trigger a second explosion. The Earth began to crumble and shatter. Countless stars exploded. An extremely devastating power of stars began to spread, annihilating all things. Regardless of whether it was Lin and Su Xiaolan, or Xianxia and the others who were spectating the battle from afar. All of them were astonished by this indescribably beautiful yet monstrously powerful spell technique. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the heaven-shattering stars spell technique. Now bestowing upon you the true intent as well as the method of usage for this spell technique. And Lin's mind was inundated by an immense amount of information again. The sheer amount of information and power of the true intent made his head feel like it was about to explode from excruciating agony. And Lin gritted his teeth and persevered as he absorbed the spell technique. The system automatically collected all of the top-rate heaven-crushing techniques before bestowing them upon him. Why was it doing this? Up to this point, having witnessed demonstrations from Chen and the ancient Dragon Empress, he had finally attained all 9 of the paramount heaven-crushing techniques. First heaven-crushing technique, Finger of the Heavenly Tao. Second heaven-crushing technique, Foot of the Heavenly Tao. Third heaven-crushing technique, Fist of the Heavenly Tao. Fourth heaven-crushing technique, Palm of the Heavenly Tao. Fifth heaven-crushing technique, Heaven-shattering stars. Sixth heaven-crushing technique, Heavenly Tao Absolute Reincarnation. Seventh heaven-crushing technique, Palm Heaven. Eighth heaven-crushing technique, Dark Tao Particles. Ninth heaven-crushing technique, Sword of the Heavenly Tao. Up to this point, and Lin had only used the Finger of the Heavenly Tao. Chun had told him that there were no high or low ranks among the heaven-crushing techniques. All of them could be used to unleash heaven-crushing might when cultivated to the extreme. However, there was a disparity in power when these techniques were first attained. Among the 9 heaven-crushing techniques, their powers went up in ascending order, with the 9th heaven-crushing technique being the most powerful. And Lin had only ever used the Finger of the Heavenly Tao, and he had self-detonated twice because of this technique. So could he use any of the other heaven-crushing techniques? And Lin was beginning to get a little excited. The power of the stars dissipated, leaving a massive crater with a radius of several hundred kilometers. The supercyclone titanium alloy that had materialized had already completely shattered. Her neck was being crushed by a set of vice-like dragon claws, and the claws were still tightening, as if they were trying to snap her neck. A beautiful woman who was full of majesty and prestige looked down at her with a pair of crimson eyes, which seemed to contain a boundless sea of surging killing intent. You killed Raffaella, so I'll use the life of a heavenly god to commemorate her, the ancient Dragon Empress said in a cold voice as a boundless heaven-crushing power erupted from her hand, destroying everything within the heavenly metal god's body in a mad frenzy. Ah! The heavenly metal god wailed with anguish. All living beings could unleash terrifying latent potentials when faced with a dire situation, and the heavenly metal god was no exception to this. She completely relinquished all defenses and unleashed an attack toward the ancient Dragon Empress. A heaven-crushing power instantly inflicted over 10,000 gashes upon the heavenly metal god's inky black body, reducing it to an extremely ghastly sight to behold. The heavenly metal god's hair suddenly stood up like sharp divine tools before quickly piercing through the air toward the ancient Dragon Empress. They were like tens of thousands of divine swords that were imbued with extreme penetrative power and the intent of puncturing the ancient Dragon Empress body all at the same time. The ancient Dragon Empress pupils contracted. Evil Dragon Thousand-Fold Wall. Countless small evil dragons wearing true dragon-level scales unleashed a vast, terrifying aura before revolving relentlessly around her body, creating a revolving yet airtight barrier. The sharp hair was imbued with a paramount power of laws, and they were capable of puncturing all things, making them even more dangerous and powerful than divine tools. One small evil dragon after another had their bodies punctured by the black hair. However, there seemed to be no end to the small evil dragons. They were constantly revolving, so there were always new evil dragons to replace the punctured ones. The heavenly metal god's hair stabbed forward with unstoppable force, but it was unable to reach the ancient Dragon Empress body. I'm going to kill you. The heavenly metal god's face was twisted by a sinister smile as a dazzling light erupted forth from the divine halo again. A shiny, golden metal board suddenly appeared behind the ancient Dragon Empress, as if she was trying to sandwich the ancient Dragon Empress between herself and that metal board. At this moment, a ferocious expression appeared on the heavenly metal god's face. Die! Primordial electrons, infinite voltage. A black divine light burst forth both from her body as well as from the metal board behind the ancient dragon empress. Both bursts of divine light resonated with one another as purple golden flows of electricity converged upon the ancient dragon empress. Boom! An earth-shattering clap of thunder erupted. Terrifying electrical current punctured space and annihilated all things. The energy was golden on top and purple at the bottom, and it was imbued with the most primordial, ancient power as it lit up the night. The ancient dragon empress' small evil dragons were being reduced to dust by the fierce electrical currents. The wall of small evil dragons was revolving and replenishing itself far more slowly than the rate at which the electrical currents were destroying them. Die, ancient dragon empress! The heavenly metal god chortled with glee as she raised the power of her primordial electrons to their very maximum extent. Purple golden electrical currents transcended beyond matter and progressed toward a more terrifying state of existence. The ancient dragon empress gritted her teeth tightly and held on for dear life, but she knew that she really wouldn't be able to defend herself against this attack, and that she was going to be ripped to shreds by this terrifying flow of electricity soon. Right at this moment, the purple golden flows of electricity suddenly became stationary, as if they had been frozen in time. Ha! The heavenly metal god's expression faltered slightly. The purple golden flows of electricity suddenly changed direction to fall upon the heavenly metal god with even more terrifying power. Rumble! The heavenly metal god's body was ravaged in a frenzy by the electrical currents, which were imbued with a type of primordial power. She wasn't afraid of electricity as she was a conductor herself, but the other powers imbued within the electricity were running riot and wreaking havoc within her body. Who gave you the confidence to use electricity in the face of the super heavenly lightning god? A white-robed man looked down upon the heavenly lightning god with boundless divine might emanating from his body. The heavenly metal god came to a sudden realization. She had gotten too carried away and forgotten that Enlin possessed the power of the heavenly lightning god. She almost threw up a mouthful of blood with this in mind. Why did Enlin always foil her plans? The heavenly metal god immediately deactivated her spell technique. Otherwise, she would be helping her enemies in their attempts to try and kill her. At this moment, Su Xiaolin rushed toward her from behind as her dragon sparrow sword swept through the air. The heavenly metal god turned and slapped a palm toward the sword blade, upon which sparks flew and an extremely sharp screeching sound erupted. The ancient dragon empress immediately pounced toward the heavenly metal god, seemingly with no regard for her own safety. The heavenly metal god's hair began to attack the ancient dragon empress again. The ancient dragon empress unleashed her black evil dragons once again to combat her attacks. The heavenly metal god was very much at the end of the road. She was riddled with wounds, and her aura was extremely diminished. Just one final straw was required to break her back here. A spot of golden light fell from the sky. Hardness maximized. Density maximized. Power of mountains maximized. And Lin immediately unleashed his power of mountains before injecting it into the heavenly stone again. The heavenly metal god felt like a boundless super-divine mountain larger than anything anyone could imagine was falling upon her with infinite might. She raised her head with difficulty, and an expression of despair appeared on her face. The small, golden stone struck her head. Bam! Silence suddenly descended upon heaven and earth. Monstrously powerful shockwaves erupted from the collision between the golden stone and the heavenly metal god's head. Everyone could see that the inky black metal was caving in from the unstoppable force of the golden stone. The earth caved in again from the devastating collision. The heavenly metal god's head emulated the earth beneath her in that it was also caving in further and further. Her blood-curdling cries reverberated through the air. A sharp sound of something being torn apart suddenly erupted, as if something like been broken. The golden heavenly stone had sliced through the heavenly metal god's head and fallen through her neck, her chest, and her stomach, before passing out of her body and creating another massive crater in the ground. Su Xiaolan, the ancient dragon empress, and Shenyuan Cheng, who was spectating from afar, were all completely dumbstruck by what they were seeing. Even the perpetrator himself, Lin, drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. He had imagined that the heavenly stone would be able to make the heavenly metal god's head cave in or even flatten it, but never would he have thought that it would penetrate the heavenly metal god's entire body. The heavenly metal god had a massive hole in her head, and she looked up at Lin with difficulty as an expression of indignation and rage appeared on her face. Never would she have thought that she, the most powerful metal, would be bashed to death by a small stone. Her divine halo crumbled and dissipated into specks of light. Thump! The heavenly metal god's body fell to the ground like a hunk of scrap metal. Her inky black body also quickly disappeared like snow under the bright, scorching sun. The heavenly metal god had finally perished. She had been killed by a stone falling from the sky. A vast amount of information suddenly flooded into Lin's mind as his system flashed over and over again. The divine weapon origin energy has been elevated to the second stage. The divine weapon origin energy has been elevated to the third stage. The divine weapon origin energy has been elevated to the fourth stage. The divine weapon origin energy has been elevated to the fifth stage. The divine weapon origin energy has been elevated to the ninth stage. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the power of the heavenly metal god. A peculiar stream of energy began to merge into Lin's body. Lin's entire body shuddered violently, and he cried out with pain and pleasure, "Ah! Ah!" Su Xiaolin rushed over to Lin's side with an expression of concern on her face. Did you absorb another heavenly god? Did you receive a new power of the heavenly god? It's a very satisfying type of pain, right? Lin had no response to Xiaolan's string of questions. At this moment, even the ancient dragon empress couldn't resist the urge to fly over to him. Her sleeves had been destroyed, revealing her flawless, fair arms, which were hanging limply by her sides as if they were exhausted from that arduous battle she had just endured. Her beautiful crimson eyes blinked with curiosity, and after a moment of hesitation, she asked when Lin didn't look like he was in as much pain as before, You can absorb the powers of the heavenly gods?" She had well and truly felt Lin unleash the powers of the heavenly gods during that battle. There was no mistaking that supreme divine might and paramount powers of laws. Lin nodded as an admission. There were so many witnesses, and all of them could guess the truth for themselves anyway, so there was no need to hide anything. The ancient dragon empress drew a sharp intake of breath after having her suspicion confirmed by Lin, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she turned a pair of disconsolate eyes up toward the sky, lending a sense of gentle beauty to her gorgeous features. The heavenly metal god's death created another massive stir on the battlefield. The spectating members were the most excited of all, and some of them were even whooping with excitement. Retarded superfan Yao Mingxi yelled with excitement, "Is God in the MVP or what? Big brother and really is badass. He killed heavenly goddess Linyu, the heavenly mountain god, and the heavenly metal god. Woof!" Tabai waved his paws in the air. Retarded superfan number 2, Sun Yulua, chimed in with an expression of yearning as he cast his eyes toward the white-robed figure in the distance. Even after wasting 100 years, sect leader Lin is still everyone's daddy after he came back. That is something no one can change. A faint smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. Don't forget about the contributions made by everyone else. Lin would not have been able to achieve all this by himself. A smile appeared on Shenyuan Cheng's face. That's right. Without the Celestial the Arch, Su Xiaolan, the ancient dragon empress, and the others, it would have been quite a challenge for Lin to defeat the heavenly gods. Su Chenyun also nodded in agreement. This is a team battle after all, so we can't forget the contributions made by the Celestial the Arch, Xiaolan, and the others. Bai Ling's face fell. What I meant to say was, don't forget that without my heaven-crushing cannon, Lin and Su Xiaolan would still be buried under that mountain. Su Qinyun, Shenyuan Cheng, all of the other spectators. So that was what she was trying to say. On heavenly god Jordan's battlefield, the Celestial the Arch was holding on for dear life, but he suddenly burst into hearty laughter again. Heavenly god Jordan, what's the point in fighting? The heavenly mountain god is dead. as is the heavenly metal god. The celestial Thearcha's expression gradually became more menacing. And death is the only fate that awaits you. You're all going to be wiped out. Heavenly God Jordan's emotions had been completely non-existent after summoning his 9th divine halo, but his brows still furrowed slightly with a hint of pain and struggle on his face. At the same time, he looked at where the heavenly metal god once was from the corners of his eyes, only to find that there was nothing there aside from sets of gargantuan crates left on the earth. Thinking back, when he had first decided to summon his 9th halo, it was the heavenly mountain god who had suddenly appeared and told him that there was no need for sacrifice himself and that everything would be taken care of. At that time, 2 heavenly gods had appeared, shocking the entire battlefield with their supreme might. Now, heavenly god Jordan was still alive, but the other 2 heavenly gods were already dead. Wait, no, he had used his 9th divine halo, so he wasn't far from death either. How pitiful and ironic. Meanwhile, Chun Chen and the heavenly earth god were still facing off against one another. Chun Chen asked in his perpetually indifferent expression, "Do you still think you can win?" The heavenly earth god fell silent. He looked up at the sky, then down at the ground, before finally turning toward Enlin. His aura then began to disappear, as if it had merged into heaven and earth, leaving no detectable trace. "He's more dangerous than you," the heavenly earth god suddenly said. A rare smile appeared on Chun Chen's face. "That's a good thing." The heavenly earth god also smiled, but his smile was more of a mocking sneer. "It's a pity that he exposed himself too early. Next time, I'm going to make sure to kill him. You won't be able to do that as long as I'm still alive," Chun Chen said in a firm voice. Both of them fell silent again. Chun Chen and the heavenly earth god stared at each other, and there seemed to be sparks flying in the air. On heavenly god Jordan's battlefield, one earth-shattering spell technique after another lit up the night sky, illuminating heaven and earth. The phoenix unleashed its most powerful attack again, the heaven-crushing nirvana flames. However, the flames were dispelled by a single punch from Jordan, and the phoenix itself was also blasted flying for several hundred kilometers. Even though it possessed the body of a mythological beast, it was almost completely torn to shred by that punch. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird unleashed her 9-colored divine Tao to try and distract heavenly god Jordan, only for her power of the divine Tao to be slapped into non-existence, and she too was slapped through the air amid an anguished cry. And then, the 9-colored divine vermilion bird never returned. Black spirit snake, white spirit snake, and the celestial the arch were all riddled with wounds, but they still persevered with all their might. Even so, they were still firmly on the back foot. However, they had already seen hope. The divine halo above heavenly god Jordan's head was already cracking, and the black-veined patterns on his body were becoming deeper and deeper, clearly indicating that he didn't have much time left. Heavenly god Jordan had realized this as well, and his expression darkened. "Next, I'm going to use my most powerful technique to end all of you." He suddenly stood still on the spot as boundless, all-engulfing darkness erupted from his divine halo, obscuring the light of the moon and the stars. The celestial the arch, white spirit snake, and black spirit snake's expressions shifted in unison. "Ha ha ha, what a powerful aura. Let me go grab my heaven-flipping seal to see who will come out on top between the two of us." The celestial the arch laughed heartily as he turned and flew into the distance. "You better watch out. I'm going to go grab my secret sword." Black spirit snake aimed a menacing glare at him before whipping her tail through the air and flying in another direction. White spirit snake racked her brain for something to say. Fuck! White spirit snake couldn't think of anything in the end, and she too sped into the distance in another direction. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. Heavenly god Jordan's sinister smile completely froze on his face. Wasn't everyone going to risk their lives in a final clash? Wasn't everyone going to taste the horror of his final technique? What was this heaven-flipping seal? What was this secret sword? And what the hell was this fuck? Fuck you all. Heavenly god Jordan's eyes widened, and his calm facade finally crumbled as his emotions exploded. The three of them were all flying in different directions, so he couldn't chase down all of them. How could they make their escape sound so justified? Frustration, rage, helplessness. Heavenly God Jordan looked around like a wild beast that had been driven insane by starvation. Bai Ling was piloting her spatial white ferry, which carried Shen Yuanchang and everyone else into the distance. Su Xiaolan carried Lin in the coffin and unleashed her vermilion bird movement techniques to stage an extremely fast retreat. The ancient dragon empress was quite severely injured and was following behind Su Xiaolan laboriously. But she wasn't all that slow either. As for the 9-colored divine vermilion bird and the phoenix, they had been tipped off in advance, and they had borrowed on the power of Heavenly God Jordan's slaps to make their escapes without even turning back once. Bird tribe mythological beasts were professionals when it came to running away. At this moment, all of the extermination team members began to run away in unison, as if everything had been choreographed. Heavenly God Jordan was immediately placed in an extremely awkward situation. After summoning his 9th divine halo, his death had been sealed. The longer he delayed, the more he was prone to suffering from a backlash. He was a walking, ticking time bomb with no time to spare. No, even if I die, I have to take down a few enemies with me. Heavenly God Jordan made up his mind before turning to all of his escaping enemies again. All of them had fled in different directions, so he would only be able to take a single enemy down with him at most. Furthermore, he had already missed the best opportunity to give chase, so he might not even be able to catch up to any one of them. This made sense. After all, everything had happened far too spontaneously, and Heavenly God Jordan was dumbstruck for a moment, thereby missing out on the best time to strike. Ah! Fuck! Heavenly God Jordan was about to go insane. He had sacrificed his life to attain absolute power, but all of his enemies had turned their backs on him and run away. Where was their dignity? Where was their humility? What happened to all the bold heaven-crushing and God-slaying proclamations they had made? Had all of it been eaten by a dog? Hold on. There appeared to be one person who hadn't run away. Heavenly God Jordan faltered initially before turning toward the 2 people who hadn't moved since the beginning of the battle. Chun Chun and Heavenly Earth God were still facing off against one another, as if they couldn't even see him. Chun Chun, 2nd Heavenly Disciple of the Heaven-Crushing Sect. Danger level Heaven rank. He must be eliminated as quickly as possible. Heavenly God Jordan murmured to himself, and his eyes lit up, as if he had found purpose in what remained of his life. There was no need to chase down the Celestial, the Arch, and the others. There was some ideal prey waiting for him right here. Without all the other powerful beings here to intervene, he was free to attack Chin Chin. Perhaps this was the will of the heavens. Heavenly God Jordan had attained God of Creation stage power in his current state. As a result, he also had extremely powerful analytical abilities. He could see that Chun Chen and the Heavenly Earth God were situated in a delicate, fragile balance. If this balance was broken, then Chun Chun would be placed in an extremely dire situation. Sacrificing myself to kill the 2nd Heavenly Disciple of the Heaven-Crushing Sect. That's a fantastic way to go out. Heavenly God Jordan began to charge toward the youth with an aura as insignificant as a speck of dust. Every cloud had a silver lining. He had lost the opportunity to kill the Celestial, the Arch, but he had gained the opportunity to contribute to Chun Chen's death as a result. Heavenly God Jordan was extremely excited. To the heavenly human tribe who pledged their allegiance to the heavens, one Chin Chan was more important than 3 celestial thearchs. This was someone even the paramount heavenly gods wanted to kill. Rumble, a boundless, terrifying aura swept forth like a vast ocean, like a set of icy plains with no end in sight, like a falling meteorite so massive that it struck despair into the onlooker's heart. Like the entire world. Heavenly God Jordan had unleashed his full power, and it was truly comparable to God of Creation stage power. A dark light emanated from his black divine halo like strands of silk, draping a cloak over his body. It seemed to be able to suck in all things within this world, even the souls of all living beings. After this cloak appeared over his body, Heavenly God Jordan's speed was elevated drastically yet again. Even the Celestial the Arch and the others were unable to follow Heavenly God Jordan's movement speed as they turned around and looked on with shock and horror. Heavenly God Jordan plunged his hand into space before pulling out an inky black energy sword. The sword was as black as the boundless outer space with the exception of 9 peculiar, shimmering stars. There were 2 stars on either end of the sword blade, which were shimmering with a dreamy purple light. At the center of the sword blade was a dazzling golden star. A star as blue as the ocean. A star as white as insubstantial mist. A green star brimming with vitality. A clear, shimmering orange star, and a sinister crimson star. There was one most important star, which was located at the tip of the sword, and it was so dark that it threatened to engulf the light of all of the other stars. Not only that, but it was also threatening to destroy and engulf this entire world, plunging everything into darkness. The power of all 9 divine halos had converged into this one sword. Heavenly God Technique, World-Ending Sword, Darkness of Origin. Heavenly God Jordan charged toward Chun Chen before bring down his sword of darkness upon him. The sword was imbued with the power of the laws of darkness, which could engulf all things regardless of whether it was the earth, the starry sky, the moons, the dust particles drifting through the air, even air and space. All of it would return to eternal darkness and boundless chaos. Boom! Darkness enshrouded the space within a radius of over 500 kilometers like a massive black ball. All manners of devastating powers wreaked havoc. Cutting power, gravitational power, power of death, power of karma. All of them merged into the darkness to further enhance the terrifying power of the darkness. The Celestial the Arch and the others were astonished by what they saw. Just this one technique could destroy an entire city or even a nation. In fact, small worlds like Earth might even be completely shattered by such a monstrously powerful sword strike. Thank God we ran away quickly. And Lin lay in his coffin and swallowed involuntarily as he looked at the all-engulfing explosion with lingering fear in his heart. If Heavenly God Jordan had pursued them, then there was almost no chance that they could survive this attack. Even Lin was quite horrified, so the likes of Sun Yulua, Yao Mingxi, the Fist Sage, and Dabai were obviously already all deathly pale. If Heavenly God Jordan had chosen to pursue them, they would have a 0% chance of survival. Of course, Sun Yulua and the others knew that Heavenly God Jordan wouldn't chase them. After all, they weren't even worth killing. This was also the reason why Lin and the Celestial the Arch ran away without any hesitation. If they managed to get away, then everything would be great. If not, they would just have to fight for their lives again. They could only win and not lose. Thus, all of them ran away, and Chun Chun was somehow left to bear the consequences of their ploy. Everyone began to grow concerned. Was Chun Chun going to be all right? The boundless expanse of darkness obscured everything. It emanated extremely terrifying engulfment power, sucking in all of the surrounding earth and plants in frenzy before annihilating them. The darkness only stretched for a radius of over 500 kilometers, but the truly destructive range spanned a radius of 1,000 to 1,500 kilometers. This was a doomsday spell technique. Thankfully, Su Xiaolan and the other were able to avoid being sucked into the darkness through their own powers. All of them were quite nervous about Chun Chen's current situation. The darkness was able to engulf all things, as well as one's divine sense, so they had no clue what was happening or what was going to happen within the darkness. Soon, the darkness began to shrink. A bottomless black crater had been engulfed into the ground. Space was shattered and chaotic winds wreaked havoc, annihilating everything within the area. There was no more matter within a radius of over 500 kilometers. And Lin knew that when the spell technique erupted, even light and Tao were engulfed and destroyed. This was destruction in the truest sense of the word. This was a technique that would plunge all things into eternal darkness with no exceptions. Everyone looked on with tense expressions. Everything was gone. Chun Chun was situated in the very center of the spell technique. Would he be able to emerge unscathed? When the darkness shrunk to its tiniest extent, everyone's heart jolted abruptly with shock as there was Earth floating in midair. No, to put it more accurately, the Earth had been annihilated into nothingness, so there was no earth left aside from that solitary block. A youth in coarse linen garments stood upon that block of earth in bare feet. He continued to look at the heavenly earth god with not a single speck of dust on his body, as if nothing had happened. However, his body had released a peculiar white realm of light, thereby indicating that he had actually done something. Every blade of grass, every tiny stone, every speck of dust, within the realm of light, everything was different from the outside world. The earth beneath the heavenly earth god's feet had already disappeared, but he still stood resolutely on the spot, as if there was no power that could shake him. He looked at the realm of light Chun released, and his eyes narrowed slightly. A self-created world, a spotless realm. So you've already taken the final step and made your inner universe effect reality. Chun ignored the heavenly earth god and turned away for the first time to look at the stupefied heavenly god Jordan, who was still situated outside the white realm of light with his black sword held firmly in his hand. His expression was frozen with incredulity. Never would he have thought that his full-force strike, which was comparable to a god of creation stage attack, wouldn't even be able to inflict a single scratch upon Chun's body. Chun looked at heavenly god Jordan expressionlessly. "Are you done?" Heavenly god Jordan faltered slightly, as if he didn't know what those words meant. Chun continued in a cold voice, "Piss off if you're done." He waved a hand toward heavenly god Jordan. Heavenly god Jordan's heart thumped, and before he could even do anything, his chest caved and his bones and flesh crumbled as if he had received an extremely heavy blow. Terrifying power. Blinding speed. Heavenly god Jordan had zero reaction time. He threw up a mouthful of blood and was blasted back several hundred kilometers, where he turned into a black spot on the horizon. In the extremely far distance, and Lin and the others looked on with incredulity. Sun Yulua. He blocked heavenly god Jordan's most powerful attack and remained unscathed. The Fist Sage. He sent heavenly god Jordan flying with a single slap? By Holy Mother of God, woof. They knew that Chun was badass, but they didn't know that Chun was this badass. And Lin turned to the ancient dragon empress to gauge her reaction, only to find that she was also staring at Chun with shock and amazement. And Lin. So even the fourth heavenly disciple didn't know how badass the second heavenly disciple was? And Lin thought about it and suddenly discovered that something wasn't quite right. As the most powerful heavenly god beneath the paramount heavenly gods, the heavenly time god was able to inflict damage upon Chun even though she had been dominated for the entirety of that battle. It felt like heavenly god Jordan in his current state was comparable in power to the heavenly time god, so why was he unable to even touch Chun? This didn't make sense. Chun seemed to have read in Lin's mind and provided a rare, patient explanation. I observed countless worlds in the heavenly time god space and was able to attain enlightenment as a result. And Lin was extremely flattered and came to a sudden realization at the same time. Big boss Chun, please focus on your opponent. You don't have to explain things like this to me now. This fine and delicate youth was always cold and aloof toward everyone with the exception of Lin. This was something everyone could confirm following that interaction. Su Xiaolan turned toward Lin with a skeptical expression. The ancient dragon empress also turned toward Lin with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. And Lin himself was extremely perplexed. Xiaolan, let me explain. And ancient dragon empress. What is that expression? You don't need to explain. I didn't suspect you of anything, Su Xiaolan said with a smile. Master treats you better than he treats me. The ancient dragon empress pursed her lips. And Lin. What the hell was going on? Had he fallen into a love triangle with Chun? However, and Lin really wasn't expecting Chun to make such a significant breakthrough in that strange space that resulted from the heavenly time god's self-detonation. He recalled that Chun seemed to have been focused on looking for the way back the entire time. Perhaps this was what truly exceptional talent looked like. The heavenly earth god looked at Chun, and a sharp light suddenly flashed through his eyes. You're getting careless. He made a peculiar seal with his left hand. His palm faced the sky while his index finger faced the earth. The earth tremored as the boundless power of the veins of the earth flowed for over 1,500 kilometers before converging beneath the heavenly earth god's feet, upon which it flowed along his index finger and into his entire body. At the same time, his right palm fell upon Chun Chun. It was impossible to describe this vast and boundless power. The amber-like palm projection was not all that magnificent. It was only about 1,000 feet in length and just long enough to reach Chin Chin. However, none of the mighty figures dared to look down on this attack as they could sense the boundless power imbued within. This power made them feel extremely pitiful and insignificant. And Lin and the others had truly seen just how vast the earth was, and they were given a sense of how insignificant and tiny they were. The heavenly earth god's palm was imbued with a power that sent them spiraling down into the depths of despair. Even just looking on from afar, one was struck by a sense of instinctive horror and asphyxiation, as if that palm were a vast, boundless continent crashing down upon the earth. The amber-like palm really did seem to reflect the power and density of an entire continent. It was completely immeasurable in terms of known weight units. At this moment, it crashed down upon Chun Chen's spotless realm. At that moment, Chun Chen's expression became slightly more grave. Perhaps this was the respect he was extending toward a paramount heavenly god. The amber palm projection struck his white realm of light. Mere moments ago, this realm of light was what Chun Chun used to block heavenly god Jordan's full-force attack and remain unscathed. There was no earth-shattering collision as anticipated. When the palm struck the white realm of light, there wasn't even any sound. It was as if it had fallen into a placid lake, sending soundless ripples running across the surface of the lake. The white realm of light also rippled, and it seemed to be imbued with some sort of power that could keep all attacks at bay. Chun Chen and the heavenly earth god were well within reach of one another, but at the same time, it felt like there was a vast distance between them. In fact, it felt like they were from different worlds, and the only way to make contact with Chun Chun was to transcend beyond this world. The heavenly earth god had hoisted an entire continent before sending it crashing down upon Chun Chun, only to find that they weren't even situated in the same world. How was he supposed to strike his opponent now? Not only that, but the heavenly earth god discovered the power within his palm was quickly dissipating as it was being absorbed in an alarming rate by Chun Chen's realm of white light before being transferred into a very special power that did not seem to belong to this world. The heavenly earth god was not deterred by this in the slightest. Instead, he sent his palm crashing down with even more force as an expression of excitement appeared on his face. Chun Chen, this is where you fall. You're trying to absorb my power and analyze it in order to formulate a way to defeat me. However, you will need a connection point with this world in order to absorb my power. That point is where the fatal weak point in your spotless realm lies. Countless strings of information suddenly began to flash through the heavenly earth god's eyes. Heavenly calculation technique. Analyze and calculate all things in this world. Everything in this entire world became extremely clear to him. The pattern and order of matter, laws, karma. There were no secrets to him as he could see everything from the sun and the moon, down to the most minuscule of dust particles, with unparalleled clarity. This was a paramount analytical technique. It would be unable to identify weaknesses in absolutely perfect spell techniques, but Chun Chen's spotless realm was clearly incomplete, so it was not perfect. Seeing as it wasn't perfect, then his analytical technique would be able to identify its fatal flaw. If he could break Chun Chen's spotless realm, he would be able to win this battle. After defeating Chun Chun, everyone else here would simply be an afterthought that he could slaughter as he pleased. However, he suddenly faltered when he saw the results of his analysis. In that instant, the heavenly earth god felt like not only had he seen destruction and creation and termination and rebirth, but he also saw the heavenly Tao being broken before being reforged by a human's Tao. This scene was far too unimaginable, and even the heavenly earth god was rooted to the spot. Immediately following that came a sense of danger that engulfed his entire body, and his intent to kill Chun Chun became even stronger. So your spotless realm is absorbing my power through the process of destruction followed by creation. The heavenly earth god murmured in a thoughtful voice. Chun Chun nodded lightly at the amber-like youth standing before him. That is my flaw. If you have the guts to be destroyed once by me, then why don't you come and explore my world? The heavenly earth god's eyelids twitched slightly. He had initially thought that Chun Chen's spotless realm would have a special hole that could absorb and transfer his power. In that case, he would be able to break the spotless realm with that hole as a weakness. However, his heavenly calculation technique told him that Chun Chen's personal world was like a mincer. If you wanted to enter it, you had to be destroyed first. Destruction before creation and simply absorbing energy before transferring it were two completely different things. It could be said that Chun Chen's flaw existed more so to goad his opponents. Chun Chun was still looking at the heavenly earth god with an indifferent expression, but the heavenly earth god felt like he could see a hint of a mocking light in his eyes, as if to say, "You can try and destroy me, but you'll have to survive being destroyed by my world first." Hence, the only flaw in Chun Chen's spotless realm was a flaw that wasn't really a flaw. Did the heavenly earth god have the guts to enter Chun Chen's domain? If he could handle the destructive power of Chun Chen's world, perhaps he would be able to slay Chun Chun after entering his world. However, if he was unable to do so, then death would await him. His amber palm was still engaged in a silent yet violent collision with the white realm of light. A boundless power with no end in sight crashed down in a frenzy upon the white realm of light, trying to completely flatten it. This was the power of an entire continent, and a normal Dao integration stage super mighty figure would definitely be reduced to mincemeat in an instant. However, the realm of light remained completely unscathed. The heavenly earth god didn't enter Chun Chen's realm of light, but he didn't give up on attacking either. He was going to use brute force to crush Chun Chen's spotless realm. The power behind his amber palm was constantly being destroyed before being absorbed by the realm of light. However, there seemed to be no end to this power, and no matter how much was absorbed, there was simply no end in sight. An unimaginably immense weight was currently crashing down upon Chun Chen's shoulders. Chun Chun understood what the heavenly earth god was trying to do. He was trying to initiate a battle of endurance. The heavenly earth god continued to exert an insane downward pressing force upon Chun Chun. An attack of this caliber was already as terrifying as a god of creation stage living being picking up the world they had created and hammering it down upon Chun Chun over and over again. The spotless realm could absorb his power? No problem. He would allow his power to be destroyed as there had to be an upper limit to how much power it could take. The heavenly earth god's heart was surging with battle intent. He wanted to see if his earthly palm would last longer, or if Chun Chen's spotless realm would hold on for longer. Even if he couldn't break Chun Chen's spotless realm, he would wait until the spotless realm was deactivated to crush Chun Chen into non-existence. Chun Chen nodded slightly. "You've got the right idea there. That is indeed the best course of action to break my defenses. Your attack possesses might as boundless as the earth, and you're able to continuously draw upon the power of the veins of the earth to sustain your attack. If I want to hold on until the power behind your palm disappears, I will have to absorb power equivalent to the power of earth present in half of the southern heavenly wing nation." How big was half of the southern heavenly wing nation? This was the power of earth equivalent to over 10 times that of earth. Whenever Chun Chen absorbed the power of earth, the heavenly earth god would immediately replenish it to create a sustained barrage of boundless force that could crush any living being. The two of them descended into a silent impasse again, except this impasse was countless times more dangerous than the previous one they had been engaged in. And Lin and the others swallowed and were hesitant about whether they should intervene. If they cut in recklessly in a battle of this caliber, would they be doing more harm than good? Everyone had the same concern in their minds, and Lin thought about it for a moment before deciding to go with the flow as he swallowed an immortal pill to regenerate from his injuries. Time ticked by slowly, and no change took place. It was as if the heavenly earth god and Chun Chun were frozen in a snapshot in time. A faint sigh suddenly broke the silence. Chun Chun looked at the heavenly earth god. "It's a pity that you are still too hasty in the end." Chun Chun slowly extended his right hand. "Perhaps your attack trumps my spotless realm in a battle of endurance, but I don't need to play to your strengths." The heavenly earth god's pupils contracted slightly as an instinctive sense of peril welled up in his heart. A boundless golden light had already burst forth from Chun Chen's right hand. This was an extremely terrifying and vast power of Earth, which was very similar to the heavenly Earth God's power, but it was also different at the same time. The difference lay in the fact that it originated from Chun Chen's world. Don't forget that I've been absorbing your power this entire time. The reason why I haven't attacked you yet is that I wanted to absorb more of your power of Earth. Chun Chun pointed his index finger. That index finger seemed to be infinitely expanding in the heavenly Earth God's eyes, as if this finger were the only piece of reality in this world and that everything else was going to be broken by this finger. I'll tell you a secret, heavenly Earth God. A faint smile appeared on Chun Chen's face as he looked at the stunned heavenly Earth God. When I unleash my spotless realm, I can still attack. He pointed his finger forward, and a boundless golden light illuminated the entire night sky. Finger of the heavenly Tao. The space within a radius of over 50 kilometers instantly shattered, giving way to a lethal realm of chaos. The heavenly Earth God could sense a peerlessly pure burst of heaven-crushing intent emanating from that finger. Most importantly, the heaven-crushing intent was fused together with the extremely boundless and terrifying power of Earth. This was the power of Earth Chen Chen had absorbed from the heavenly Earth God through the process of destruction and creation, thereby making it his own power, and he was now returning the favor. The heavenly Tao was the basis of the world and the laws that dictated the existence of all things in this world. It was invisible, but it could be seen everywhere. It did not seem to do anything, but it governed all laws in this world. It was the most mighty Tao and the most insurmountable Tao. However, Chun Chun seemed to be telling the heavenly Tao that no matter what it was, he would crush it with his finger. The paramount heavenly God, the heavenly Earth God, detected a sense of peril and threat for the first time. The authority and existence of the heavens were being provoked in an extremely blasphemous way. It was impossible to withdraw his palm to defend himself now as the finger was falling far too quickly. In the instant the finger of the heavenly Tao fell, countless pure white crystals appeared all over his body, creating a glistening suit of armor. Earthly Tao armor. Bam! The finger of the heavenly Tao finally crashed into the heavenly Earth God. It was as if a supernova were exploding as an extremely dazzling light turned night into day. It was as if the light erupting from the finger of the heavenly Tao were the only thing in this world. That light was brilliant enough to illuminate even the entire southern heavenly wing nation. Billions of birds were roused from their slumber or distracted from their cultivation before staring with shock and horror toward the southernmost point of the southern heavenly wing nation. They didn't know what was happening, but their instincts were sending signals of fear running through their entire bodies. The true intent imbued within the dazzling golden light was far too terrifying. Even though they were very far away from it, all of them felt like the sky was going to fall. Golden heaven-crushing power punctured the earth, leaving a golden tunnel with no end in sight, tearing through the earth for several thousand kilometers. Over 10,000 mountains, countless plants, and a massive amount of living beings were wiped off the face of this world as collateral damage. And Lin and the others couldn't even tell what was going on, as they were about to be blinded by this terrifying golden light. Even though this light was extremely sharp and piercing to look into, no one averted their gaze. This was an extremely imperative battle that would decide their fate as well as whether the southern heavenly gate could be broken. Even Black Spirit Snake, White Spirit Snake, and the Celestial the Arch from the Heaven Mending sect were rooting for Chun Chun. The golden light quickly dissipated, and everything fell silent again. Only the ghastly fissure extending into infinity and beyond told the story of just how terrifying that finger of the heavenly Tao was. How could the finger of the heavenly Tao used in conjunction with the power of Earth unleash such terrifying might? And Lin was a little dumbstruck. This technique was much more powerful than anything Chun Chen had unleashed against the heavenly time god, and it had transcended his imagination. I don't know. I've never seen Master unleash a spell technique like this. The ancient dragon empress was also astonished, but at the same time her eyes were glowing. At the center of the battlefield, the white realm of light had disappeared, and the final floating block of earth had also been reduced to nothingness. The heavenly earth god's palm was still outstretched, but it was no longer imbued with the boundless power of Earth. Chun Chen's index finger was also still outstretched, and it had pierced through the heavenly Earth God's earthly Tao armor. A small hole had been punctured into its semi-transparent, amber-like body. Everyone knew what this entailed. Chun Chen's attack had wounded the heavenly Earth God, and Lin almost jumped out from his coffin with excitement. Even a paramount heavenly god was not invincible. This battle had instilled great confidence in everyone as well as the entire human race. The heavenly Earth God lowered his head to look down at Chun Chen's finger before taking a deep breath. "Are you still not going to pull it out?" the heavenly Earth God asked in a cold voice. Chun Chen's expression remained indifferent. "It's not every day that I get to penetrate you, so I want to grind around a little in there first." The heavenly Earth God, all the onlookers. An extremely terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the heavenly Earth God's body. Chun immediately withdrew his hand before looking at the heavenly Earth God as if nothing had happened. The heavenly Earth God was also staring at Chun. Both of them seemed to have returned to that peculiar impasse, of which they had been engaged in at the start of the battle. When Chun extended his index finger again, the heavenly Earth God's eyelids twitched. "You're not going to leave? If not, I'll penetrate you again." A hint of a smile appeared on Chun Chen's face. He couldn't prevent the heavenly Earth God from escaping, but he certainly wasn't afraid to battle him either. The heavenly Earth God did not appear to be humiliated by Chun Chen's words. Instead, he looked at Chun intently before turning to look at Lin, the ancient dragon empress, the celestial the arch, Su Xiaolan, white spirit snake. He seemed to be committing every living being to memory, unwilling to even ignore the flower and the dog. All of the extermination team members felt his eyes roam over them at some point. "Next time we meet, none of you will survive," the heavenly Earth God said in an indifferent voice before his body transformed into a streak of golden light that merged into the ground below. Chun raised his head to look up at the horizon before muttering to himself, "Is he going toward the east?" Everyone was stunned into silence for a long while by the heavenly Earth God's departure. In the end, everyone burst into raucous cheers in unison. "The heavenly Earth God ran away? This is incredible. We won. What a hard-earned victory. Wah, I thought we were going to lose on many occasions. Heck, I thought we were going to die on many occasions. It's a pity about Rafaela." Sigh. Everyone was either whooping with excitement and sighing with melancholy. They were ecstatic about this victory, but they were also heartbroken that the warm and beautiful Rafaela had fallen and had left them forever. In battles of this caliber, it was impossible that everyone would survive. In fact, it was already a massively pleasant surprise that only one of them had fallen. All of them tried to comfort themselves with those thoughts, but they were still unable to repress their sorrow. Su Xiaolan slowly descended to the ground, and Lin emerged from his coffin. His footsteps were a little unsteady, and his face was very pale. He was clearly on the brink of unconsciousness, but he forced himself to remain conscious before turning his eyes toward the ancient dragon empress. Chun also made his way over to the ancient dragon empress. Bai Ling piloted the spatial white fairy from afar. The phoenix and the 9-colored divine vermilion birds circled the sky overhead, illuminating the night with their dazzling exuberance. Shen Yuanchang, Su Chenyun, Tina, Xiao Hong, Sun Yulua, the fifth sage, and a bunch of other extermination team members made their way out of the aircraft. The ancient dragon empress storage ring flashed, and a beautiful woman appeared. Her body had been restored to its original state, and her hands were crossed over her lower abdomen while her eyes were peacefully closed. Her skin was still just as glittering and translucent as ever, and her soft, white archangel robe accentuated the lithe and graceful curves of her exquisite body. She was like a sleeping celestial maiden, heartbreakingly beautiful and captivating. Everyone's heart throbbed with pain upon seeing her. Most of them had come into contact with Rafaela before. Back when they were learning the heaven-crushing techniques, the ancient dragon empress was their teacher, while Rafaela healed them from injuries and replenished their energy. She would be the first one to arrive on the scene whenever anyone was injured, and she would heal their bodies with her spell techniques and their hearts with her captivating smile. Rafaela had left a very profound impression upon them, and no one would have expected that such a warm and kind-hearted woman would meet such a tragic fate in this battle. If it weren't for Rafaela, I would most likely have already been killed in this battle. Tears welled up in Lin's eyes as he heaved a forlorn sigh. Su Xiaolan nodded. She healed our injuries, and even after her death, she focused her Tao integration stage reciprocation on us. If that weren't the case, we would not have the power to combat the heavenly gods. She really was a very good woman. And Lin sighed. Su Xiaolan nodded in agreement. They were situated the closest to Rafaela when she fell, and they benefited most from her reciprocation. Not only did they experience Rafaela's divine Tao intent, but they also saw her entire life. Rafaela had always been very kind-hearted since birth. She was averse to battle and would often help out her friends who had encountered difficulties. She didn't know how to fight, and the first spell technique she learned was a healing spell technique. She would be genuinely glad whenever one of her friends who was howling with sobs from the injuries they sustained would smile widely after being healed by her. As such, her conviction in learning healing spell techniques became firmer and firmer. How wonderful would it be if everyone in this world no longer suffered from pain and illness? I want to become more powerful so that I can make everyone smile. This was a very simple thought. All she wanted to do was to heal more people. But she didn't realize at that time that this simple thought would take her on a journey that would span countless years. She had saved and helped countless living beings in her lifetime. Those afflicted by disease, poison, curses, bloodline issues. Rafaela worked hard every single day to give these living beings a second chance at life and to show them just how beautiful life could be. The reason why countless living beings revered her as the #1 goddess on the Taichu continent was not just for her looks, but it was more so for her unparalleled healing techniques that had saved countless living beings. Rafaela finally became the first healing-type Tao integration stage living being on the Taichu continent. When the heavenly human tribe invasion struck and the human race was faced with the threat of extinction, she was the first to stand up from the holy paradise to offer her help to the human race, as she didn't want to see a whole race be wiped out. Even though the Light Wing clan had always been very friendly with the human race, their higher-ups were actually quite conflicted about whether they should extend their assistance to the human race. Rafaela was the first to stand up and make her attitude known. She had led the way and played a major role in swaying the entire Light Wing clan. After that, she joined the heaven-crushing sect of her own volition and stepped onto the battlefield to combat the heavenly human tribe united army. She was prepared to sacrifice herself for the human race when she made that decision. In the end, her life came to a premature end after she was assassinated by the heavenly earth god. Rafaela was lying on the ground with green grass and beautiful flowers slowly peeking out from the soil beneath her. The ancient dragon empress half knelt to the ground and caressed Rafaela's cheek as she said in a gentle voice. She told me that if she was to die in battle one day, she wanted to be buried on the ravaged and dilapidated battlefield so that she could transform it into a beautiful place again. Tears began to well up in everyone's eyes upon hearing this. The place where a Tao integration stage super mighty figure was buried could draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to that place, thereby transforming it into paradise. Many mighty figures would choose to be buried at their own sect so that they could continue to bless their disciples even after death. However, Rafaela was instead requesting them to bury her in this hideous battlefield. Her life had ended here, so she wanted to make this a better place. Just bury her here. Chun Chin nodded. I'll set up an enchantment barrier that even the heavenly gods won't be able to break through. She'll be very safe here. Everyone buried Rafaela and erected a tombstone for her. The ravaged battlefield was nurtured by her body, and its vitality was being restored at a rate that was apparent even to the naked eye. Slowly, the area within a radius of over 100 kilometers became an immortal paradise with lush flora and exotic fauna. Furthermore, this change was still slowly extending further into the distance. And Lin and the others were amazed. Chun Chun bowed deeply to the tombstone before him. Thank you, Rafaela. I hope you can continue on toward the holy paradise you yearn for, and live happily there forever. Everyone also bowed deeply toward the tombstone. They had nothing but the utmost respect for Rafaela. The phoenix danced in the sky. Specks of flames fell like vibrant flowers from its body, creating an exuberant and romantic scene. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird was also circling over the heavens, lighting up the night sky with dreamy, nine-colored light. The two mythological beasts were mourning their fallen comrade in their own unique ways. This was the funeral of one of the four archangels of the Garden of Eden, healing goddess Raphaela. Following a funeral that was quite simple yet not simple at the same time, everyone began to get down to business. The extermination team was going to wipe out the entire southern front, and this mission was not as simple as just destroying the enemy army. They had to take down the southern heavenly gate, and Lin and the others flew toward those gargantuan gates. The southern heavenly gate was over 1,000,000 feet tall, and it stood between heaven and earth as if the gods had placed it there. Aside from the heavenly earth god, all of their enemies were dead, so the protection formation around these gates was extremely brittle, and Chen Chun was able to break it with a single finger. Everyone began to approach the southern heavenly gate. A pure white light was emanating from within, striking them with a strong temptation to enter the gates. Chun Chun cautioned, "Focus and concentrate. These gates between two worlds possess extremely powerful temptation, but if you go in, don't even think about coming back anymore." Everyone was given a fright upon hearing this, and they became even more cautious as they approached these gates. There were no weaklings here, but Chen Chun was absolutely certain that no one would be able to return after entering the gates, thereby indicating just how terrifying these gates were. "Chen Chun, what's on the other side? Why do you say we won't be able to come back if we go in?" And Lin asked. Chen Chun shook his head. "I don't know what's in there either, but I do know that whatever is in there is giving me a very dangerous feeling." And Lin's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Chun Chun was extremely calm and collected even when facing the heavenly earth god. But something within these gates struck him with a sense of danger? Could it be that something even more terrifying than the heavenly gods was in there? Everyone else was also quite perplexed. At this moment, Chun Chun explained, "All of the representatives of the heavenly Tao and the heavenly human tribe powerful beings are restricted by the subconsciousness of the heavenly Tao on the Taichu continent. But what if they're outside the Taichu continent? Beyond these gates in their world, they are probably far more powerful." Everyone was instantly enlightened upon hearing this. And Lin recalled back to his battle against the heavenly time god, where she was talking about how she would have been able to kill Lin easily had her power not been restricted. Heavenly gods did not have the habit of flexing, so it was very much possible that she was telling the truth. That meant that if Lin was to cross through these gates, someone of the heavenly time god's caliber would be able to kill him with ease. The joy of securing victory was washed away a little by this reality check. However, everyone knew that they had a job to do, so they turned toward the southern heavenly gate again. It was impossible to see anything through the white light within the southern heavenly gate. However, they could feel the extremely powerful spatial fluctuations that were emanated from within. It was quite clear that these were a set of gates between the two worlds. The Celestial the Arch unleashed his omniscient eye to analyze these gates before delivering his findings. He said, "The passageway between the two worlds is very structurally sound and extremely massive. It has energy above God of Creation stage maintaining it, and it's going to be very difficult to completely destroy it. Why think so much? Just attack. We'll know how hard it's going to be once we attack it." And Lin offered a much more direct approach. Everyone knew before coming here that these gates were not going to be easy to break, but they had to try. Thus, everyone began to unleash their spell techniques upon these gates. There was only one way to find out if their efforts were going to amount to anything. Boom, boom, boom. Spell techniques boomed, and heaven and earth tremored violently. Even the weakest cultivators here were extremely powerful return to void stage mighty figures, and there were also 6 or 7 Tao integration stage super mighty figures present. Their combined attacks truly possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. If these attacks were directed elsewhere, they would be able to lay waste to a massive area in an extremely short amount of time. However, the boundless power was not able to put so much as a dent in the passageway between two worlds. It was like an indestructible fortress that no one could break. The vast expanse of white light emanating from within these gates seemed to be mocking them. I can't do it, master. I can't break this thing. Xiao Hong wobbled her red, flowery head as she conceded in her sweet voice. Harder. Go harder. And Lin panted heavily as he offered words of encouragement. I'm already going very hard. Xiao Hong wiggled her green stem and spoke with a hint of strain in her sweet voice. She summoned another few hundred friendly, half-naked, muscle-bound monks who unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks on the spatial gates. But even that amounted to nothing. Let's all use our heaven-crushing techniques, the Celestial the Arch suddenly suggested. Everyone chimed in with agreement and began to use their spell techniques that were imbued with heaven-crushing true intent. Chun Chun looked at the Celestial the Arch with a surprised expression. It looked like the Celestial the Arch had completely been drawn to the dark side. Was he going to apply to join the heaven-crushing sect in a few days? Chun Chun was wondering if he should reserve a heavenly disciple position for him. Even though Chun Chun had originally bestowed the heaven-crushing techniques upon the Celestial the Arch in order to strengthen their team and minimize casualties, the fact that the Celestial the Arch had made such a complete transformation made him inevitably consider some other things. The Celestial the Arch was potentially someone he could convert. Chun Chun joined in on everyone else's efforts as they continued to blast the spatial gates. It had to be said that spell techniques imbued with heaven-crushing true intent did appear to be effective, as many cracks had appeared on the spatial gates, making it look like a pane of glass that was about to shatter. At the same time, the white light emanating from within these gates was beginning to dim. Crap, the spatial gates are beginning to self-repair. Let's make one final effort to crush these things in one fell swoop. Bai Ling could detect an influx of spatial power using one of her devices. Everyone unleashed their most powerful techniques. Heaven-crushing Nirvana flames, heaven-crushing void explosion, heaven-crushing flying dragon slash, heaven-crushing great sun, heaven-crushing chaotic ball, fist of the heavenly Tao, finger of the heavenly Tao. The poor spatial gates had no idea what they had done wrong to deserve so many heaven-crushing techniques being cast upon them. And Lin had even unleashed his powers of the heavenly gods to unleash a bolt of golden void lightning upon these spatial gates. Terrifying energy exploded and blasted everyone back for several dozen kilometers. Destructive energy tore the spatial passageway apart in a frenzy. The passageway crumbled, and the spatial power disappeared as the white light completely fizzled out. A destructive power had engulfed the entire spatial passageway, and everything was returned to chaos. Everyone wore excited smiles upon seeing this, and they felt like a massive load had been lifted from their shoulders. After an arduous battle filled with twists and turns, they had finally achieved their objective, and everyone was overwhelmed by joy and elation. A rare smile appeared on Chun Chen's face as he spoke. The passageway has been broken. All we need to do now is to shut the two bronze gates, throw them into the chaotic space, get rid of the coordinates, and that will completely sever the connection between this gate and the other world. Everyone immediately went to push the gates shut with excitement on their faces. They were then faced with an awkward predicament. The gates refused to budge. The bronze gates were over 1,000,000 feet tall and presented an extremely imposing sight, as if they were two small continents standing between heaven and earth, striking everyone with a sense of insignificance. And Lin and the others looked like a bunch of ants trying to shut the gate. No, not even ants, they were like microscopic organisms pushing on a gate. However, that was not the issue. And Lin was confident that he could even slice a divine mountain over 1,000,000 feet tall in half. So even though pushing a bronze gate over 1,000,000 feet tall would present some difficulty, it should be achievable. However, everyone discovered just how naive they were after actually trying to push the bronze gates. This was definitely no ordinary bronze gate. The entire extermination team had combined their strength to push one of the bronze gates, but it refused to budge even a single inch. This didn't make sense. If this were a normal bronze gate over 1,000,000 feet tall, any Dao integration stage super mighty figure should have been able to push it by themselves. There's something wrong with this gate. Su Xiaolan was confused. How about we make it explode? Shen Yuan Cheng suggested. Everyone felt like this was a feasible course of action. Shen Yuan Cheng did not expect his suggestion to actually be taken seriously, and a sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart, as if his Dao had been acknowledged by everyone. Thus, everyone began their gate detonation journey. Boom, boom, boom. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Bam, bam, bam. Bang, bang, bang. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of extremely violent explosions, the bronze gate still did not budge and remained unscathed. Everyone was in despair now. What the hell are these things? A bronze gate can't be this hard. Xianxia placed his hands on his head and looked at the gargantuan bronze gate with a defeated expression. So we destroyed the enemy but can't close their gates? How tragic. Cassidy was finding it difficult to accept this reality. These bronze gates seem to have fused together with heaven and earth and have been fortified and protected by the absolute laws, which is why normal power can't move or break it. The Celestial the Arch unleashed his omniscient eye again. After that, he turned toward another direction where there were two colorful pillars of energy extending all the way up into the sky. Perhaps breaking those two pillars is the key here. We have tried to blast the pillars, but it didn't work. Su Qinyun spoke in her mellow voice. Theoretically speaking, even if those pillars have been fortified by a power of the same caliber as the heavenly earth gods, Chun Chun should still have no problem with it. So why can't we break this thing? And Lin was a little confused. Chun Chun was also a little perplexed. He flew toward the energy pillars before laying a hand upon one of them, upon which a mysterious power immediately began to suck energy from his body at an alarming rate. Chun Chun immediately withdrew his hand with an extremely grave expression on his face. There really is something wrong with these pillars, he mused to himself. He paused momentarily as if he was thinking about something before suddenly turning toward Lin. And Lin, come and touch this pillar. Huh? I have to touch it too. And Lin was given a fright. From Chun Chen's vehement reaction, it looked like there was definitely something strange about those pillars. So why was he calling him over to touch those pillars as well? This was like a man accidentally falling into a ditch before telling their companions to jump down and join them. What a joke! And Lin wanted to refuse. However, Chun Chen's eyes were extremely clear and earnest. So he flew over in the end after hesitating momentarily. It was just a pillar. What was the worst that could happen? And Lin took a deep breath before slapping his palm onto the pillar. A burst of energy quickly converged toward Lin before dispersing just as quickly. And Lin blinked with confusion as he felt like he was touching an ordinary pillar. He then turned to Chun Chun with his head cocked to the side and an expression that seemed to be saying, "And then what?" Chun Chun felt ecstatic. "You're okay. This is great." And Lin's expression darkened. "So you didn't even know if I was going to be okay or not?" Chun Chun calmed himself down before turning to Lin with a scorching light in his eyes. "And Lin, try unleash a dark-type spell technique to attack the energy pillar," Chun Chun instructed. And Lin didn't go along with his instruction this time. "What did you discover? Tell me or I'm not doing it." Rumble. A violent rumble began to erupt throughout heaven and earth. Chaotic power began to surge violently within the destroyed passageway between two worlds. The self-preservation mechanism between heaven and earth made the cracked space gradually begin to close. Chan Chun urged in an urgent voice, "Hurry! The spatial passageway is beginning to close. Our top priority now is to push the gates into the chaotic turbulence. I'll explain everything to you after that. If these gates were not completely destroyed, the heavenly human tribe would potentially be able to use its coordinates to establish another passageway between the two worlds. If these gates were destroyed and the coordinates disappeared, their enemies would have to pay a far heavier price to open a new set of gates, and it could even take them over 10,000 years to do so." And Lin knew his priorities as well. Chun Chun had proven himself to be a trustworthy ally, so if he was instructing him to unleash a dark-type spell technique, then he would just have to trust him and do it. "Little Xie." And Lin called, and the evil-slaying sword flew out from its scabbard and arced through the air in a glorious trajectory before landing in his hand, upon which a boundless black sword intent soared into the sky. Evil sword technique, Royal Divine Monarch. And Lin slashed his evil-slaying sword toward the massive energy pillar. The inky black sword intent instantly obscured the heavens as the aura of a paramount god erupted from his sword, manifesting into a black, crescent sword projection. Bam! The pillar, which seemed to have stood for countless years, was struck by the black sword Intent. The sword Intent continued to grate against the massive pillar, drawing an anguished screech before the pillar began to crack. Whoosh! The black sword Intent finally sliced through the energy pillar. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked on with dazed incredulity. He really did it? My God! We couldn't even achieve this with our combined powers before. Master is so powerful. God and his badass. Everyone was gasping in amazement as they looked on with excitement and elation. And Lin swung his sword through the air toward the other energy pillar. The other energy pillar also collapsed violently from Lin's sword strike. The two bronze gates began to creak following the collapse of the pillars. Everyone, push the bronze gates into the passageway, Chun Chen instructed in an animated voice. The extermination team members combined their efforts again to push the bronze gates with renewed vigor. The very same gates that refused to budge so much as a single inch not long ago were finally pushed into the shattered space. The shattered space began to slowly close over. The southern heavenly gate now ceased to exist. The southern heavenly gate had completely disappeared. There were now only two toppled pillars left in this world to verify its past existence. The pillars no longer emanated any energy fluctuations and were just useless pieces of rubble. As for the two bronze gates imbued with coordinates, those had already been pushed into the chaotic turbulence and completely disappeared. Everyone's heart surged with indescribable excitement upon seeing this. The southern heavenly gate that has stood for several decades on this continent has finally been broken by us. Sun Yulua stared blankly at the place where the southern heavenly gate was previously situated with a dazed expression on his face. I can't believe this is all real. Merlin was also in disbelief. We did it. Tears began to well up in Su Chenyun's dreamy blue eyes. A sense of accomplishment swelled in her heart, striking her with the urge to cry. Countless living beings on the Taichu continent are of the opinion that the heavenly gates cannot be broken. I really want all of them to see this. Black Spirit Snake smiled. Su Xiaolan turned to Enlin with a vibrant smile. We have to thank a certain someone for making a bold decision. It was all because of his decision that we were able to achieve something so monumental. Everyone came to a realization upon hearing this. That certain someone really had been imperative to their efforts. When the world thought that breaking the heavenly gates was impossible, he was the first to stand up and announce that he was going to break all obstacles in this world. Everyone turned toward Enlin. It was Enlin's confidence that had influenced them and prompted them to come on this journey with him, resulting in the achievement of such a monumental feat. If someone else had invited them to destroy the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army, they would slap them in the face without any hesitation and denounce them for having hallucinatory tendencies. However, Enlin the Miracle Maker was the one who had extended this invitation to them, and they chose to believe him. Enlin seemed to have a certain type of magical power, which made everyone around him believe in him. Perhaps some people would be skeptical of him initially, but after witnessing the miracles he had created, all of them would soon be won over by Enlin. Black Spirit Snake, White Spirit Snake, and the Fist Sage, who had only joined the extermination team halfway through, were quite surprised. Enlin founded the extermination team? Black Spirit Snake was astonished. She had initially thought that such a bold endeavor would have been led by the Celestial the Arch or Chun Chen, not Enlin. However, all of this made sense when she thought about the things Enlin had done in the past. In fact, it would almost be strange if he weren't the founder of a team like this. Oh, Senior Enlin is so badass. White Spirit Snake's eyes glowed the worship and reverence. Enlin made a rare show of modesty. You don't need to look at me like that. I'm only the person who set things into motion, but everyone played a role in this operation. Everything was made possible by you guys. Everyone was filled with a sense of achievement upon hearing this. All of them had joined the extermination team with the resolve to give up their lives if required. They had displayed exemplary courage and power for the sake of the human race, so all of them were worthy of the accolades Enlin was bestowing upon them. Enlin turned toward the graceful and elegant Vermilion Bird Princess with a smile. Of course, our Vermilion Bird Princess is a hero too. You are also a member of our extermination team as well? and the human race will not forget your contributions. Huh? Me too. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird faltered slightly before a sense of elation welled up in her heart. This was the sense of achievement derived from contributing to such a monumental feat, however. She suddenly came to her senses a moment later. Fuck off, and Lin. The Southern Heavenly Wing Nation is neutral. We're neutral. For God's sake. What? You screwed me over big time. You bastard. All you do is screw people over. Everyone burst into laughter, and Lin scratched his head with an apologetic expression. Su Xiaolan looked up with a faint smile on her face at the enraged divine vermilion bird in the sky, and she felt like she was quite adorable. She could still clearly remember the vermilion bird princess risking her life to try and save Lin and her. It was exactly because of this that she was quite fond of the vermilion bird princess. Under the starry night sky, the elated laughter of the extermination team rang out amid a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. Following that battle of life and death, everyone had also gotten much closer to one another. Even the Fist Sage and Shen Yuancheng were acting as if they were old friends as they discussed the feasibility of incorporating the power of explosions into punches. Of course, they had to discuss an important matter, which was the stance of the Southern Heavenly Wing Nation in this war. All of the heavenly human tribe powerful beings had been taken care of, so there were no witnesses. But the heavenly earth god had escaped. He had witnessed the vermilion bird princess risk her life to save Lin and Su Xiaolan before attacking the heavenly gods with his own two eyes. The situation was completely different now because of that, and the entire Southern Heavenly Wing Nation could be targeted by the heavenly human tribe for what the vermilion bird princess had done. The vermilion bird princess was very distressed as a result. At that time, Lin and Su Xiaolan were about to die, so she didn't think of anything else aside from saving them. She only realized what a massive mistake she had made in hindsight. This was a mistake that could endanger her entire race. There was no good that could come from fighting the heavens. She was very self-critical, and many of her beautiful feathers had fallen amid her fit of distress. Everyone gathered around to hold a serious discussion regarding the vermilion bird princess. In the end, they could only come up with two potential options for her. The first of which was for her to get the entire Southern Heavenly Wing Nation to join the Kingdom of the Nine States United Army. The second option was for the nine-colored divine vermilion bird to announce her official detachment from the Southern Heavenly Wing Nation and the Sun Tree, thereby making all of her previous actions the actions of a lone rogue. In that case, her actions would have nothing to do with the Southern Heavenly Wing Nation. If the heavenly human tribe had a problem, then they could come and find her. After that, she could find a safe place to hide until everything was over. Alternatively, she could join the 4-9 Immortal sect, and everyone could have fun together. After pondering the situation, the vermilion bird princess chose the second course of action. As for joining the 4-9 Immortal sect, did they think she was an idiot? The vermilion bird princess was a proud and free being who was certainly not stupid enough to risk her life for the 4-9 Immortal sect in their battle against the heavenly human tribe. The vermilion bird princess chose to detach herself from the Southern Heavenly Wing Nation and hide somewhere for now. She would only come out again once the human race was extinct, or the heavenly human tribe and the representatives of the heavenly Tao were all exterminated. As for her choice, everyone expressed their understanding and wished her well. The vermilion bird princess wasn't all that worried. In fact, she was a little excited. The world was so vast, and she had been itching to get away from the sun tree to explore it. Now that the opportunity had arisen to her, it could be said that this was a case of every cloud having a silver lining. After sorting out the issues revolving around the vermilion bird princess, Lin turned to Chun Chen again. Can you tell me your secret now? Why did you think that I could destroy those two energy pillars? There were so many people present, yet Chun Chen specifically requested for him and specifically requested a dark-type spell technique from him. Everyone knew that Chun Chen had to be hiding something. Everyone else also turned to Chun Chen with curiosity on their faces. In the face of everyone's scrutiny, Chun Chen remained silent, and Lin looked at Chun Chen with anticipation on his face. You promised me that you would tell me your secret after I shattered the pillars. Chun Chen blinked before coming clean. Well, I changed my mind. And Lin? Everyone, and Lin was dumbstruck. He was not expecting an answer like this. You're the second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect. Your words hold so much weight and gravity. How could you just go back on your word like this? And Lin was astonished. I'm just an ordinary person. Chun sighed with a sad expression. Do I not even have the basic human right to change my mind anymore? And Lin. Everyone. What a shameless man. And Lin was almost laughing from rage. He really wanted to bash Chun. But he couldn't beat him. What an annoying situation. Chun hesitated momentarily before conceding to Lin's enraged glare. All right, it can't hurt to tell you, but I hope you can keep this confidential in case some really bad things happen. He suddenly unleashed a realm of light to envelop both himself and Lin. This was Chun's world, the spotless realm. Su Xiaolan and the others were unable to see or hear the interaction between Chen and Lin within the spotless realm. How could he do this? The vermilion bird princess was about to pull her hair out by the roots. She was dying to hear this earth-shattering secret, but it wasn't going to be revealed to her. Everyone else also felt like they were about to throw up mouthfuls of blood. Don't fucking build suspense if you weren't going to tell anyone anyway. In comparison to everyone's frustration and rage, Su Xiaolan was quite calm and collected. She knew that as long as she asked Lin would tell her everything unless it was some extremely sensitive information. And Lin entered Chen's spotless realm, and he suddenly felt like Chun was more holy and omnipotent, as if he was the paramount god of this world, demanding reverence and worship from all of his onlookers. This was a very familiar feeling. And Lin suddenly discovered that this was the feeling he got from Tina after entering her divine mirror world. Did that mean that Chun was the creator of this world? The fact that this spotless realm could appear on the Taichu continent was extremely astonishing. It showed that Chen's personal world could already influence reality on the Taichu continent. No one will be able to hear us in here. Chen's expression suddenly became extremely serious. I hope you can keep what I'm about to tell you a secret from everyone forever. If this secret escapes, the consequences will not be something you and I can deal with. Agreed. Upon hearing this, Lin faltered slightly before nodding. All right. He was expressing verbal agreement, but in his heart, he was using Chen's logic against him. I'm just an ordinary human being, so I can go back on my word and change my mind. Chun continued. I'll start with what I felt when I first came into contact with those energy pillars. At that time, as soon as I came into contact with the pillar, I was struck by an extremely terrifying engulfment power. You know that I have cultivated in a special cultivation method that can sever my karma with the heavens. Even a normal heavenly god would not be able to suck away my power so easily and so quickly. And Lin nodded upon hearing this. At that time, a very rare expression of shock had appeared on Chen's face. After that, Chun told him to come and touch the pillar as well. If this were someone else telling him to do the same thing, and Lin would have slapped them in the face. So why did you think I would be immune to the pillar's power? And Lin asked. Chun extended a finger. The energy pillars are imbued with the power of the heavenly Tao, and it's a dark-type power. You possess the Tianming Tao physique, so you are very close and intimate with the heavenly Tao, and as such the heavens would not reject you. And Lin nodded. This made sense. He had heard similar things from the Night Monarch of the Abyss of Evil. The Night Monarch and Tao Lord Luya also possessed the Tianming Tao physique, so he was not unique in that respect. Chun continued. Just that one point alone is actually not enough. The second point is the most important point. You possess the powers of the heavenly gods, and if the pillar is also imbued with the power of a certain heavenly god, you would have a certain degree of immunity to its power. But I tried to use my powers of the heavenly gods, and it didn't work. And Lin was perplexed. That's the third point that I have to tell you about. Chen's expression suddenly became even more solemn. And Lin, you probably don't even know who you are yourself, right? And Lin smiled. I am the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, the Heavenly Court War God, the Heavenly Court Chef God, the Super Heavenly Lightning God, the Tamer of Divine Lightning, the... Stop! Chun Chun massaged his brows as a headache began to develop. What I'm saying is, you still don't know your true identity. Chun Chun looked into Lin's eyes. Think about it. Why was Heavenly Goddess Lin Yu's attitude toward you so strange? Why did she target you? Why did her emotions swing drastically when she was interacting with you? And those final words she spoke to you before she died. And Lin faltered slightly as he recalled back to the exquisitely beautiful Heavenly Goddess. Her soft and disconsolate words echoed in his mind. And Lin, will you be my friend? When you stare deep into the abyss, but the abyss ignores you, that's great. We still became friends in the end. I wanted to kill you then follow you to the afterlife, but who would have thought we would be able to become friends even when we're both still alive? And Lin, I'll be waiting for you in death and eternal darkness. And Lin simply thought that she had been driven insane by the power of her ninth divine halo, so he didn't think much of her inexplicable words. However, thinking back carefully now, his heart jolted with shock. Chun Chun could see from Lin's drastically shifting expression that he had already gleaned something. What kind of power can absorb the powers of the heavenly gods to be used by you? What kind of being could draw such attention and even attachment from one of the most powerful beings in the heavenly human tribe? The final divine halo of divine heaven stage powerful beings is darkness, right? If there is some sort of power that can absorb even my power, then I can only think of one. It was left behind on the energy pillars, and the best way to dispel it was to use a power of the exact same nature. And Lin's face was becoming a little pale. The mystery was slowly unraveling in his mind, and he was struggling to breathe. Chun Chun continued with a calm and collected expression. And Lin, what would you do if you were the paramount heavenly god, the heavenly darkness god? There were 6 paramount heavenly gods: heaven, earth, ocean, life, light, and darkness. Chun Chun was now asking Lin what he was going to do if he was the heavenly darkness god. And Lin's lips twitched involuntarily. He was the heavenly darkness god. Why did the system not indicate anything about this? Why was he unable to unleash the power of darkness? But if he wasn't the heavenly darkness god, how could he explain heavenly goddess Lin Yu's words and those energy pillars? And Lin's mind was racing. He was instinctively rejecting this identity, and he was extremely afraid of what this identity would entail for him in the future. The heavenly darkness god was an extremely badass identity, but it was also an identity that would change his life. Didn't this mean that Lin was not a human but instead a part of the heavenly Tao? And Lin couldn't accept this. There must be another explanation. And Lin's brows were tightly knit as he racked his brains for another possible explanation. Chun Chun didn't press him. All he did was stand by and look on silently. This had to have something to do with the system. But what was the system's role in all of this? Was his ability to absorb the powers of the heavenly gods the power of the heavenly darkness god or the power of the system? And Lin raised his head after a long while to look at Chun Chun. I have a question. Go ahead. Chun Chun gestured. Do you know where Tao Lord Luya is? And Lin asked. And Lin felt like it was time for him to ask that old man some questions. Tao Lord Luya? A reminiscent expression appeared on Chun Chun's face. He seemed to have done something over 100 years ago that made him extremely happy and then went to another world for a holiday. The veins on Lin's forehead bulged with fury. Over 100 years ago. This motherfucker was celebrating offloading the system onto Lin. And Lin was furious. Why are you suddenly so angry? Chun Chun was a little confused. It's nothing. And Lin smiled. Let's get out of here. Chun Chun seemed to be a little conflicted. And Lin, I have something to say, and I'm not sure if I should say it. You shouldn't. You most definitely shouldn't. And Lin interjected. Chun Chun choked on his words before continuing in a firm expression anyway. I don't really care if you're the heavenly darkness god or not. All I want to ask you is, if you really are the heavenly darkness god, which side would you choose to stand on? And Lin looked at everyone outside the realm of light with a smile on his face. My Tao partner, my friends, my disciples, all of them live in the kingdom of the 9 states, and the vast majority of them are humans. I will protect them with everything I have. Chun Chun heaved a sigh of relief, as if a massive weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He raised his head to look at Enlin with a smile. Our heaven-crushing sect was right about you. I hope you can continue to live by those values. This was the first time Enlin had seen Chun Chun with such a pure and refreshing smile on his face. It was a very natural and pleasant smile in contrast to his perpetual poker face, and Enlin was slightly dazed. Chun Chin, let's go. Enlin came to his senses and nodded. The spotless realm disappeared. The two people who had been obscured from view were revealed before everyone again. Everyone gathered around them as they appraised Enlin with eyes that were wide with curiosity. They didn't say anything, but it was quite evident what they wanted. All of them were dying for some insider information from Enlin. Enlin thought to himself for a moment before divulging a key piece of information to everyone. Chun Chun told me that I might be very badass. I think he might be right. Everyone. Chun Chen. Everyone was struck by the urge to throw up a mouthful of blood again. They were already very frustrated that they were unable to hear Enlin's secret. And now, Enlin was playing around with their feelings. Pfft. Yiling couldn't help but burst into laughter. Master sure likes to tell the truth. The Celestial the Arch gave him a thumbs up. Not only did you manage to placate everyone, but you also managed to flex during the process. I give that performance 10 out of 10. Everyone also burst into laughter upon hearing this, and the subject was soon glossed over. After a while, the Celestial Thearcha's voice transmission talisman suddenly lit up. Emperor Chongshang's elated voice sounded from within, and he was laughing like a child. Celestial the Arch, you did it. You actually did it. Oh? How do you know? The Celestial the Arch didn't recall telling anyone about what had happened. Emperor Chongshang elaborated with excitement in his voice. The heavenly human tribe armies on the Eastern Front, Central Front, Western Front, and Northern Front have all retreated for over 50,000 kilometers for no reason when they held the upper hand on all of the battlefields. It's quite clear that they're scared of something, and after thinking long and hard about it, I realize your group is the only thing that can draw such a strong reaction from them. The Celestial the Arch was enlightened. The Heavenly Human Tribe United Army had been completely vanquished on the Southern Front, and it looked like the other Heavenly Human Tribe armies had also received news of this. It looked like none of them wanted to be the next army to be vanquished, so all of them had fallen back in retreat. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that the Heavenly Human Tribe would scurry away with their tails between their legs? Emperor Chongshang was still laughing heartily. He felt like all of the pent-up negative emotions from the past few decades had been released all in one go. The Celestial the Arch smiled. Don't get too complacent. This battle has only just begun. The two emperors chatted for a while longer before cutting off the voice transmission. Everyone knew that it was time to say goodbye. No, it was time for the extermination team to make a victorious, glorious return. I'm going to go back to the Heavenly Court and officially announce my return, as well as to get up to date on the status of the Kingdom of the Nine States United Army. The Celestial the Arch said. Little Bai and I have to make a trip to Her Majesty Nuwa's cabin of life. Black Spirit Snake was also preparing to leave. White Spirit Snake waved at Enlin with a wide grin on her face. Senior Enlin, Big Sister Black, and I will be back in no time, and will continue to fight by your side. The petite and adorable vermilion bird princess transformed into the gorgeous and graceful nine-colored divine vermilion bird again, and her heavenly voice echoed in the sky above as she said, I have to go hide now. I believe in all of you. So go out there and win this war. The extermination team all waved up at the vermilion bird princess with smiles on their faces. The divine vermilion bird's jewel-like eyes took one final, deep look at the white-robed figure on the ground below before spreading her wings and flying toward the west. And Lin and the others all boarded by Ling's spatial white ferry to return to the 4-9 Immortal sect. The Southern Heavenly Gate battle had drawn to an official conclusion. News of this spread soon and was instantly made known across the entire continent. The entire world was astonished. News of the Celestial the Arch of the Heavenly Court, sect leader and Lin of the 4-9 Immortal sect, the Great Empress, High Priestess Mengji, and Xianxia of the Snow Maidens coming back to life also began to spread, sending more flurries of shock across the Taichu continent. However, that was not the most shocking news. The heavenly human tribe united army of over 30 million had all been killed, including 3 Dao integration stage super mighty figures and a dozen or so heaven pioneer stage great generals. The news that came after that was even more astonishing. These pieces of news were like nuclear explosions, leaving all living beings on the entire Taichu continent completely shell-shocked. The extermination team had gone all the way down south, slaying 9 heaven pioneer stage great generals and 2 divine heaven stage heavenly humans, as well as 2 heavenly gods outside of the southern heavenly gate. Even the paramount heavenly god, the heavenly earth god, had scurried away with his tail between his legs. Furthermore, the southern heavenly gate no longer existed on the face of this world. This was the most shocking piece of news, and it flipped the entire continent on its head. Countless living beings felt as if they were in an all-too-realistic dream. Killing 9 heaven pioneer stage great generals? That was quite astonishing, but it wasn't too far outside the realm of possibility. But killing 2 divine heaven stage heavenly humans? Those were legendary powerful beings who were supposed to possess God of creation stage power. Not even one of them had been slain during this several-decade-long battle, but now 2 of them had been killed at once. Are you kidding me? Furthermore, 2 heavenly gods had been killed, and 1 paramount heavenly god had escaped. This was something that was completely unimaginable and inconceivable. However, this was the reality. If it weren't for the fact that many first-rate powers across the entire continent had verified this information and all of the other 4 heavenly human tribe united armies had rushed back in a frenzied, inexplicable retreat, no one would believe this to be true. Just what was this legendary extermination team? Countless living beings began to scrutinize this extermination team. The name for this team was so understated and modest, but their achievements were anything but modest. This strong contrast somehow made the extermination team seem even more badass to everyone. This was a group of extraordinarily powerful beings under the guise of a very low-profile name, doing some earth-shattering things. The extermination team had taken it upon themselves to undertake the most difficult mission in the world, and that was to crush the heavens. No cultivator in this world was not curious about the extermination team. The 4-9 Immortal sect seemed to have heard everyone's pleas for information, and it released an official roster of everyone on the extermination team. Among the return to Void stage mighty figure, there were Merlin, Cassidy, Dabai, Xiaoyu, True Nuclear Celestial Immortal, Setting Moon Celestial Immortal, Missing and Celestial Immortal, Tina, Lu Qianhuan, Sun Yulua, Yao Mingxi, Bai Ling, the 5th Sage, and Lin. Among the Divine Phoenix Maiden super mighty figures, there were the Divine Phoenix Maiden, Phoenix Little Huang, the Celestial the Arch, the Ancient Dragon Empress, Raphaela, White Spirit Snake, Black Spirit Snake. There was also a very special member on the team, and he was the 2nd heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect, Chun Chun. Everyone was completely astonished by this lineup. It had to be said that all of the beings in this lineup were massively renowned across the entire continent. It was now slightly more comprehensible to everyone how this extermination team could achieve such monumental feats. If any team in this world could do this, it would be this team. After all, only a lineup as badass as this could do something as badass as this. There were still many logical mighty figures who were still in disbelief as they thought that heavenly gods could not be combated by a lineup such as this. However, now that the reality had been placed in front of them, they had no choice but to believe it. All of them could only concede to just how badass this extermination team was. Most importantly, the official announcement for the team leader of this extermination team wasn't Chun Chun, the Celestial the Arch, or any of the super mighty figures at the Dao integration pinnacle stage. It was a mere return to Void stage cultivator by the name of Lin. Countless living beings were utterly astonished, and they began to think back to the legendary character from 100 years ago. The sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect was back, and he was back in style. After 100 years, his name was once again plastered all over the headlines of mainstream media outlets across the entire Taichu continent. Even though Lin's name had been forgotten by many people in the past 100 years, the fact that he was resurfacing at a time of major crisis like this ensured that he was even more revered and worshipped than before. Many cultivators who had lived for more than 100 years told the legends of Enlin to those who were not aware of who he was, thereby making him a household name once again. There were also many powerful beings at the soul formation pinnacle stage who were praising Enlin with all their might in order to leave a good impression upon the Lord of Transcendence. Thus, Enlin's name was renowned across the entire Taichu continent once again. The popularity of the 4-9 Immortal sect also spiked yet again as everyone discovered that most of the Extermination team members were from the 4-9 Immortal sect. The 4-9 Immortal sect was now a legendary sect that was showing signs of transcending beyond the other 4 great sects to rival the Heavenly Court. The kingdom of the 9 States United Army and all of the powers friendly to them had transformed into a sea of joy and elation. The Spirit Lake Realm, the Kingdom of the 9 States, the Holy Paradise, the Demon Realm, the Dragon Tribe of the East Sea, and the West Sea Alliance had all had their morale significantly boosted. The Extermination team had taken down one of the Heavenly Human Tribe United Armies and shown them a glimmer of hope for the first time in several decades. The Extermination team had proven through their actions that the Heavenly Human Tribe was not insurmountable and that even the heavens could be defeated. The Extermination team had already become a legendary team that embodied and epitomized hope. News of Rafaela's death also spread across the entire continent, thereby nullifying some of the joy and elation from securing such a crucial victory. Rafaela was simply far too popular across the entire continent. The number 1 goddess of the Taichu continent had fallen. Countless living beings were extremely grief-stricken, and all of them mourned the passing of the kind-hearted and beautiful archangel. Not only was the kingdom of the 9 States Alliance mourning her passing, even the enemy powers including the likes of the Creation Realm and the Western Heavenly Dragon Forest were also in mourning. Her healing light had shone upon countless places, and the mourning for her passing had already transcended beyond the ongoing war. The Garden of Eden had even organized a funeral for her of unprecedented scale and proportions in order to commemorate the passing of one of the best angels to have walked among them. In the kingdom of the 9 states, never had there been such lively festivities ever since the outbreak of the war several decades ago. All of this seemed to have been the result of the return of a certain man. At this moment, that man had already returned to his sect to begin a period of rest and recuperation. The names of Enlin and the Extermination team became renowned throughout the entire continent. However, as the team leader of the Extermination team, Enlin was currently recuperating at the 4-9 Immortal sect, doing nothing in particular. He had been resting at the sect for the past few days. After all, he would be more prepared for the intense battles to come only if he was in good condition himself. He had overexerted his body over and over again, making it extremely vulnerable and feeble, to the extent that he had to rely on Yiling's help just to walk around. Su Xiaolan's condition was also extremely bad. She had unleashed her buff mystic techniques over and over again with no regard for the consequences and had even harmed her own Dao foundation as a result. If it weren't for the fact that Rafaela's reciprocation following her death had healed her Dao foundation as well, there was a good chance that her cultivation base would not be able to progress any further. Thus, the severely disabled couple lay side by side on lounge chairs under the warm light of the sun, looking up at the sky and clouds while feeling the gentle breeze caressing their faces. Yiling stood beside them in her tight-fitting black Taoist robe. She was feeding them fruits. Yiling fed a spirit grape to Enlin as she spoke with a dainty smile. "Master, the 9 States media outlet named you as their influential figure of the year." Enlin was quite happy to hear this, and he turned towards Su Xiaolan with a smile. "Su Xiaolan, am I badass or what?" You really are." Su Xiaolan placated him lazily. Yiling fed Su Xiaolan a grape as well before adding with an amused smile. Master's wife had already been named as the most influential figure on the continent 15 times during the past 100 years. Enlin? Su Xiaolan patted Enlin's head with a dainty smile. "You've already done very well. You're only a little inferior to me. Keep it up." Enlin almost threw up a mouthful of blood. "A little? I'm miles behind." Yiling was very amused. She felt like it was really funny watching her master being schooled by Xiaolan. The warm sunlight shone down upon her, and she looked up into the sky as a vibrant smile appeared on her face. "The weather sure is great today. I hope the weather is always as good as this." In the western part of the Taichu continent, there was a boundless ocean with no end in sight. The seawater within a radius of over 100 meters was rising into the sky like a reverse waterfall. There was a small continent being supported in the sky by the fountain of water. Upon this continent were immortal mountains, spirit rivers, all types of exotic flora, and countless intricate, lavish palaces. There were even streaks of iridescent light surging through the air like strands of silk, making the continent appear to be an immortal paradise. This was the core base of the West Sea Alliance, the immortal land above water. An exquisitely beautiful mermaid with skin, as fair as jade, sprawled over a large, colorful bubble that was floating in the sky. She was looking at the newspaper in her hand, and her blue fishtail was tapping rhythmically against the bubble with excitement. Big Boss and Lin is the best. He's so badass. The mermaid's face was filled with pride and elation. She was in Lin's underling Lan Xiaoni. During the span of 100 years, the crybaby underling Lan had undertaken the role of alliance leader of the West Sea Alliance, ruling over the entire West Sea, which consisted of 2 ancient tribes and 10 great sea monster tribes, as well as several hundred other powers, which amounted to an army of over 1 billion. After being tested for so long, she already possessed the holy, regal aura of the goddess of the West Sea. Not only were her features flawlessly beautiful, but they also carried an air of majesty and indisputable authority. In everyone else's eyes, she was the West Sea Alliance leader. However, when Lan Xiaoni saw the newspaper article about Lin, she reverted back to the cheeky and vulnerable little girl she once was. A sense of attachment and reliance on a backer that she could fall back on welled up in her heart. Lan Xiaoni really wanted to drop the weight off her shoulders and take a break while Big Boss and Lin carried her. However, she quickly shook her head to rid herself of this train of thought. No, now's not the time for breaks. Lan Xiaoni looked at the portrait in the newspaper, and her sapphire eyes glowed with determination. I've waited for 100 years for Big Boss and Lin's return, and I should keep persevering. I can't let Big Boss and Lin stress over the heavenly human tribe again. I'm going to defend the Western Front with everything I have in order to share the burden on Big Boss and Lin's shoulders. The mermaid sprung up from her colorful bubble. She rubbed her hands all over her soft cheeks before adopting a stern expression befitting of an alliance leader. She then called upon all powerful beings to the immortal land above water for a conference. Within a huge light blue palace, Lan Xiaoni sat on the throne with a serious expression on her face, and her luscious black hair was tied up in a professional bun. A divine seal flashed on her forehead, releasing a paramount energy fluctuation that commanded respect and reverence from all of the West Sea mighty figures. There were 6 Dao integration stage super mighty figures and 100 return to void stage mighty figures gathered, all of whom were standing respectfully before her. The heavenly human tribe united army on the Western Front had staged a retreat, and they were finally given a chance to catch their breath. The West Sea Alliance was the only power that managed to hold off an entire heavenly human tribe united army on their own. In reality, if it weren't for the fact that Lan Xiaoni had attained the power of water and could manipulate the ocean as a result, their defense would have crumbled a long time ago. Not only has the super heavenly lightning god returned, but he has also destroyed the heavenly human tribe united army on the southern front as well as the southern heavenly gate. Would any of you still like to express skepticism toward my decision? Lan Xiaoni spoke in an authoritative voice. Many of the mighty figures were embarrassed upon hearing this. A period of turmoil and unrest had taken place in the West Sea Alliance when news of Lin's death had first spread. Despite Lan Xiaoni's best efforts to maintain the cohesion and stability of the alliance, there were still many mighty figures who were unconvinced by her decision. When the heavenly human tribe appeared, there were many mighty figures and even super mighty figures who had detached themselves from the West Sea Alliance. Right when the entire alliance was on the verge of breaking down, Lan Xiaoni awakened her power of water and managed to quell the unrest with absolute power to become the paramount leader of the West Sea Alliance again. However, many mighty figures were still very displeased and were of the opinion that they shouldn't be fighting for the human race and the super heavenly lightning god, who was most likely dead. However, Lan Xiaoni was always of the firm belief that Lin would come back and that he would lead the human race and the West Sea to unprecedented glory. The high priests Gu Yu and Yu Fei Yu, who were the most proficient at divination, had predicted that there would be a chance for a future of unprecedented glory if they decided to follow Enlin. Thus, the West Sea Alliance became the most resolute allies of the human race and defended the Western Front for them. They did so for over 50 years. God knew how they managed to persevere through it all. Fortunately, Lan Xiaoni's words really did eventuate. The super heavenly lightning god really did come back, and he returned with a massive bang. He had wiped out the heavenly human tribe united army on the southern front to announce his return. This was an extremely invigorating piece of news to the West Sea Alliance, and it showed them that they had followed the right person, that all their efforts were worth it in the end. At the same time, Lan Xiaoni's authority was stamped even more firmly upon the West Sea Alliance. Everyone looked up at the woman on the throne, and they proclaimed their sincere loyalty in unison. We would gladly lay down our lives for Alliance leader Lan. A faint smile appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face, but she didn't say anything. However, her heart was whooping for joy. Lan Xiaoni began to organize the defensive line for the West Sea, assigning all mighty figures to important locations. After awakening her power of water, one of her abilities was to be able to sense everything happening in the ocean within a radius of over 1,000,000 kilometers. It was exactly because of this ability that the West Sea had been such a good battleground for her. No heavenly human tribe activity could escape her detection. Now that Lan Xiaoni's authority was even firmer than it had been, no West Sea mighty figures would go against her orders, and all of them executed her orders to the best of their abilities. In the oncoming battles, Lan Xiaoni was not going to let down her guard. Instead, she was going to be even more cautious. The extermination team had shown just what the heavenly human tribe had among their ranks. Just the southern heavenly gate alone had 9 heaven pioneer stage great generals, 2 divine heaven stage heavenly humans, 2 heavenly god, and 1 paramount heavenly god as its guardians. If that was the case for the southern heavenly gate, then what about their western heavenly gate? The reason why they had managed to persevere for over half a century was that no heavenly gods had appeared in a battle against them. However, speculating that there were no heavenly gods stationed at the western heavenly gate would be extremely foolish. Lan Xiaoni knew that there was at least the heavenly sea god who was situated within a certain tomb at the depths of the West Sea. The heavenly gods hadn't attacked perhaps because they were wary of the backlash from the heavenly Tao, or perhaps because the timing was not right. In any case, Lan Xiaoni couldn't just treat them as if they didn't exist. She had to make preparations for the worst-case scenario. The conference came to a conclusion. Lan Xiaoni continued to sunbathe atop her colorful bubble. She wore a short, blue blouse on her upper body, revealing her fair, slender waist that appeared particularly enticing under the light of the sun, and her fishtail was still flopping around with boredom. She supported her chin with her hands and fell into deep thought. What was the worst-case scenario? Lan Xiaoni's eyes lit up slightly. In the worst-case scenario, I would be dead. In that case, shouldn't I make a will in advance? Let's do it. She pulled out ink and paper from her storage ring and stuck out her dainty little tongue. Her sapphire eyes were glowing with excitement and a hint of embarrassment as she wrote a few words on the upper left corner of the sheet of paper positioned before her. Big Boss and Lin. She had written those words almost instinctively. Even she didn't think that the first person she thought of when writing her will would be him. Lan Xiaoni's brush suddenly faltered. She didn't know what to write. Her cheeks had become flushed, and her eyes were rippling with emotion. The 2 pearl earrings attached to her ears were wobbling up and down, and from side to side, just like her uneasy, thumping heart. Alliance Leader Land's enticing yet conflicted voice sounded from the immortal land above water. "Ah, I'm going to die. Achoo!" And Lin was lying under the warm light of the sun, but he suddenly sneezed. Yi Ling was just feeding him some fruit when she bent down with a hint of concern and curiosity in her bright eyes. "Master, did you catch a cold?" Perhaps a beauty is thinking about me." And Lin chuckled. Yi Ling rolled her eyes. Su Xiaolan glared at Lin. And Lin's entire body shuddered, and he immediately amended. "It could be that something else other than a human is thinking about me, like a cat, or dog, or bug, or fish. I'm a celebrity now, after all. Su Xiaolin couldn't be bothered to talk to him, and she also rolled her eyes before continuing to eat spirit fruits. These days, she couldn't really help it if other people liked Enlin. After all, her Enlin was so exceptional. How could she keep other female cultivators from liking him? Now that Enlin's popularity had risen significantly, he was starting to become the most sought-after husband on the entire continent. However, she was no insane demon, so it wasn't like she was going to go out there and beat up every female cultivator who had their eyes on her Enlin. Su Xiaolan was quite confident, and it would be fine as long as her Enlin didn't like other women. She was quite exceptional too, and there were many male cultivators who admired her. However, all of them had great self-awareness and knew that they didn't deserve her, so they didn't fantasize about impossible things. As for other female cultivators, who could compare to her? If they wanted to steal Enlin from her, they had to at least be able to beat her in battle, right? She was the most powerful female cultivator in the human race, so she was super confident. Rumble. All of a sudden, dark clouds blanketed the entire sky, and Lin's expression faltered. However, Yiling was quite elated. My brothers are back. 2 black dragons obscured the entire sky as their glistening black scales shimmered from the lightning crackling within the clouds. A paramount dragon might surged through the air. These were the auras belonging to Dao Integration Stage True Dragons. Enlin continued to recline on his lounge chair, but a smile had already appeared on his face as he sensed those terrifying auras. The 2 black dragons were clearly showing off to him, and their mindsets were most likely identical to Yi Ling's back when she had challenged him to a battle. All disciples wanted to prove themselves to their masters in order to gain his acknowledgement. Soon, the dark clouds dissipated. 2 dragon tribe men in black Taoist robes appeared above the 4-9 Immortal sect. One of them was a youth with dragon horns and golden eyes, while the other was a middle-aged man with dragon horns and crimson eyes. The 2 of them had vastly different dispositions and wore different expressions upon seeing Enlin. Master, you really are still alive. Xiao Zhe had tears shimmering in his eyes as he hurried over to Enlin, looking as if he wanted to hug Enlin. However, he was concerned that it would be inappropriate and was thus a little hesitant. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face, and he opened his arms as an invitation. Xiao Zhe immediately hurried over with an excited expression. This is great, Master. I always thought you had already died. You're real. You really are a living master. Xiao Zhe enveloped him in a tight hug as he spoke, and Lin's lips twitched slightly. Why was it that the term living master sounded a bit weird? Xiao Tu also made his way over to Enlin with a smile as warm as a spring breeze before extending a calm and collected bow. Your disciple pays his respects to Master. Welcome back, Master. There's no need for such formalities. Enlin waved a nonchalant hand. He looked at the 2 dragons standing before him, and he clicked his tongue in wonder. Who would have thought that both of you would be so powerful now? 2 Dao Integration Stage True Dragons. Just thinking about it is badass. You 2 are probably the main calling cards of our 4-9 Immortal sect. No, Master. You are the true calling card of our sect. Xiao Tu spoke with a reverent expression. He was truly in awe and veneration toward his master. Back in the day, he had been won over by Enlin's heaven-mending feat and rapidly improving cultivation bases. But now, he had been won over by Enlin's feats in leading the extermination team to destroy the entire southern Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. His master was the one who had achieved such a monumental feat. He felt proud to be able to boast about this. Xiao Zhe was even more straightforward. How would we have achieved all of this without Master's teachings? Enlin was a little embarrassed. What have I taught you? Xiao Zhe looked at Enlin with a scorching light in his eyes. Master, you used your power to show me that only with more power can I become a figure revered by countless living beings. You led the way by example, and I'm willing to do anything I can to follow your example. Enlin's mouth gaped open. Was he serious? Su Xiaolan couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. Little Xiao, your ability to spout nonsense has improved even further. Only with more power can you become a figure revered by countless living beings? Why don't you just say that one is only entitled to flex if they have more power? However, Enlin really has led by example. At least he has shown that becoming more powerful really can allow you to flex. If that was your motivation for progressing to the Dao integration stage, then I have to commend you for it. Su Xiaolan spoke with a dainty smile. Enlin felt like he had been stabbed in the heart. The master's flexing showed his disciple the true meaning of life, after which he managed to succeed in his Dao integration. What a load of bullshit. However, Xiao Zhe ignored Su Xiaolan's words and continued to look at his master with a serious expression. Master, I'm telling the truth. You have to believe me. And Lin's face convulsed slightly. All right, I believe you. Yiling wrapped her arms around Enlin's arms and soothed his heart with a wide smile. Little Ling's motivation for becoming stronger is also because of the exemplary example that Master set for me. I want to show Master that you made the right choice to accept me as your disciple, so that I don't disappoint Master. Enlin's heart that had just been stabbed a few times and was dripping blood had now been healed by the clever and gorgeous Yiling. I don't have such sincere emotions like my senior sister. Xiao Tu heaved a faint sigh and said, I simply didn't want to die and wanted to extend my lifespan. And Lin nodded in approval. That's a very valid pursuit. Theoretically speaking, Xiao Tu's reason for getting stronger was the most reliable and reasonable one. Not long after this, a gorgeous woman whose entire body was shiny and golden made her way over to them and wound her arms around Xiao Zhe's before lowering her head in a salute with a smile on her face. Fanny pays her respects to sect leader Enlin, and Lin's eyes lit up. You too. Fanny and Xiao Zhe blushed at the same time. Master, I officially became Dao partners with Fanny 60 years ago. Xiao Zhe was a little embarrassed and scratched his head as he spoke. Fanny was also looking at Enlin with a shy expression. Enlin was slightly dazed. Xiao Zhe, who wasn't that good with words, had managed to take down Fanny in the end. Thinking back, he was a vital cog to initiating their relationship back at the opposite shore realm. At that time, he didn't have anything to give to his disciple, so as his master, he decided to give his disciple a wife. After that, he made a bet with Fanny, which Fanny lost. Hence, he made Fanny consider Xiao Zhe as a potential boyfriend, and Xiao Zhe was able to quickly win her over. Who would have thought that after just a few decades, Xiao Zhe and Fanny would already be Dao partners? He was the one who had set things into motion, and as such, he was quite pleased with himself. Congratulations! I hope you two are happy together forever. And Lin stood up to congratulate them with an elated smile on his face. Xiao Zhe and Fanny were also very elated to receive Enlin's blessings. They brought out some immortal wine from their storage rings before filling cups for Enlin and Su Xiaolin. Master, you weren't there when we held our wedding, so we'll propose an official toast to you now. Xiao Zhe raised his cup with tears shimmering in her eyes. Fanny also raised her cup with a grateful expression. Xiao Zhe's master is one of the people I respect the most. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to find Xiao Zhe and find my happiness as a result. Fanny, Xiao Zhe. The two of them exchanged a passionate glance, and Lin had goosebumps running all over his body, and he immediately raised his cup again to congratulate the two newlyweds. Oh wait, they technically weren't newlyweds. They had already been married for several decades. After their toast to Enlin, Xiao Zhe and Fanny made their way over to Su Xiaolin. We propose a toast to Master's wife as well, Xiao Zhe said with bright eyes. Su Xiaolin also stood up from her lounge chair with a radiant and enchanting smile on her face. I hope you two will continue to be just as happy for the rest of eternity. Fanny extended a salute to her before asking with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. When are we going to be able to attend your wedding? I heard about your agreement with Master from Xiao Zhe and… Fanny's eyebrows perked up slightly with a knowing expression. Su Xiaolan knew what she was referring to, but she didn't give her a reply. Instead, she turned toward Enlin with a passionate, gentle smile. I'll let Enlin make the decision on this matter. Oh! Fanny let loose a cry of surprise. Xiao Zhe, Xiao Tu, and Yiling also joined in on the commotion. Even though Enlin's skin was normally thicker than a city wall, he still blushed at the mention of his wedding with Su Xiaolan, and he glared at everyone. Quit stirring up a fuss. Even though that was what he was saying, an irrepressible smile had already appeared on his face. Xiaozhe smiled. Who would have thought that the domineering master's wife would display such a gentle and obedient side when interacting with master? Su Xiaolan was not very impressed. Ah, master's wife has always been very gentle, very beautiful, and very goddess-like. Xiaozhe immediately began to spout nonsense again with an extremely genuine expression on his face. Furthermore, you really do respect master. After all, both of you care very deeply for one another. You two epitomize true love that is higher than the heavens, deeper than the oceans. All right, that's enough. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. Xiaozhe shut his mouth sheepishly, and Lin was astonished. Had his disciple attained the power of the rambling divine Tao? Now that the southern heavenly gate had been destroyed, all of the heavenly human tribe united armies on all fronts had retreated over 50,000 kilometers, giving the kingdom of the 9 states united armies on all fronts a chance to catch their breath. It was exactly because of this that Xiaozhe and Xiaotu were able to come back to the sect to visit Lin. Soon, all of their other friends also returned. Xiaoqiu hurried back with Bai Yao. The passage of time had not left a single trace on Xiaoqiu. Even after 100 years, he was still just as ugly as ever. And he was even uglier when he wrapped his arms around Lin and howled tearfully. However, Lin was very touched. In his eyes, Xiaoqiu was quite handsome at this moment. Bai Yao extended a smiling curtsy to Lin. She was still just as seductive and beautiful as ever. Bai Muyu also made her way over to him with a radiant and enchanting smile on her exquisitely beautiful features. Bai Muyu pays her respects to sect leader Lin. I hope you can look after me in the future. Don't be so formal and distant. We're all family here. Lin said with a wide grin. They really were family now, as the White Fox Imperial family had moved into the 4-9 Immortal sect ever since the creation realm allied themselves to the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. Hence, they were also a part of the 4-9 Immortal sect now. Lin naturally welcomed them with open arms. Why wouldn't he want to add more handsome men and beautiful women to the sect? After the White Fox tribe joined them, the 4-9 Immortal sect gained close to 10 more return to Void Stage mighty figures. Lin thought about it for a moment and suddenly realized that both Xiaoqiu and Bai Yao were returned to Void Initial Stage mighty figures. In fact, all of his beast pets and slaves were also returned to Void Stage mighty figures or above. Ah, I'm the one with the lowest cultivation base again. Lin instantly had the motivation to cultivate again. Future challenges were only going to be more steep and demanding, so he had to find a chance to raise his cultivation base. As for the 100-year agreement, Lin and Su Xiaolan had already discussed it when they first reunited. Su Xiaolan told Lin that she was ready to make good on the agreement at any time and that it would be up to him in the end. Lin decided that they would get married after taking care of the heavenly human tribe. He didn't want to hold a wedding only for a bunch of heavenly gods to come and crash it. If he was going to hold a wedding, then he wanted it to be a safe, smooth, and happy one. This was going to be one of the most beautiful memories of his life, and he refused to have it spoiled by anything. Hence, his top priority now was to become more powerful so that he could destroy the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly gods before coming back to marry Xiaolin. Lin was full of enthusiasm and vigor after setting himself a target. He turned toward the Cultivation base tab on his system. Return to Void Intermediate Stage Mission Condition. Beat 9 Dao Integration Stage Living Beings into Submission. Mission Progress. 6 out of 9. The living beings that have been beaten into submission are Feng Wuya, Emperor Yi Deng, Emperor Mang, Empress Helen, Emperor Bei Xing, and the God-engulfing skeleton. Lin was elated. This was a mission he had thought would be impossible to complete, but he had already completed over half of it. All he had to do now was to beat 3 more Dao Integration Stage super mighty figures into submission, and he would be able to progress to the Return to Void Intermediate Stage. The only thing he was a bit surprised about was that the God-engulfing skeleton had been beaten into submission by him. The God-engulfing skeleton was at the Dao Integration Pinnacle Stage, so he shouldn't have been able to defeat it no matter what buffs he used. Even though Lin could defeat some heavenly gods, it did not necessarily mean that he would be able to defeat the god-engulfing skeleton. The reason why Enlin was able to defeat the heavenly gods was that his own powers of the heavenly gods in conjunction with his special constitution and his divine tool, evil-slaying sword, gave him an advantage over them. Only with all of these special hacks was he able to defeat the heavenly gods, and he still almost died countless times during those battles. In reality, his cultivation base was too low, and the powers of the heavenly gods that he wielded were actually weaker than normal heavenly gods. Hence, if he really faced the god-engulfing skeleton in a one-on-one battle, he might not even be able to defeat it, let alone beat it into submission. However, the system had determined that he had beaten it into submission. Could it be that his mixed doubles partnership with Su Xiaolan in conjunction with Black Spirit Snake's help also counted when beating enemies into submission? He had no problem with that whatsoever, and Lin's eyes suddenly lit up as a thought occurred to him. He turned toward his two disciples with a benevolent smile. Little Xiao Tu. And Lin smiled. Xiao Zhe and Xiao Tu shuddered as they looked back at Enlin with uncertainty. Xiao Zhe. What is it, master? Xiao Tu. What? You two have only progressed to the Dao integration stage not long ago, right? Who is better in a fight between you two? Enlin asked. Xiao Zhe and Xiao Tu looked at each other before shaking their heads in unison. I don't know. I've never sparred with brother Xiao Tuesday. Xiao Zhe shrugged. Xiao Zhe and I are actually both endurance fighters. His defenses are invincible and I have countless lives, so we're both very difficult opponents to face even among Dao integration stage. We could probably fight for 3 days and 3 nights without a decisive result. Xiao Tu analyzed. Xiao Zhe chimed in. We probably wouldn't even be able to figure out who is stronger even after fighting for an entire year. Enlin. Enlin? Why are you asking a question like that? Su Xiaolin asked. I want to see which one of them is weaker so that we can join forces and beat the weaker one among them into submission. Enlin came clean. Su Xiaolin, Xiao Zhe and Xiao Tu. There were Dao integration stage super mighty figures in his sect, so he couldn't let this valuable resource go to waste. Seeing as teaming up to beat people into submission was accepted, why would Enlin waste this opportunity? Xiao Zhe and Xiao Tu finally understood why they would be so unsettled by Enlin's benevolent smile. He was a fucking nut job. I think I'm more powerful, Xiao Tu immediately proclaimed. No, I'm clearly more powerful, Xiao Zhe retorted in a cold voice. Enlin? Su Xiaolin? Enlin? They've been guarding the kingdom of the 9 states for the past few years and have only just had a chance to come back and rest. How about you let them rest and recuperate? Su Xiaolan was feeling a little sympathetic toward them. Master's wife is the best. Xiao Tu was very grateful. Long live, celestial maiden Xiaolin. Xiao Zhe yelled with excitement. And Lin felt like she was right, so he gave up on that plan. His disciples had been fighting in an arduous war for so long, and they were finally home only to get bashed by their master and his wife? What a tragic life. And Lin couldn't bear to do that. You're right, Xiaolan. And Lin turned to Su Xiaolan with passionate eyes. Xiao Zhe and Xiao Tu seemed to have attained enlightenment at that moment. If they wanted to live a good life, they had to suck up to their master's wife. And Lin knew how shitty his system was. If he wanted to beat a Dao integration stage super mighty figure into submission according to the system standards, he would at least have to severely wound them to the brink of death. Xiao Zhe and Xiao Tu were out of the equation. If little Huang were to suffer something like this, it would probably run away forever. As for Xiaolin, he couldn't even bear to raise a fist at her, let alone beat her into submission. Thus, he decided to set aside his sinister plan for now. And Lin had to think of some other way. He took a deep breath. Xiaolan, I have a plan that I might need your help with. Sure, Su Xiaolan agreed. And Lin faltered momentarily. I haven't even told you what my plan is. I'm willing to help you, regardless of what your plan is. Su Xiaolan smiled. And Lin's heart jolted, and a sense of warmth flowed through his entire body. As for Xiao Zhe and the others, all of them burst into a commotion again. Even though all of them already had Dao partners, they still felt quite envious toward their relationship. Xiao Tu didn't really think much of this. After all, he had been single for hundreds of thousands of years and had lost interest in female dragons and relationships a long time ago. Xiaolan, can you tell me which Dao integration stage super mighty figures among our enemy powers are on the weaker side of the spectrum? We can go beat them into submission, and Lin asked. Beating Dao integration stage super mighty figures into submission? What kind of new fetish is this? Su Xiaolan was shocked. I have a mission to grow stronger, which requires me to beat Dao integration stage super mighty figures into submission. And Lin replied. Su Xiaolan came to a sudden realization. She finally knew what Lin was trying to do earlier. Xiao Zhe and Xiao Tu were completely dumbstruck. Beating Dao integration stage super mighty figures could help one grow stronger? All right, I'll gather some information for you. Su Xiaolan nodded with a serious expression. She knew that Lin was trying to take advantage of this brief lull in the war to become more powerful. As for this mission condition he was proposing, others might not believe it, but she definitely did. This was a man who could make breakthroughs from eating beast cores and divine pills, so why couldn't he grow stronger from beating up Dao integration stage super mighty figures?